Let's see. All right. So we've got user 235329432358. What you got?
What's up?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What you got?
I'm trying to see what you got. So
Okay.
what's the argument for them not existing?
A not existence of like Jesus. You say for them not existing or the non-existence? Just to make sure I heard you right. I mean, it's basically the same question, but
Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong.
yeah. So what's the argument for them not existing? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even the natural Jesus in Paul, as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, technically, did not exist simply because they did not, or they don't line up with what we know about history from that time, based off of archaeology, contemporaries of the time, geography of the time. Yeah, I mean, they contradict each other, so it's not even really possible for a natural person in there to have existed anyways. So, yeah, there you go. And he left. Okay. All right. Well, there he goes, I guess. Just a couple seconds in, we're already playing this. That is how that works. Let me check here. I think there's somebody else who was wanting to come up here. Gotta actually move that over there. Okay. What is going on? Lifting up. How's it going?
How you doing? First of all, I find it very offensive
Say
that
what?
you have to come. I find it offensive.
Offensive. Okay.
Offensive that you have to pick on my Jesus. Okay, of course I'm going to come forward and stick for his and Paul. Okay, it's ridiculous. Okay, because you're only one person.
What was the
your
last
knowledge
part?
isn't
What was the last
great.
part you said?
And Paul.
Oh, and Paul.
And Paul, an
Okay.
apostle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? Because you have his name up there. Did you remember that?
Well, I thought you said emperor or something, but like with a really
No,
weird.
Paul.
Okay. Yeah.
P-A-U-L.
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah.
Not emperor. No.
Sure. Sir, what you got?
Jesus is the king. But here's the thing. Even though you disbelieve, it's the thing that you come on here and you mock Jesus. You don't even believe he existed. So that's mocking.
You can't really
Jesus.
mock Jesus if he didn't
Yes,
exist.
it is. Oh,
No.
yes, it is.
No, I wouldn't.
You believe in
how
me.
that
That's
works.
how you're cured. You have no belief. That's mocking Jesus.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Well,
'cause
do you
he's the
have any
king.
evidence that they even existed?
It is. Well, can I finish before you interrupt?
Well,
And
if you've
here's
got
the
any
thing.
evidence that they existed, I don't
Can
care.
I finish before you
No,
get
all
into
you're
your
doing
evidence
it.
thing?
No, either I'm giving
Yeah,
my
let me
evidence for
finish
my
because
position.
you're mocking.
All right, you're muted. Either you give your evidence, or I will give my evidence for my side. Which one? I mean, I don't care about the meta. I don't care about whether or not you think I'm mocking or not. I don't think they exist. You think they did. Who do you want to
course
give
they
evidence
do.
first? Okay, so who do you want to give
Well,
evidence
here's
first?
the other thing. You didn't let me finish, okay? Because
Well, yeah, I know, because you're just kind of rambling about like whether or not I'm mocking. I don't care. Either you give
See,
evidence
that's the
or ask for
difference.
my evidence.
that's the difference. I do.
I know, but the difference is that it's not your live.
Those people that are having trouble in life that
Yeah.
do believe, you're bringing
That's
them
fine.
down.
Sweet. So do
You're
you have any
bringing them
evidence?
down, and you don't give a damn.
No.
You
Do you
will
have any
to pay
evidence?
for that?
Yeah, I sure will. Do you have any evidence? Go ahead and provide it. Go ahead. Either provide the evidence or ask me to provide the evidence for my side. Which
You don't
would you
have
like?
any real evidence that he didn't exist.
You haven't asked for it.
It's
so
only
I mean,
your
what do you want?
understanding of what you think
Uh-huh.
to make you feel like a hero. Is that what you're trying to do?
No,
While bringing
we're
others down.
trying to feel like I'm
Is
having a
that your thing?
conversation. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Anyways.
saying? You're not really a good conversationalist.
Cool. Sweet. Stick to the topic, man. Do you have any evidence or not?
I have the topic. I'm sticking to it.
Sweet.
Your
Go ahead.
unbelief is dragging people down and mocking Jesus. You got it?
Don't care. So, what's your evidence? Go ahead and present it, or you got like 5 seconds to start presenting your evidence or ask for mine.
No, I don't have any your side of the.
Yeah, that's how that works. All right, he's gone. Black Atheist Man. Aptly named, I guess. What's your, what you
Yeah.
got for us?
What's up, bro? I came across your channel probably like 3 weeks ago now.
Okay.
We had a good conversation. I went ahead and got your book on Audible.
On Audible,
so I'm working
okay.
through that.
Yeah, thanks.
It's cool. It's cool. I like the perspective. I just had a question.
Sure.
I'm like midway through it.
Okay.
Were you guys like in a coffee shop when you recorded the excerpts? Because it was like
No.
it was like background noise.
Yeah. So I found some background noise to make it seem like it was like a live, like on the spot kind of like excerpt or whatever, or anecdote. Yeah, that was the point. I know that this is very obscure, but and maybe a couple people may have heard this. But okay, do you know who Stephen Colbert is?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Colbert had a book a long time ago. He has a couple books, but there's a particular book known as "I'm America and So Can You." That was one of his first books that he came out with, and it has an audiobook version of it. And there's some different actors and different people who actually lend their voices, like Jon Stewart's in it and stuff like that, as different characters. Anyways, the point is, whenever they have these like hear from the readers or hear from our viewers kind of thing, they will have like this background noise of like a coffee shop or a store or something, and it just made me kind of imagine like someone with a microphone like talking to someone IRL.
Yeah, no,
and so
I
I wanted to put it in there. Yeah. So thanks for asking about that and for catching that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, like it kind of like freaked me out because I was listening to it in like a really quiet spot, and then like,
You're like,
one of you guys start talking. It's like I hear other people. I'm like, I take off my headphones for a second. I'm like, hey, yo, where am I? What's happening?
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad that it had at least a little bit of an effect on someone. Literally, you're the first one to ever bring up the fact that we had some background noise there. So that's awesome. Thanks.
But it's cool. I'm gonna come back up when I finish the book and
Okay.
give me my thoughts. But yeah, awesome stuff, man.
Yeah. Make sure to write them down and be like, hey, this is where I disagree. This is where I may agree. This is where he needs a little bit more clarification. Because, I mean, spoiler alert, we did have something that we talk about quite a bit in there is called Protomark. And we ended up finding out later on after the book came out that that's just not a thing. We ended up being able to reconstruct it using other reconstructions. And then we ran that Greek against itself. And we found that no, actually, all of Mark comes, with the exception of like the later, like the added ending to Mark, it comes from one author, meaning that there isn't an earlier version of Mark that Marcion had. So we were wrong. Technically, that's incorrect, but in our favor, because that means that the Gospels are even later. But nevertheless, we were wrong. And
Gotcha.
I didn't take that out of the book because I didn't want people to think, oh, hey, I've got this copy of the book and it doesn't have it. And I was like, no, well, we want to be able to own up to our mistakes and leave them in there. Like, I'm not going to try to.
Sounds like y'all need a
erase them.
second edition.
Well, yes, we are going to address it in our next book, but our next book is primarily over the Quran, the Old Testament, and the Book of Mormon. But we are going to address in a section like the Protomark and stuff like that, like where we were wrong in CBJ.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But,
All right,
but yeah, thanks for coming up, though. Thanks.
Appreciate you.
All right, thanks. That was Black Atheist Man, everybody. Black Atheist Man. All right. So, again, hello to everybody. I know there are some people over there on YouTube. There are some people on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, the request button to come up is right about there or down there. If you're on YouTube, hello. I will definitely get to the chats as soon as possible. And if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul and you're on YouTube, hop over on TikTok. The link to actually join is actually posted in the comments. It's posted on the YouTube profile, or you can just hop onto TikTok and search for Christ Before Jesus, which is the name of the account, the book, the project, blah, blah, blah. So if you think you got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Let's see here. Also, by the way, they're on YouTube. I believe that there's also super chats as well. If somebody definitely has some particular opinion or something like that they want me to address without having to come over on TikTok or them coming over on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. I can get to that as well. Gunner 1776, number one or no number one. I don't know. What you got?
Number one. No, I don't have anything. I was just wondering why I was muted while I was listening to you.
What are you talking about?
Y'all muted me.
Who's y'all? I don't know. You must have done something
Somebody
in the
muted
mods.
me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're on the
'Cause I
live now,
kept
so
comment.
what did you say in your
I'm
comment?
just saying, if you want people to watch you and listen to what you have to say, people can't be muting people. I'm not saying nothing inappropriate.
Okay, well, you must have said something. I trust my mods, and they do a
Okay,
very, very good
well,
job. So you
trust
must have
your
said
mods
something
then.
either annoying or demonstrably
Yeah.
false, or it's possible that you were just saying stuff and you wanted to come up. Okay, nope. Well, he decided to run anyways. That's just kind of how. Goes. That is how that goes. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. All right, we got somebody else who's wanting to come up here. All right, we got, hopefully it connects, Radical, oh, that's a pretty cool name, Radical Jackalope. Radical, you there?
Yo,
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to make sure
hey.
that Radical, you there?
Yeah, I'm an accent. I'm eating. I don't even know how I requested up.
Oh, okay. Any questions while you're up here?
No. I mean, I've read your book.
Oh, thank you.
I find it super interesting. I love listening in, and yeah, that's it.
All right.
keep
Well,
listening.
enjoy the rest of your meal, and I'll hopefully talk to you later. Thanks for grabbing the book, by
appreciate
the way. All right, that was a Radical Jackalope, everybody. Sorry about that. There's Cisco Curry. Are you there?
yo, yeah, can you hear me? My mic's kind of shit.
Ah, yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
But no, yeah, what's your book about? This is my first time coming across your stuff.
Yeah, so it's just about the redating of the New Testament and just dealing with the ramifications of that. We find out, me and my co-author found out that the New Testament is actually written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st.
Right on. And with all that said, what is the relevance of Jesus not being a person or ever alive?
What do you mean the relevance? Like, how does that connect with the dating? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So the connection with the dating is the fact that because we see that the writings are in the 2nd century, that's actually pretty detrimental to the Christian idea that the people who are writing this are people who either knew Jesus or knew eyewitnesses of Jesus, because the first gospel is published about 114 years after the supposed death of Jesus by someone whose grandparents wouldn't have even been alive to see Jesus. So no. On top of that, the 2nd century writing, understanding like who it comes from, where it comes from, and when it comes from, it helps highlight these things called anachronisms through the text that are elements of a story that are out of place in time. So to someone who is not Jewish writing in the 2nd century about early 1st century Jewish time, they're going to get some things wrong because it's a mythology, it's a fictional story, as opposed to somebody actually knowing this person, or as opposed to somebody actually knowing about the geography or knowing about like the different ways of life at that time. It's kind of like someone from New York in like today writing a story about like the Wild West. Like, yeah, there's going to be some problems there, and it shows that very clearly the person who's writing the story is writing a fictional story, as opposed to writing a real historical story about something that happened in the Wild West.
Right. Right on. And what's your understanding of the Ethiopian Bible, and how old is it compared to the King David's Bible?
You mean King James Bible?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's pretty old. It's older than the King James version by like, I don't know,
3,000
like
years, right?
no, like 900 years or so, 900 years, somewhere in there.
And with all the similarities and the depictions of giants and angels, and how is that not like correlation to each other? How are they like, how is hundreds of stories through hundreds of years being told over and over the same way, but there's still people denying that they're real, regardless of when they were written or how? If Jesus is a spirit, if he is in all points of times, at every point of time, you know what I mean? How is he not real?
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. What does that have to do with Jesus and Paul?
I don't know.
I mean, it sounds like you're sincere, but I just don't know what that has. I don't know what you're asking, really. Are you asking like?
I guess
What?
it's hard when when someone actually like loves Jesus, or when you believe in a faith, it's hard to comprehend it just off facts or stuff you've read off TikTok or a
How do you
fucking Reddit
generally
blog.
decide to believe something not
You
based off of
don't.
facts?
That's that you don't. It's belief. That's why you call it belief and faith, or else it would be called
Well, yeah,
science or
faith.
fact.
Right. Yeah.
So you
Faith
so
is
you
the
can't
excuse
put.
that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, it'd be trust based off of like experience or someone who has shown evidence of something being true.
Yeah, I
Faith
guess.
is something that like Christians have, Mormons have, Muslims have, Scientologists have. It's not a pathway to truth. That it's just again, it's the excuse people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like you can believe it, I guess. It's fine, knock yourself out, but it doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't mean it's real, if that makes sense.
That's my.
Um,
So that's my.
but
Okay, so if that being said, why even go on here and try to prove everyone wrong if you know
because
that they're standing? Well, hold on.
because
If
it
you know that they
matters. It
stand in
matters
their
if we
faith,
believe as many true things as possible, and it matters if we stop believing false things. Believing false things is how we end up with Mango Mussolini.
but what's the point if you just said that people are gonna believe their faith no matter what?
I didn't say that. I said you can, like you are physically capable of believing whatever the hell you want to, but and legally you're allowed to do that as well. But if you care about being right or wrong, that matters. And now a good portion of people don't care about being right or wrong, unfortunately. But society has benefited if we stop believing false things and focus on only believing things that have evidence.
Right.
Yeah. But anyways, any other questions while you're up here, or
No, I'm good.
oh, okay.
I'm just listening.
Sounds good.
Is
Yeah, let me know if you have any other questions, man. Just hang out if you can. The chat is super knowledgeable. I don't know
Yeah,
about the YouTube
but
chat.
I
The
get
YouTube chat's kind of a
super
cesspool,
sidetracked.
but at least the TikTok chat is pretty knowledgeable. But yeah. Anyways, thanks for coming up, though. Thanks for coming up. All right, that was Cisco Curry, everybody. All right, so really quick, I need to get to a super chat. There was a super chat, $5 super chat from, let's see, his name is Buff JD1. I guess JD is buff. All right. He said, the Schrold, I'm pretty sure that's Shroud. The Schrold of Turin has new proof. New proof, everybody. New proof. I don't know what it is, but hold on. You dismiss it as art. Jeremiah Johnston found there is no ink, image can't be explained, blood type, and pollen. All right. So as far as no ink goes, okay, I'm not really sure technically how they'd be able to find that, especially since it's pretty well known that the way that the shroud is aged or given that look is by using an oven. So it's possible that it's actually kind of cooked out, if you will. Then you have, and also it's very old. Image can't be explained. Yeah, it definitely can be. It's been replicated. Blood type, no. So the study that claimed that they were able to find the blood type was something from 2014 that actually got retracted because other scientists who actually know what they're doing pointed out that they did very, very unscientific ways of studying this, and they ended up having to retract it. The same people came out later in 2022 and with a study saying, "Oh, hey, we found using this new way that hasn't been proven at all to date actual date actual objects. We found that it's from the 1st century." So very clearly, it's like, and it's a very like conservative Italian Catholic person. That's all that it is. So it's kind of nonsense. So no, we haven't found any like blood type on there. And now, as far as pollen goes, that's really interesting because there's pollen from all over the world on there. Whenever you read a like conservative or hear that guy who talks out the side of his face here on TikTok talk about the Shroud of Turin, you'll actually hear that it has pollen from the Middle East. And while that is true, it also has pollen from like South America. There's even DNA on there from a marine worm that lives off the coast of Canada. So very clearly it's just from people like traveling from all over the world over to it. It has nothing to do with where it's actually from, especially time-wise. So thank you for pointing it out, but no, the Shroud of Turin is definitely not evidence for Jesus. All right. If there's anyone else who has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up. If you're on TikTok, the request button is here or down there. Again, just like with that super chat, if you send a super chat over there on YouTube, you can either join on TikTok, you can hop over here, or if you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read the message. I promise. I promise I will read it. I don't know about out loud, but no. I will try my best to read it out loud. All right. Let's see. Drowsy's coming up.
Hello.
Hey, Drowsy, what you got?
I just want to ask, do you have evidence for his non-existence?
Yes.
What is it?
That would be anachronisms. Have you ever heard that term?
No.
Okay, so an anachronism is something that is in a story, a concept that is out of place in time. So if I told you a story about, say, someone in the 1960s with an iPhone, you would know that story's bullshit, right? Oh, you're off the app. I can't hear you if you're off the app.
My fault. Could you spell that real quick?
Anachronisms. Yeah. Let me put it in the chat here. Anachronism. There we go. I think he's looking it up, and that's fine. That's fine. That's good. He's learning in real time. So ANACHRONISM, anachronism.
Okay, but yeah,
Okay,
I got you.
so like in my example, like if you heard a story about someone in the 1960s with an iPhone, you would know that story's bullshit, right?
Like off the bat, yeah, but at the same time, like time travel and this and that, right? So. Like it,
My brother in Christ,
bat,
what the
yes.
fuck are you talking about? Time travel?
you don't believe in time travel?
I believe in reality, and we don't have time travel. So, I mean, are you saying that like any anachronisms in a story, like especially when there's a whole bunch of them? Okay, you know what? The anachronisms are so incredibly hard to. Okay, Nazareth. Nazareth is not a place at the beginning of the first century. And it doesn't show up until like post 70 after the first Jewish-Roman War. So like, what do you think? Like time travel? Like someone went back and built a city?
No, I'm just look. You said that like if somebody in 1960 had an iPhone, it's like automatically like bullshit.
Right. And you would
But, like-
agree, but then you said something about like how time travel is possible, and maybe someone in the 1960s did have an iPhone,
You
even
don't
though they
believe in
wouldn't have
time
any
travel.
place to charge it. What?
You don't believe
an
in time
iPhone
travel.
wouldn't even work. Do you not understand how that?
I never said it would work. I'm saying like they could still have it though. That's what I'm trying to say. Like
Why?
why not?
Okay. Anyways, so anachronisms are how we can determine whether or not a story is true or false. That's how we know that the Book of Mormon is just filled with a whole bunch of toilet paper, because
True.
it's got a whole bunch of stories about Mesoamerica in 2000 BCE or 600 BCE with steel and wheels and elephants and horses and honeybees and silk. It's dog shit. So, yeah. Likewise, in the Gospels and in the Book of Acts and in the Pauline epistles, we have anachronisms, things that shouldn't fit with the time that this is supposed to be written about.
Like what?
Like, for instance, Nazareth, what I just mentioned earlier. Jesus talks about rabbis in Matthew 23 and discusses how they dress when the first rabbi doesn't show up for another 40 years. There's a temple to, thank you, a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius that is built in like the 130s when Jesus is supposedly visiting it in John chapter 5. Pharisees are all over Galilee and running into Jesus and stuff like that in Galilee, which is strange because Josephus, who's from Galilee and born in 37, says it would be good for Galilee to get Pharisees because they were a political group that tend to stick to cities like in Judea, not Galilee. That's like a rural place.
Okay.
It's like saying that the Texas Rangers are up in fucking, I don't know, North Dakota. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
So what's your take on all the historians and scholars that study all this for their lifetime. Like they go to school for this,
Yeah.
and they
Well,
all
unfortunately, a lot
agree.
of scholars and historians will rely on material that came out before them, which is perfectly fine. But more recent scholarship that's taking a look at the text and determining whether or not it's authentic is starting to see that yes, this is second century dating. That's why when we were kids, you and I,
Like which one? Because I know of
in David Litva, Robert Price, Nina Livesey, Marcus Bilby, David Trowbridge. You got Jason Badoon. There's quite a few. But yeah, that's why like when we were kids, like we were told like, oh, John is written like 80, 90, somewhere in there. But then over time, we've started to see more and more people start placing it in the second century because things keep getting later. That's just kind of how it works. As more information comes out, it's not as early as you would believe. And so
okay. Do you know West
yeah.
Huff?
Say what?
Do you know West Huff?
I know of West Huff, yeah.
All right. Nobody has been able to really debunk his scholarship.
He's not a scholar, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
He's a historian.
Okay.
Like,
and
he's the one of the most well-known historians out here. Like,
no, that's
yes,
not even remotely close to true. But
it
anyways,
is true.
Sweet. So what does
Like,
that have to do
and
with
then
anything?
if you just do simple research again, most modern scholars still say Jesus Christ existed.
I didn't say they didn't.
You just said he never existed right here.
I
Jesus
say
Christ.
he didn't exist, but I didn't say that most scholars say he didn't exist. I didn't say that.
You're disagreeing with them though. Like most modern scholars
Sure.
agree.
Yeah,
he existed.
because they don't have evidence that actually like stands up whenever you
You're just
actually
saying
apply
that,
textual
though.
criticism.
You're just saying that. Like these people
Okay,
actually
well, provide
study
the
and do-
evidence that they give. Give me the evidence that they talk about.
Do you understand there's a history department?
Yeah, and do you understand that a history department does not deal with Jesus? If you ask a history department about Jesus, they're going to show
No,
you
they-
over to the
but they
religious
do.
scholarship department.
You understand these people are actually like they dedicate their life to this, right?
I don't give a shit. What evidence do they have? Like, if you think that they're so great, I mean, first of all, let me know what evidence Wes Huff gives, and then secondly, let me know how his dick tastes, because apparently you really, really like that thing. So please give me the evidence that Wes Huff provides, and we'll talk about it. You're off the app. I can't hear you if you're talking. You got to come back eventually. And he didn't leave. I think he's just like looking at. He's googling something. Okay, Zarian 13. Wes Huff is not. He's not a PDF, and not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. But yeah, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul over on YouTube, you can either hop over on TikTok and request up, or if you have the chance,
Okay,
you can also do a super chat, and I will read it if you make a message over there on YouTube on the super chat. I will read it. Go ahead. What you got? What were we saying?
I got you. You know what? I'm gonna come back with all the evidence so that I can have an actual debate with you.
Did you Google it and you couldn't find any evidence that Wes Huff is given? Like,
No,
what is
no,
this?
I got you. Like, cause you're already prepared with your evidence. I gotta go get mine as well. You feel me?
Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'll be
So I
here
will be
for
back.
another like 3 hours.
Bet for sure. I got you.
All right. I'll bring you back up if you request.
Bet.
All right.
No,
thanks.
nice talking to you.
That was Drowsy, everybody. Drowsy. All right. Now for Levi Primavera. Levi, you there? Levi.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What you got?
Well, I was just gonna say, my experience with Christ, it's not like I have studied, but my thing is I've experienced stuff that I truly makes me have faith in Christ. You know what I'm saying? Only I could experience. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, that's called anecdotes or anecdotal information. And also, unless you were alive 2,000 years ago, that's not going to help us figure out whether or not Jesus and Paul existed back then. Does that make sense?
But yeah, but what I'm saying is like I have prayed for stuff and it's happened multiple times that only I would know about. And I don't see that being a coincidence multiple times.
What does that have to do with whether or not they existed back then? Like, even if,
Well,
if
he existed back then, obviously it still exists now. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
no, I don't see what you're saying. Because if Jesus is alive today, if you think he's alive today, I mean, great, cool. I don't care if he saved you. I don't care if he healed you. I don't care if he jerked you off yesterday. That's fine. I'm talking about whether or not he exists 2,000 years ago, like walking about in Judea. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, I see what
actually
you're saying.
around. Because, do you have a sibling? You have a sibling?
yes,
Okay.
I have 5 siblings.
Jesus Christ, dude. Anyways. Vagina is not a clown car. Okay, so the point is, whenever you introduce me, or if you ever introduce me to your siblings, I would acknowledge that your siblings are right there in front of me. I would acknowledge that they exist today. But then if you said, oh, so if they exist today, then obviously they existed 2,000 years ago, I'd be like, no, those are two different things. You're going to have to give me evidence for that part. So,
Wait, so do you believe George Washington existed?
yes,
Why?
because we have his teeth and his
We have his
descendants,
teeth.
and we have writings from him that we can see stylometrically come back from him. We have people talking about him who are alive at the same time, so contemporaries. We have letters to him. There's
Okay,
tons
that's
of
literally
evidence.
the
There's
Bible.
things that he painted, or things that he made, yes. But we also have things that that he posed for, like paintings. That's how we know exactly what he looked like.
Yeah, but that's literally scripture.
No. So for Jesus, there's not anything he writes. There's not anybody who writes about him from the time period that he lived. There's not anybody who writes anything to him. There's nothing that he posed for. We don't have anything he owned. We don't have his descendants. Yeah, there you go. So no, and we don't have his teeth. So no, there's a bunch of reasons that,
Yeah,
that we
that's
can
'cause he's
show
not
that
dead.
George Washington.
He didn't stay dead. That's because he didn't stay dead.
Cool, awesome. So there's a whole bunch of different reasons in there, like contemporaries and stuff like that, that wouldn't have anything to do with whether or not he died or when he died, that really show us like whether or not he existed, and we don't have that. So the reasons that we know that George Washington exists, we don't have shit for that for Jesus.
Okay, well, I can see I'm not going to change your mind, bro. But I
Well, it's not
appreciate
about
y'all.
changing minds. It's about providing evidence. Do you have any evidence that would meet any kind of criteria that I gave for like George Washington's existence, or any kind of standard that he meets that we have for Jesus?
Yeah, yes, scripture. That's
Okay.
literally all you need.
So cool. How did you determine that the scripture is historically reliable? Like, because I mentioned things about like writings to George Washington, writings from George Washington, and writings from people who were alive at the same time. So do you have any indication about the scripture, about the New Testament, that shows that it was written to Jesus, by Jesus, or at the same time that he lived?
Historical text.
Okay, like which one of those three do we have? Do we have anything that he wrote, that Jesus wrote?
Honestly, I'd have to study it a bit more.
You think?
I'm not gonna lie.
Do you think that there's a possibility that Jesus wrote some of the New Testament?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
No,
so you
whoa. Well, here's the thing. A lot of the New Testament, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the Gospels, those are written by those men.
okay? So
and, like-
did Jesus write it? Is what I'm saying.
No.
Okay. Well, again, we had George Washington's writings, so we're going to go ahead and toss that to the side. Did anybody write anything to Jesus that we know of, that we have today? Like a letter to him that we have today?
No, not that I know of.
And
no.
that's fine. That's also correct. We have those things from George Washington, like letters to George Washington and stuff like that, but we don't have that for Jesus. So those two things. Now we get to the other thing, then I feel like you'll probably have a slightly different answer. And this is, do we have anything written by people who were alive at the same time as Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. And what would those texts be?
Well, you're right. The Gospels were after. But these are
So
like
do you see
recorded.
how you asked me about George Washington? I then provided you evidence for George Washington, and then you one by one went through the list, and we don't have those things for Jesus?
Right,
You
but
compared
that's a
him to
part-
somebody who we know existed because we have a plethora of evidence for him, but for Jesus we don't have anything, and you thought we did.
Right, but that's part of it is faith That's Christianity, isn't it? Faith.
Well, faith
And-
is the
but-
again, faith, and I said this earlier, faith is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. The Mormons have faith that Joseph Smith found golden plates filled with reformed Egyptians, some unknown bullshit language that he translated into King James Version English in the 1820s. Like, yeah, okay, cool. You can have faith of these things, but that doesn't make them real. The only real way to know that you have faith or somebody else has faith and one of those is correct is evidence. That's it. But we just walked through the evidence for Jesus. What do we have for this guy?
All right, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Okay. I mean, did you have an answer to the question? And he left. Well, I guess it got a little bit too much for him.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
What's going on? Only Jesus saves. You didn't put another S for saves, man. Failure. Ridiculous. Only Jesus saves. What you got? You're muted at the moment. There you go. What you got?
How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. What you got for us?
You say Jesus and Paul never existed. Are you? I don't know. Can you Google? Just go on Google and just type if Jesus was real. I believe he'll tell you it was a real person.
Yes, I can gargle actually.
You can even ask AI this latest what's going on.
Yeah, it
And,
works.
AI
But I didn't find any
will-
evidence for Jesus in that. But anyways, do you have any evidence that
No,
Jesus
no,
or Paul
I'm not-
existed?
I'm just trying to because that's where we get most of our information these days, and they weren't created by Christians, and it's going to answer you that Jesus was a real individual, was a real person that existed. So you can do that right now, and you can put it on screen, let everybody see why you.
Man,
typed
I
that
don't even know
question.
what the hell you're talking
Because-
about. Could you just please just tell us the name of the documents or the authors or whatever, so that
I'm
we
not
can
talking
have a
about.
conversation?
I'm not talking about. I wasn't talking about documents. I was talking about you doing a Google search right now and let everybody see
I
it.
did. I did
ask
a
question,
gargle search,
and so-
and it didn't come up with
and so
anything.
it's gonna tell you Jesus.
Except a bunch of
it's gonna
bubbles.
tell you Jesus. It's gonna tell you Jesus was a real person.
Okay, cool. Right. As if these people think that I haven't I just I did research with me and my data science co-partner, and we made a book about this that came out like 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. We've never even Googled it. I think is that the level of evidence that these people or level of research these people think that I did? Like ridiculous. Like I've got a book on this topic and I just never Googled it. The fuck are you talking about? Anyways, I think I've talked to you before. I think. I don't know. What you got? Oh, I think you're muted at the moment. Here, you gotta click the little microphone button.
Oh, is this me?
No, it's I don't know how to say his name, but here I gotta send you an invite to unmute there.
Ah, sorry, mate. Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Can I put my photographs, or you're not allowed? Can I go live with my face? Or?
Well, I mean, it's not really gonna make much of a difference, but what you got?
Yeah, I just want to show people I'm the real Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I've been on your show and it was quite funny. We had a conversation. I don't want to remind you what I said. I think you lost that day, but I don't want to go back to it. So
Are you talking about the last time you and I talked?
Oh yeah, you lost heavily. You couldn't speak. You just stood there for.
I can't really
3
speak
minutes.
now. I don't
Speechless.
really understand what you're talking about. It doesn't sound like it's on topic.
Well, we're talking about Jesus' existence.
Yeah, I know, but you introduced yourself as Santa Claus. So I mean,
No.
I don't know how much of a conversation we can really
I'm the real
have.
Santa Claus. I am the real Santa. Okay, I'll just remind. I'll give you a reminder. I'll give you a little reminder.
Yeah, okay.
I'll give you a little reminder, mate.
Yeah, no, it's fine. What you got for us today?
Right. He said Druze. How did you know? Oh no, the Druze guy is back.
Yeah, yeah. I
right.
remember that you were something. You weren't Muslim. You weren't Sikh. You were something else. You're
Yeah,
Druze.
it's about the 78% of population turning to Christianity, but I don't want to go back into that.
Funny.
Let's just
He doesn't
leave
look
that
Druish.
Yeah, let's leave that out, mate. Let's leave that out. I think you're doing a great show. Look, there's a lot of people, in the world. We need to send a message to everybody. Just let's live happy together. Let's love each other and forget all these religion stuff.
Sounds good. Anyways, what you got for us today, man?
Okay, who's Paul?
Paul is the supposed author of like half of the New Testament.
Is he? Well, I mean, the contradictions in there, like I don't know which university he went to, but there you go. Anyway, I've got nothing to say. Absolutely nothing to say apart from hello. Yeah, is that good enough?
Did we get ice cream?
Okay, what was it? Okay, well, thank you thank you for coming up. We gotta move on. All right, Sherm Buckley, Sherm Buckley, and then it'll be Apple user 853339, who I think unmuted earlier. I think maybe I don't know, but Sherm Buckley, what you got?
How's it going?
Doing good. What you got for us, man?
So I guess my thing.
Actually, hold up. I apologize. Let me go ahead and hop over to really fast some super chats. Somebody sent $6.99 from Canada, which amounts to like 50 cents in real money. Anyways, said, isn't it interesting that the more educated a country becomes, the less religious they become? That is from Big Chef Dog over on YouTube. Yes, that is fairly interesting. The Scandinavian countries are not very religious at all, but yet they are generally more educated and more, quite a bit safer, actually. A lot less gun violence over there. And then we have Libero, Libero, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't speak Spanish. 656 sent over. I don't know what amount of money that is. I don't know how to read that, but it's 99 something. I don't know what that is. Said bros will do anything to get views. Leave Jesus Christ alone, unless that's JC. In which case, I'm not attacking one of the Backstreet Boys. So no, I don't know if he's a Backstreet Boy or NSYNC. There's someone named JC in there, I'm sure. What's going on? Sherm Buckley, what'd you have? Sorry about that.
So whenever it comes to this sort of thing, for me, I would worry, or I would wonder, like, well, we have the Pilate Stone. We have like Josephus talking about James the Just.
Okay.
And we have a bunch of material with the New Testament that presents Jesus and Paul as people who existed. And it just seems so much simpler to say that that's because they did.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if we're
It's
going
simpler to
that-
say that any fictional character exists. It's simpler to say that Harry Potter is based off of a real person. Isn't it?
I mean, methodologically, like historically, we're not extremely overcomplicating things.
Well, yeah,
Because
I
you
know,
could do
because
this-
like Christianity has 18 to 1900 years of historical revisionism and whitewashing and editing and interpolations to make it appear as if, yeah, Jesus was a real guy. So yeah, you might as well just bend over and take it and assume that he was a real person. From Josephus's,
Well, the New Testament
Josephus's-
wasn't written in the Middle Ages.
Right, but it's written in the 2nd century, over 100 years after the supposed death of the guy, and it's filled with magic and anachronism, so it doesn't really stand up to history.
That's true with a lot of history. All right.
No, it's not.
So,
but okay.
Yeah, oh, it actually is with
Sweet.
a lot of people.
Who?
With a lot of people, their writings come from later, and people don't know exactly what was going on for real.
Cool.
It
So the
doesn't
way
mean
that
the guy
the
does
way
not
that we
exist.
determined that someone exists back then is not just with writings. Writings are the only way that we get to a Jesus, considering the fact that Christianity is really the first people to mention him, and he mentions them in the 2nd century. Then we have interpolations like in Josephus, like what you're talking about there with James the Just and shit. It tells you who the Jesus is. It says Jesus, son of Damnius, there at the end of the paragraph. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
So, who do you think that is?
Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s? I would say that's Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest
Right.
in the early 60s. That wouldn't be the guy from the New Testament, because that guy dies in 30, supposedly. And it
Right.
wouldn't be possible to die after 36, because that's when Pilate got dismissed.
Right. Do you think Jesus, son of Damnius, the whoever high priest guy this is, do you think he didn't exist?
No, because he's a contemporary with Josephus, who was born in 37. So,
Okay, Jesus was a contemporary with Josephus. He was born in year 1.
no. Again,
Yeah,
like
he
I
was.
said, Jesus supposedly dies in roughly 30. If Josephus is born in 37, then they missed each other by 7 years.
Oh, okay. Splitting hairs. But
No, the word contemporary means
Yeah,
to be alive at the same time. There's not really a way for us to split hairs. He's not alive at the same time. I mean, do you think that Jesus
Sure.
was somehow crucified in 37, a year after Pilate was dismissed from office?
I think you're splitting hairs with the word contemporary.
No,
This is
the
from
word
first
contemporary means
century.
happening at the same
First
time. That's
century,
literally what
Josephus
contemporary
from
means.
the first century. Okay.
Yeah. So
It,
what do you
I
think the
know
word
it's very
contemporary
important to you
means?
that he's not. That's wonderful, dude.
Cool.
That's
Do you know what the
for
word
your channel.
contemporary means?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do
And
you
I know
think
that
it
you're
means
splitting
like
hairs too.
close, or
you
do
know
you
what
think
that
it means
means?
like at the same time?
Oh my God, you're just prevaricating. You
Yeah.
know that he
All right.
lives in the
So
first century.
the
So what are we talking about?
well, what we're talking about is the word
This is just-
contemporary, because it sounds like you have a very tenuous
Oh,
grasp on the English
okay,
language.
you know what? I'll
Contemporary means
concede.
belonging
You're
to
right.
or
You're a
occurring in the
genius,
present
dude. You're a
time
genius.
or
I
existing
totally
and living at
concede.
the same time as
Contemporary
something
is
or someone
technically
else.
different. You're right.
Okay.
Thanks.
So we're not
We got
splitting
it. We
hairs.
got it,
I'm not
dude.
splitting hairs on what contemporary means. I'm using the
You're
word
right.
in the
No,
way
you're
that
right.
the word
You got it.
means or
You
the
got
word
it.
works.
Correct. Okay.
So-
Josephus not contemporary.
Yeah,
You're,
cool.
you're so right.
Sweet. I am right,
Okay.
and I knew I was. Thank you for admitting.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So let's move on
Yep.
because I want to add on. I just don't see this whole. I'm not a skeptical person at all. And
I'm aware.
One reason would be in the ancient Greek story of how they got their alphabet. Their story is that they got it from Phoenicia. That is true. But how would they know that? How would they not have known that their alphabet went from Greece to Phoenicia? How did they know it came to them?
What does this have to do with Jesus?
It's about memory in the ancient world.
Okay, awesome.
How do you think they knew that?
My memory seems to be fading fast of the time where you were
But I asked
providing
you a
evidence.
question. How do you think they knew that?
That's irrelevant to the conversation. What's your social
No,
security
it's not.
number?
Oh, no, it's not.
What's your social security number? Yeah, you see how
it's
you don't have to answer
69,
something?
420, 911.
That's not enough numbers, dipshit.
Okay. Well, that's my social security.
Well, unfortunately, that wasn't enough
I
numbers,
guess
so
they
no,
screwed
it's
me.
not. Anyways,
It's like I was screwing your mommy last night. You got it. But enjoy your channel with your dumb thing.
okay. All right. Well, he was gone. Anyways, the trash sometimes just takes itself out. Fat fingers hit the other button. Some of you might have heard the bullshit kid in there. Anyways, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. We've got some other people who are wanting to come up. Anyways, thank you for waiting. So yeah, let me go ahead and get to them because I apologize. There are guests in front of you who are not as bright as you hopefully are.
Hi.
Hey, really quick, let's go with Autopista. Autopista.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, what you got?
Hey, bro. Just yeah. I just want to apologize for all the other supposed Christians out there. Definitely so. I've been listening for like probably 30 minutes, and it's pretty unbelievable the mouths on some supposed Christians actually. And yeah. So I just want to say that I also want to say that I am very skeptical, and I am also a believer in Christ.
You're
But-
very skeptical, and you're a believer in Christ.
Yes, I am, and I can actually see your position. I understand you, bro, because a lot of people out there, a lot of Christians, they don't care about scholarship. They don't care about evidence. They're all just about faith, which is nice and all, but
No,
you
I have
actually have
evidence,
legit
but-
questions.
Oh
So-
snap! Well, you better Autopista better have some good evidence. Otherwise, we've got Sheila, who's right around the corner, to take it away.
Yeah.
But anyways, Autopista, what do you have
All
for
right.
us today?
Gotcha. So yeah, I just want to say that. But so why do you? What's your main issue with Paul's letters? Why for you? Why are they not legit?
I mean, legit in what sense?
To the
Like
point where
legitimately
they're
from
just-
him? You mean?
Yeah, like
Because we see multiple authors in the text themselves. Even the authentic letters of Paul, when you zoom in, you actually see multiple authors there. The first time that Paul is ever mentioned is in 144 by Marcion. Prior to that, we don't have any mention of him or anything like that. And Marcion's versions of Paul's letters are much more stripped down, don't include like references to Jesus' brother James or anything like that. Yeah, we don't actually get like a backstory until later on. Paul itself is not even a first name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one. Like in Acts 13, when Shaul starts going by Paul, in Acts they give him a real fucking name because Paul's not a name. And by the way, he only mentions that he has another name, or he doesn't mention he has another name. The only time that we get another name for him, Shaul, is in Acts, which isn't written by him. Anyway, point is, in Acts 13, when Shaul starts going by Paul, it mentions a guy in the verse before that named Sergius Paulus. That's because Paulus is it's a diminutive. It means the small one or the young one. It's not a first name.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So there's plenty of reasons as to why the whole thing is just kind of. Yeah, and this was a pretty common trope at the time, is writing fake letters and that are meant to be read like a collection. Seneca in the 1st century, in the middle of it, he writes 127 moral epistles, and these letters are written to a fake person, and they're meant to be read as a collection. It's supposed to teach you how to be a good person in Seneca's view. The same thing goes for Paul. You read Paul's letters, and you're supposed to learn how to be a Christian, how to apply the gospel to yourself, or to run a good church, or how to run a Christian church. No one ever says that they only have one letter of Paul. They always have like multiple because it's meant to be read like a collection, and we don't have any letters back to him. It's pretty clear they're not even the size of letters. They're huge. Like it's just a trope. It's not real mail.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I see your point. I see your point there. Yeah, I never really heard about that one, to be honest. But
Yeah, believe it or not, Paul, as far as scholarship goes, scholarship is starting to fall apart for Paul. You have people like Nina Livesey, people like M. David Litva, who are taking a much closer look at the Pauline epistles and saying, hey, look, even if you believe that Paul was a real person who scholars today are starting to question, even if you believe that he's a real person, the earliest iterations of his letters show up in 144. And these are much more stripped down versions. Again, that's the versions of the letters that are published by Marcion in 144. So there's not a lot to actually get to Paul there in the 1st century is the problem. There's not much of a way to get there.
So essentially you're saying that Marcion came first.
Well, yeah, I would say that Marcion he's the first to publish a New Testament canon. It includes Evangelion or Evangelion, which means gospel in Greek. So it has his gospel, and then it has 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul. And so he's the first one to present or publish anything about Jesus and Paul. And then people like his IP, and they tend to run with it, and they'll add to the text later on in order to get what we have today.
See. So is it possible though that Marcion was inspired by Paul?
Is it possible that he was inspired by Paul? I mean, if you want to say that, sure, but nevertheless, stylometrically, we can see that there's different authors within those texts. And as Nina Livesey says, the Pauline letters are things that the Marcionites wrote themselves in 144, or published in 144. Like they wrote them. Like his school are the ones who were writing it. Because there's multiple authors within it.
There's multiple authors within which specific...
Sorry, you cut out there. It's multiple authors. What word did you ask?
Which specific books
all of
that
them
are claimed by Paul? All of them?
All of them, yeah. All of them have multiple authors, with the exception of like the pastorals, maybe. The pastorals seem to come from like one particular source, but those aren't even Paul. Those are later.
Yeah. Which ones do you have in mind there for the pastorals?
Well, the pastorals are just 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus. But I mean, 1st Timothy mentions Gnosticism and Antitheses, which is a book from Marcion, and 2nd Timothy mentions Polycarp and his scribe Crescens. So definitely 2nd century is definitely not Paul. Which I mean, most scholars don't even really put the pastorals there with them anyway. So
where do scholars put the pastorals?
They just say that they're later. I mean, they may date. Lots of times, scholars will date the Pauline epistles, like the authentic ones, if you will, from about like 48 to like 63, somewhere in there. But the issue there is the fact that like there's no evidence of that whatsoever, and there's no evidence in the Pauline epistles that these are written in the 1st century. There's no one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul. So the only real way that even the non-Christian scholars date these to the 1st century, say what? What was that, Sheila?
Mention Paul.
There are people outside of Christianity who mention Paul, Sheila? Hey, hold up. Don't turn off her mic, because everybody knows what might be coming here. Sheila.
Oh yeah, finish your point there.
Unless you're talking about like other religions like Judaism, they mention Paul in Judaism.
All right. Well,
hold on,
man. Go ahead. Autopisto. Yeah. All I was saying was that scholars are, hold on, baby birds. I promise you I will get to what Sheila just initiated. But Autopista, scholars, even non-Christian ones, they have to rely on church tradition in order to date Paul to that time period, because there's no information about him. No one ever mentions him outside of Christianity, so they have to rely on Christianity in order to actually do it. So, I mean, I'm not saying that like everything a Christian says is just like BS. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like the later traditions of the church is really the only way that you get any stories of Paul. You have to rely on Acts, which even Christian scholars acknowledge is problematic because it's very clearly pulling from things like Josephus's book works that last get published in '99. So it's not great. It's really bad. You're having to rely on one of the worst Christian texts historically in order to date someone who isn't mentioned by anybody else. So it's even the non-Christian scholars rely on Christian tradition like a lot.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying, but I would just push back a little bit. I would just have to say that absence of evidence is not evidence of
unless evidence is expected. Like we don't have any evidence of George Washington in the 2nd century, right?
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
but that doesn't mean
clearly.
that, according to your logic, that means that doesn't mean that he didn't live then. The only real way that we determine is by taking a look, where should we expect it? And we don't expect evidence for a 18th century person in the 2nd century. We expect it in the 18th century. And so when we look in the right spot, that's when we get it. I don't expect to see someone who's not mentioned by Christians until the 2nd century in the 1st century. And sure enough, we don't see him. But all of a sudden, we get a ton of writings in the 2nd century, and it's like, oh, well, that's because he's A, not a real person, and B, his texts show up then. We don't have any evidence in this 1st century because, duh. Like,
so
yeah.
your claim essentially is you're not saying that Paul's not real.
I am saying that Paul's not real.
Okay. So then, in a way, then, you know, you think there is some kind of conspiracy when it comes to
no, there's
the
not a
writings.
conspiracy behind Scientology. There's not a conspiracy behind Mormonism. It's just mythology. Someone writes a story, it's fictional, and presents it as being real, and people get duped and people believe it.
So
it's not a conspiracy, it's just fiction.
So you believe, though, that the writings that were made to 2 Corinthians, to Galatians, you just think those are flat out forgeries?
Forgery is a strong word. In fact, when talking with Dr. Nina Livesey, she didn't like the fact that my co-author and I used the word forgery. She just says pseudepigraphica. It's something that is written in the name of someone else, but not by them. Forgery is a tough word to use. It's a strong word.
Like the church struggles and the dynamics about circumcision and the Gentiles and the Jew tension.
Yeah, I mean, even the circumcision right there, that's proof of there not being a Paul. Because Paul supposedly writes about circumcision and tries to figure out whether or not you need it, but ends up on the side of not needing it, apparently in the 50s or early 60s. But they're still arguing back and forth about it. The early church fathers argue it from Justin Martyr to Origen. So middle of the 2nd all the way to the early 3rd. It's almost as if there wasn't somebody 100 years prior that ended that conversation. But we can see that the portion that talks about circumcision is something that gets added after Marcion comes out with his version in 144, which means they added it for the purpose of like having an authority on the topic. Like someone who's arguing against circumcision said, you know what, I'm going to add this in here and make it seem as if Paul is saying it so that there's authority behind my position. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it works. It's kind of like on the Book of Mormon. So there's a document from Joseph Smith that in the Doctrines and Covenants, I believe, that talks about how he and his cronies were talking about whether or not baptism of the dead is something that's supposed to be a good thing or not. But there's a verse in the Book of Mormon that says that you're supposed to baptize the dead. So that lets us know that must have been when he decided to write that verse. That was the day he wrote the verse, or around that time, because why would you be questioning something that it tells you to do in the text? Does that make sense?
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and likewise, we can tell they added that part about circumcision in the late 2nd century, or possibly even early 3rd. I would say late 2nd, because that's when they're having the conversation about it. That's when they're arguing back and forth.
So they're not. You don't think they're having that conversation in when it's claimed by most scholars in 50 to
No,
you
no,
know,
we know that people in the all the way to the early 3rd were having the conversation. We know that. It's just if Paul had also had that conversation and his letters were revered and it says circumcision isn't required, why are they still arguing about it 150 years later?
Well, I mean, I got an answer to that. I mean, because human beings don't listen all the time. I mean, that's simple,
To the
really.
authority?
Correct. I mean, that's
Okay.
what the entire, you
So
know,
these
that's,
people are saying, hey, we have Paul's letters and
give me a
we
second.
believe that they are pretty much God breathed, like what he's saying. And
Give
he
me a
tells
second.
us circumcision is
Hold
not
on.
required. So let's argue back and forth for like
Give
80
me,
years on
give
it.
give me a second. Hold on.
Okay, not a problem.
Hu- human beings.
Yeah, oh, go
Uh-huh.
ahead. Oh, I thought you meant
Yeah.
like to look something up. Go ahead.
No, not to look something up. No, just to make my point here. Yeah, no, human beings. I mean, and that's just kind of the whole. I mean, I read the Pauline epistles, so I've
Mhm.
seen, you know, the issues that arose in the Corinthian church, in the Galatian church, and the issue is just simply right that there was competing teachers in that time, right? That would
Which
compete with the
still
authority
doesn't make any
of
sense in
Paul.
like 50. So, I mean, it's all over the place, man. Obviously, that wouldn't be the case in
But
50. But keep going.
Well, I just disagree. I don't think there's
We
anything.
don't have
I don't
any
think I
evidence
don't,
of those. But keep going.
there's okay. Anyways, so humans just disagree with authority figures all the time. So just because, right, like they're still debating about it later on, right? Like
Mhm.
that's not evidence that Paul didn't make the statements he made.
Almost seems strange that none of them said, "Well, Paul said this."
And yeah, so where would that be?
None of the church fathers say that. They don't go, "Oh, hey, Paul said this, guys." Like, we don't have that. They're just arguing back and forth. No one brings it up because it wasn't there at the time. Like,
What specific writings are
it
those?
almost
I
seems like
wanna-
Justin Martyr, if when he's questioning whether or not circumcision is a thing, would maybe say, "Hey, well, Paul says that we don't need it, but I disagree." You know, that kind of thing. It's almost as if no one fucking brings it up because it wasn't there. You're telling me they had a text from Paul that they preserved for 100 years and they revered it so much that they preserved some writing that they went out and collected over in Rome, and they'll never say anything about how they read something about circumcision in there, and they'll argue a topic, but when Paul talked about that topic, they won't even mention that he did.
Okay, and you're saying the specific figures that say this is Justin Martyr and pretty
Justin
much
Martyr all the way
all
to
the early
Origin.
church.
Yeah. They talk about a circumcision and whether or not it's something that's really necessary.
Okay, are they just talking about it, but are they legitimately still
No,
battling?
they're
or
arguing back
debating?
and forth whether or not it's something that's even they're debating it, like whether or not it's something that's needed. As Randy Fitz in the chat said on TikTok here, they absolutely would have included what Paul wrote. They would have at least mentioned Paul said this, like Paul said this, but we disagree with him for these reasons or something. But they don't even mention him because he didn't write it yet, if you will.
I mean, I'll give you that one. All right, I don't have an answer to that, but that's a good point. I'll give you that for sure. But another one that when I was trying to explain, you did mention something that seems to me like you're saying like what is in the writings is like out of the ballpark, like crazy, right? Like specifically in regard to like the competing teachers, right? Like during that time.
Yeah, the most competing teachers would show up in like the 2nd century because that's when like Gnosticism and everything is a thing. They start talking about different versions of the gospel. Prior to that, we don't have any evidence that there was a gospel.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm not even saying that, but just specifically the idea that like you're saying that Greeks weren't fascinated with listening to teachers during the
I don't know what the
first.
fuck you're talking about because he's saying that there's like other people who are like preaching a false gospel, and like that's There isn't a gospel. Like,
No,
there's
I'm
not
not.
even a gospel yet. Mark doesn't even get written until after Paul supposedly writes. So I mean, you'd have to be talking about like, you'd
let
have
me
to be
rephrase it.
using the word gospel like to mean just a story of Jesus. Thank you. And
No, I'm not even. I'm not even talking from
that's-
like a gospel perspective.
there's not even that many different people who would have it really, especially in these churches that were founded by people supposedly who knew Jesus. Like it wouldn't really make a lot of sense.
All right.
But anyways,
I'm not talking about like people competing for that position in the gospel. I'm just saying in general, you don't believe like Greeks during that time, people who lived there in that time. You don't think they were just fascinated by orators, people who would just
I mean,
teach.
yeah, they were. Yeah. Why?
Okay. Well, I mean, wouldn't it make sense, right? I mean, everything else aside, but just the content itself. I mean, it's not that outlandish to think that, some richer, greater orators would think they're greater than Paul and say that he's a false apostle, right? Like the narrative itself is not that crazy. You get what I'm saying? Like just taking the story for what it is, like it's not impossible that this could have happened in that time. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
like
all right. Well,
right.
If there's someone even more richer or more powerful than Paul, it's weird that they don't get mentioned and Paul doesn't either. So it's really strange. It's almost as if this stuff never happened because Paul's so famous. He goes around and has all these different shipwrecks, bumps shoulders with a whole bunch of different Roman officials. He knows people in Caesar's palace and not the casino. I mean, it never gets mentioned once outside of Christianity, but there's someone who's richer and more popular, possibly even more famous than him, and they don't get mentioned either. I don't know, man. It almost seems as if this isn't a real thing.
Yeah, well,
I mean, in order to have this story be real, you have to have somebody who's even more popular or on par with Paul, and we don't have either of them mentioned. Like, you're making more people that should be mentioned. Paul isn't mentioned himself, and you're creating like copies of him. Like nah, man. That's like saying, oh no, the reason we don't have any like good pictures of Bigfoot is because another Bigfoot comes and destroys the cameras whenever. Like, it's like, what are you talking about? You're just adding more Bigfoots. Big feet, big feet.
My main contention is just that you said that there's like anachronisms. There's things that were going on in that time that don't even make sense. Right. So obviously we've moved from that topic before, but you're saying that like the story itself, you're like, doesn't even make sense for the time. But I know the story.
And when Paul mentions King Aretas giving him trouble in Damascus, seems a little strange because the only King Aretas that had control over Damascus was King Aretas III, who dies halfway through the 1st century BCE. That's kind of weird, right? That's strange.
150. Okay. I mean,
that's weird, right?
I'll give you that. All right. I don't know. I'm hearing about it for the first time, but nonetheless, though, the actual content of the story, right? It's not crazy.
It is. You just don't consider it crazy because you grew up with it. So.
Well, why would that be crazy though? What about the story is very nuts?
Again, anachronisms show that the story is crazy. That's how that works.
Like what's your strongest anachronism?
It's not crazy.
I mean, I just pointed out how Paul mentions a King Aretas giving him trouble in Damascus, and King Aretas IV is usually pointed to in the 1st century CE, but unfortunately he never had control over Damascus and couldn't have had control over Damascus, but King Aretas III did, and that's a guy who dies about halfway through the 1st century BCE. So Paul was writing before Jesus was born?
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, never heard of that one, but
yeah, I know. That's why you don't consider it crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm well aware that you haven't heard of these things. It's no offense, but that's just how it works. You don't know the parts that are problematic because you were presented this as it was presented to you as something that was legitimate. It was presented to you as something that was historical and made sense. Even the more supernatural things made sense. It's not presented to you as mythology, even though it is. It's just they don't call it mythology. They even have a certain term, like the religious people have a certain term for the magic. They call it miracles because magic implies that it's not real. You see, that's all that it is. It's just in the way that it's presented to you, you wouldn't be familiar with how crazy it is or how wild or how silly it is or ahistorical it is because it's presented to you as historical and normal and real and true.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
To the
I
point to where they
definitely-
change terms in order to make it sound better. If you were presented with something that says, "Oh, this is magic," like you might latch on to how crazy it is quicker, but instead they have a term like miracles. Oh, Jesus does miracles. Harry Potter does magic. Like,
Yeah, I get what
Those
you're
are
saying.
two different things.
yeah,
I know what you're
yeah,
saying,
there's
but-
different things. Yeah.
And then okay. Well, I mean, I go what you're saying, bro. But I guess my last thing.
Mhm.
Um.
Yeah,
the
because I
story
do want to
itself
get to
is
Sheila
just-
really quick. So make one
Yeah,
more
I
point
know.
here.
I apologize, but the story is just very consistent. Honestly, like internally coherent.
What are you
Like
talking
everything.
about? Like with the story of who?
Okay,
Paul
yeah, I
or
get
Jesus?
what you're saying. I get what you're saying about like okay.
For Paul
'cause
or
editing-
Jesus?
All of it.
Oh,
Honestly,
no.
all of
Mentions
it
mentions
flows.
King Aretas in the 1st century BCE apparently, but then he mentions Erastus, who is is affiliated with a pagan theater in the 2nd century. How the hell
Look,
did that
look.
happen?
Look,
And
bro, I
somehow
get
he lived
you.
like 150 years, and then he started writing.
Look.
And then Jesus is born 10 years before he's born. Matthew has him born during the reign of King Herod, who dies in 4 BCE. But then Luke has him born during the census of Quirinius that happens in 6 CE, so 10 years later. How did that happen?
Okay.
It's not consistent
Alright.
at all.
Okay, from that angle, all right.
Historical?
Okay, hold up. Yeah, from the historical.
From the historical angle, this
dating-
makes no sense. But have you considered magic?
Okay, all right. From the historical angle and the dating and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't looked that deep. I know.
Well,
a
then you
bit,
can't say it's
okay?
consistent historically, man.
All right,
That's
I
what
know,
I'm
but
saying.
I'm
Like,
not saying-
I'm nothing. No offense, man, but like what you're saying is based off of what you have been spoon fed by an apologetics kind of a way of talking or thinking. I get it, but that doesn't excuse the historical problems which you haven't looked into. You can't say, oh, because someone who told me the theology is good told me this story is true, therefore it's true historically. No, you haven't looked into that part. That's a completely different part. I don't even care if the magic is real. I don't give a shit. Like, we're trying to figure out if this guy actually walked on the planet. I mean, you can tell me miracles are real. You can tell me magic is real all you want. I don't really care. It's whether or not the guy was walking around on the planet and we have evidence for it that I care about.
Yeah, and I get that's your angle for sure, obviously, and that's the one you obviously focus on a lot because I get your understanding. Like, dude, if this don't make sense historically, dating, like everything else doesn't matter, right? Like, I get you. But
yeah,
you know,
but anyway.
setting that aside, okay, I know you obviously don't want to do that, but
Well,
just for the sake of argument,
For the sake of argument, I'm not going to talk about magic.
okay, I'm not talking about magic. I'm not even talking about the miracles. All right,
Okay.
we can just put that aside. Okay, the story itself.
Uh-huh.
Okay, like the logic inside of it. Okay, editing obviously is a thing that happens
Uh-huh.
with these kinds of manuscripts.
Yeah.
Later editions happen, changes happen. People update place names. They make mistakes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm giving you all that. I haven't sorted through your book.
Yeah,
haven't looked
okay,
at it.
just land the plane. What you got? What you got? Because, like I said, I
The
do want
book
to move
itself-
to Sheila. She's been waiting very patient. So
Yes,
what is?
I
what's your point, real
apologize.
quick? Just make your point.
The moral logic.
The
is
moral
consistent.
logic.
Yes.
Okay, so love everyone, and also Jesus says love everyone, love your neighbor, and everything like that. But then also
Correct.
Jesus says, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. I came to divide father from son, mother from daughter. I came to set the world on fire, and I wish it was already burning." He gives into a racist trope about Samaritans and calls a Canaanite woman a dog, explicitly stating that she's not from the same ethnic group as him, so she's a dog. And also, he tells his disciples to buy swords. Maybe I mentioned that already, but I mean,
I think
doesn't
that's an
sound like
issue
it's
of
too terribly consistent morally either.
Yeah, but I just think that's an interpretation issue, though. That's not really, that's your
The interpretation
interpretation.
of calling a person a dog because of the wrong ethnic group.
Look,
That's what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, if you let me speak, okay, respectfully, okay.
Respectfully,
what you
I
have
want you
been-
to show me what interpretation of you're not the right ethnic group, so you're a dog is acceptable. What,
I'll tell
what
you.
interpretation
I'll
of
tell
that
you.
is?
I'll tell you this.
Okay. Yeah.
It's an ancient culture. They don't.
So it's
speak
fine?
or think like you.
Sweet. That's
It
why
may
Jesus
have-
doesn't ever say, "Hey, you shouldn't do this," because we know, or I'm telling you more. I'm spreading morality, and I'm trying to tell you that from a moral standpoint, this is bad. He just does whatever is like. If they're racist at that time, Jesus shows up and he's racist. That's why all these different atheists out there that are like, "Why didn't Jesus come down whenever we had cameras?" That's because he wanted to be as racist as fuck. So he came down at a time where he could be racist.
Is that why? Is that why he died for Gentiles? Then I mean, I just don't.
Does he
see
say
the-
that? Does he say that? Because he explicitly tells the
Yes,
Canaanite
that's-
woman. No, he doesn't. And also, he explicitly tells the Canaanite woman that he is there for the house of Israel, the lost children of Israel, and says it is not good to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. So
Correct.
nah, man, you're gonna have to do better than that. You're gonna have to again bring up history because I don't really care what he said if he didn't exist. So please provide evidence for that whenever you come back up. I'll talk to you later. Sheila, what you got?
I believe that everything you just said was wrong because
You
if
haven't
we
read it?
actually go, no, because if we actually go back during them times, race wasn't even a social concept.
I
It
didn't
was
say
not-
race, did I?
Okay, so what did you say?
I said ethnic group, and also it was a construct.
No, it was not.
Yeah, it was. But I said
even
ethnic
though
group anyways. And like Jesus explicitly says that he came for the lost sheep of Israel. Explicitly. That's why he ignored her when she was calling out and only really responded to her and still called her a dog whenever she was begging. It literally says on her knees. So no, the concept of ethnic groups was absolutely a thing. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been wars back then. So I don't know what
So
the
what
fuck you're talking
verse are
about.
you actually getting this from? Like, where's
I'm
this
getting
in-
it from the Bible. Have you read that?
Yeah, but there's different types of it depends like on
Different
what
types of
you're
what?
talking
Jesus's?
about. No, like different types of verses.
Different types
So
of
that's what
verses?
yeah, so I'm just trying to find out which
Mhm.
one you're talking about.
Oh, okay. It's explicitly the story about the Canaanite woman. Have you never heard that?
I mean, yeah, I have.
Okay, you have? All right. Well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick look at it. So in Matthew 15, let's see here. It talks about this. It says, Jesus left that place, went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman from that region, Canaanite, came out. It literally says the ethnic group, came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, Son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. He ignored her. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us." He answered, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." So in other words, he doesn't give a shit about her because she's the wrong ethnic group. But she came and knelt before him on her knees, said, "Lord, help me." He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." She said, "Yes, Lord, but yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table." In other words, she acknowledges that, yes, she is lower than him. She is a dog. Then Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment. So he healed her once she acknowledged that she was actually less than him and a dog, because she was, and again, I will reiterate, a Canaanite, and therefore not the right ethnic group that Jesus cared about. And he explicitly states this. So the fact that you don't know that shows that you haven't really read your book. So back to Paul really fast, because we're not going to dwell on this, which is very obvious. I just read the fucking Bible to you. So Sheila, do you believe that there is historical evidence for Paul?
Yes, he was, as I said, he was mentioned in Judaism. He was mentioned in many religions.
Well, everybody, you know what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Sheila, please provide the name of someone who mentions Paul outside of Christianity. Go ahead.
It was in Judaism.
So what text mentions
I-
Paul?
They didn't have a Bible yet.
Sweet. So who mentioned Paul?
What was this? Wait, hold on. Let me. Like, cause I'm not a Jew. I mean, I'm not a Jew, so like I wouldn't really know like when.
I'm
they
aware you
mentioned
don't know
him,
because
the
you're
religion.
making a claim that is demonstrably false.
It's not. Okay, wait, hold on. Just give me.
Go ahead. Did she say Morgan Freeman? What? I'm Morgan Freeman. Paul is a real person. I talked to him the other day. I said, you either get busy living or you get busy getting decapitated.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so
So
what text mentions Paul outside of Christianity? Go ahead, Sheila.
if we go to
I can't hear you when you're off the
we
app.
go to Acts 3.
Do you think that Acts
13.
3, do you
Acts
think that Acts 3 is not part of Christianity, something that is notoriously part of the Bible?
But
Part of the New
Christianity
Testament?
It still talks about like Judaism
No.
and because Jesus practiced Judaism, but he only like practiced it to show people that Christianity was the way. So it's like
I don't think you understand what I asked for. I asked for evidence outside of Christianity that Paul existed, and you pointed to a Christian book in the Christian New Testament that claimed that people were talking about Paul. Okay.
yeah, a lot of people.
So I guess the evidence for Ron Weasley is the fact that he's mentioned in Harry Potter books? Is that how that works?
But Harry Potter and the Bible are like two different things.
Congratulations
So,
on understanding that two different books are different books. So
But
big props on that one.
Christianity is-
However, Acts is still Christian, and I'd like for you to find a non-Christian source at this moment. I'll open it up to Christianity in just a second. But I'd like for you to find a non-Christian source for Paul.
Why would I do it when he was Christian? That doesn't make sense.
Sheila, I don't know if your elevator stops on all the floors. I don't know if it's legally okay for me to continue talking to you.
What do you mean? I told you that he why would he be in any other Bible? That doesn't make sense. He would only be in the Christian
Yeah, it's
Bible.
almost as if Christians made him up.
Why would they make Paul up?
Why did the Greeks make Hercules up?
Because he's not a real person. Like, that's the thing. Like you, okay.
All
if
right,
we
we're done
really
here.
go back.
I'm losing brain cells. All right, Angela Carbajal, I think Carbajal.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, you got it. Instagram. It's been a minute. I haven't been here in a while.
It has. I haven't seen
Your hair
you
got longer.
since the past.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Anyway.
Looking good though.
Oh, thank you. What you got for us today?
So okay, so I watch your lives sometimes. I like listening, but I just wanted to get on here because there was something that came up. Okay, so in the Christians in old times, like back in the early let's see 15, 16 eras. So
Okay.
like Christopher Columbus.
Oh,
You know
okay.
how,
Like the 15th
yeah, like
century?
that.
Yeah, okay.
I think 15th, yeah. So like
Yeah, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Yeah.
yeah, yep, that's right, 1492.
The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. Anyways.
So I was wondering, what do you think was what converted those Christians into in the belief of
The sword? I mean,
death?
yeah.
Maybe I
Yeah.
should say that. Death.
Yep.
Yeah. So I also wondered, and it's kind of it kind of reminds me of how
Yeah, keep going.
it
keep
kind of
going.
reminds me how we got these the Jewish faith of Messianic Jews, and we got the Jews that are like the actual Jews, like
Well, Messianic Jews are really, really. Okay, Messianic Jews are usually Christians LARPing as Jewish people. Every once in a while, you might find somebody who is like actually like ethnically Jewish who says, "Hey, I'm also a Christian."
Yeah.
It's just Christianity. That's all that it is. But usually, someone who says, "Well, I'm a Messianic Jew," is just basically one of those assholes who just like is just
I find it
using their culture
odd.
and appropriating it. Anyways,
True, it's true, but I just find it odd that back in the very earliest times of Christianity, when actually things were like I'm trying to not say, because I know TikTok is sensitive to certain words.
right.
I guess we're going to use unalivement. In those days, people were unalived for just because they didn't believe in Catholicism or Christianity.
Okay. Catholicism, yeah.
Yes, I think it leads to a type of falsism when we combine both of those types of ideals, where Christianity is supposed to be some kind of forced, has something to do with Jesus, okay?
Right.
But it's forced. It's like they're combined, but they're two different things. Okay? So why be converted into something that doesn't have to do with Jesus, okay? I mean, these different times, different places, but they were basically about the same thing, which was unalivement. When it, maybe I'm not saying this right. I had it in my mind.
You might,
just the other-
it might be better to write it out. Can you send it in a DM?
Probably I should have wrote it out.
Yeah, if you send it in a DM, I should be able to respond. I think.
That's actually a pretty good idea, because I had it in my mind. I was going to tell you, and I'm not always good at just saying it the way I want, full blown. But it is something I have been thinking of, or I've been looking at. That Jesus was in time. He came out in a time frame where these Jews were, totally against this. The idea of Jesus actually even being what they said was a savior or a Messiah.
Right.
And the ones that were following, Jesus, became like an army. Okay, so we got this army of believers of Jesus, and we got another side who are like, this is crazy. This is blaspheming.
Right.
This is hypocrite.
Oh yeah, and they definitely fought back and forth and everything like that. According to church history, the Jews and Christians didn't get along for quite some time, and they were considered both the same group. Blah 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 blah. But eventually they split. Yeah, according to Christian history at least. I will say I do want to get to some other guests, but please send a DM on this. That way I can read it out and everything like that, and I can respond directly to like some of your questions.
I promise you, I had a point.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Just write it down. That way I can read it out and I can get it, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Just
All
send a DM. I'll respond to it. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Yeah.
That was Angela Carbajal, everybody. Carbajal. I believe that's a soft J. I might have to check that. I believe it's called yogging. Apparently, you just run for extended periods of time. It's supposed to be wild. Really fast, before I get to this next guest here, Jake Does Atheism, I wanted to remind you, if you are watching on YouTube and you think, oh my God, I think I can, or sorry, oh my Satan, I didn't want to take God's name in vain, obviously. Anyways, so if you're like, hey, I want to go put that guy dressed like a cowboy in his place, you can either click the link that is provided there in the chat to hop over to TikTok. I take guests up through TikTok, and YouTube won't allow for me to do it, so I use TikTok. If you are on TikTok, request up. The request button should be somewhere about there or down there, and we can have a conversation about it. If you're on YouTube and you're like, I can't stand TikTok, or I don't have a TikTok, and I don't want to request up or something like that over there, that's fine. If you send a super chat, I will read it out. Unfortunately, there is a particular super chat that I have to read right now. It is $9.99 from Ajim12, and I think everybody knows where this is going. So there it is. I did read it. I did technically read it. There. All right. Fine. Your best friend, Queen Latifah. Hey, there we go. Fucking gross.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I hope you enjoyed that one. I hope you did. We also have one more super chat over there for $4.99 from Coldy. Ooh, that's cool. Goldilocks Productions. That is actually dope. I don't know what you're about to say. I may disagree with it, but your name is pretty cool. Goldilocks Productions 324 sent a super chat for $4.99. Says Rome had actual accounts in their documents about Jesus and Paul. You saying the Romans lied too? Even the Jews admit Jesus was a real person. So in reality, there, Goldilocks, again, cool name. So I'm not gonna make fun of you for that. That's definitely pretty dope. No, their documents, what you're referring to at best would maybe be Josephus or Tacitus, maybe something from Suetonius, and we can talk about that. That's perfectly fine. But Tacitus and Josephus are both interpolated into, and we can tell that the texts don't line up with the person who does a lot of the writing. So in other words, we can tell that the line that talks about Christ being crucified at the hands of or unalived at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate, there from Tacitus, we can tell that line is actually added later. We just don't know who did it. It's sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century and the early 5th century, because Tacitus, Tertullian, the first Christian to write in Latin, he alludes to Tacitus's writing there, and he talks about what Tacitus says about how they were blamed for the fire in Rome, but does not mention anything about the Christ line. That shows up in the early 5th century. So there's some other things. If you stick around, you'll hear me talk about it quite a bit. We can tell that Tacitus was even talking about a group called the Chrestians with an E instead of Christians with an I. And that is a word that we actually see in a Latin inscription in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. So before Jesus was supposedly even born, potentially. So yeah, there's actually quite a bit. So it's not that the Romans lied, it's that the Romans' documents were edited later to make it look like they were talking about Jesus. In Josephus, we actually know who put the Testimonium Flavianum in there. That's Eusebius, writing in the early 4th century. I know that's a lot of information, and normally we would have a back and forth conversation, but you put the comment and I wanted to make sure that I addressed it. So if you're on YouTube and you have some point or a question or something like that, or if you're like Dr. Ajim and you want to make me say something ridiculous and just say hi, you can do that. The super chats I will read out. Otherwise, just request up on TikTok. So Jake Does Atheism. What you got there, buddy?
Hey, I'm a friendly. I've read your book. It's I really like it, and it's a really convincing argument.
Thank you.
I think I heard you say it. You said like Dan McClellan hates you.
He fucking hates me. Oh, he hates me. Oh, he hates me.
I
He
guess it
blocked
makes
me.
sense
Yeah.
knowing now that he's a Christian. Like
He's a
I had
Mormon.
no idea he was.
He's not just a Christian; he's a Mormon.
Yeah.
And technically speaking, due to the Department of Defense from the U.S., Mormons are not technically Christians, according to the Department of Defense here in Texas, in the U.S.
I did not know that. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
They just removed a whole bunch of different groups of or different religious affiliations there for the military, and they listed out all the different Christian ones, including Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, all the Protestant denominations, or a lot of them, and then the Mormons are separate from the Christian denominations or groups. Jehovah's Witness made the cut, but the Mormons did not. And they are mad. They are pissed.
Yeah, it's really odd, but all right.
I think it's because they have
but-
their own book. Like the Jehovah's Witness have their own version of the Bible, but the Mormons have their own book. So, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyways, what you got?
Yeah, that was it really, because I remembered you talking about that. I was like, I guess that now makes sense that he hates you because he's gonna defend tooth and nail for Jesus pretty hard.
So a lot of people, so he is a scholar, and I think a lot of people, like, he's a very knowledgeable person. Like I'm not
Oh, for
trying
sure.
to like just slander him or anything like that, or besmirch his good Mormon name. But that being said, like, you have to realize he's an apologist first, and I mean that's what he is. Like, a lot of non-Christian or non-religious people will like him because he tends to take down like a whole bunch of like Christian videos, if you will. Like, there was the example I always give. A couple years back, there was a video that claimed on TikTok that was going around that claimed that they found Noah's Ark, and inside it was alien technology and alien writing and stuff, like a bunch of dumb shit. And he made a response to that video. And non-Christian people would look at that and be like, oh, that's awesome. Like, he's taking down all these Christians and stuff like that. Ah, he's taking down all these Christian arguments. No, he's cleaning it. That's what he's doing. He's cleaning up Christian arguments and making sure that you only hear the ones that he feels like are good arguments. He's wanting to get rid of the bad arguments that potentially make Christianity look foolish. Because you got to remember, there's still that like apologetic side to it. So yeah, that's just kind of how it works. But yeah, he definitely hates me. He's definitely not a fan of Christ before Jesus, but yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, like I said, I find it pretty convincing overall, and I
well,
do
thank you.
own the ebook. So
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, the ebook, which is only $3, by the way, to anybody who's looking at the ebook he's talking about is Christ Before Jesus. The link is in my bio here on TikTok and also on the profile there on YouTube.
$3, that's a steal, Jaron.
Oh yeah, that's less than Trump's gas. Wait.
All right. Yeah, I guess I was just a little palate cleanser there for you, but
well,
I hope you have a
thank
good day, man.
The palate has been cleansed. That was Jake Does Atheism, everybody. Jake Does Atheism. Let's see. I wanted to get... there's Keith is waiting in the request there. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. And then also there was another super chat. Wanted to get to it really fast. For $4.99 from Tenor Saxy, 3567 said, ever read any Nietzsche? I'm so jealous of your biblical and historical knowledge. What's your book? Would love to check it out. The book is Christ Before Jesus. The link, like I said, is on the TikTok bio or on YouTube profile. It is on Amazon. It's $3 for the ebook. There is a print version and an audiobook version on Audible as well, read by me and my co-author. But yeah, that's what it is. Have I read any? So yes. I guess, you know, it's stereotypically, like, when people read that, they're like, oh, hey, that's the guy who thinks that everything's meaningless and life sucks and everything like that, you know, nihilism, right? But, like, I tend to have, like, more of, like, I guess it's nihilist, but it's, like, positive nihilism, I guess, kind of outlook, if you will. Generally speaking, I'm a pretty cheerful guy, and that's not just a facade here for the lovely interwebs. I'm actually pretty... this like all the time, but yeah, so I think that ultimately even though there's a lot of things that we have to question about like what we've been told and stuff, and we may find out some harsh truths about that, like that maybe we've been told something that's not really true. I guess there's still some positivity that you can glean, a lot of positivity that you can glean from the world around you. And even when it's all falling apart, just know that, hey, it's always darkest just before the dawn. So don't worry, guys. It is okay. It is okay. A animal lashes out whenever it is dying. That's how that works. So hold on. But yeah, anyways. But yes, I have read some. I haven't read a lot. I'm not super into philosophy. I'm really not. But as far as biblical and historical knowledge, thank you very much for the compliment. And check out the book if you can. All right, Keith, what you got?
A couple of questions. When did Herod die?
Herod the Great?
Yeah.
Herod the Great, generally his death is dated to about 4 BCE. There's at least one historian that says it's 1 BCE, but it's either 4 or 1 BCE. Yeah.
Okay. In relations to his death in the gospel, what is the issue?
What do you mean? The issue that I generally point out, you mean?
Yeah.
Because if it says in Matthew 2, I'll go ahead and pull this up here. It says in Matthew chapter 2, God damn it, I already had it pulled up. All right, so it says in Matthew chapter 2 that Jesus was born in the days of King Herod. So we're going to pull this up. That's Luke 2. Here's Matthew 2. Okay, so Matthew 2, in the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born. So Jesus is born and King Herod is still a king. In fact, he has a speaking line right here where he sends the Magi to Bethlehem. And then he ends up getting mad and he unalives a whole bunch of kids over in Bethlehem. All right. So the point is, he's still alive in this story. Unfortunately, in Luke chapter 2, it says that Jesus is born during a census that happens while Quirinius was governor of Syria. And Quirinius becomes the governor of Syria starting in 6 CE and does his census starting in 6 CE. So that would be about 10 years after Matthew says that Jesus or Herod dies. So it'd be a minimum about 10 years after Jesus is born in Matthew. That's the problem.
Wait, can you go back to Luke's by any chance? Luke chapter 2?
Yep, right here.
When those decrees went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world
should be taxed. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. In fact, Quirinius, the governor of Syria, he replaces... kind of, sort of. He's governor of Syria, right? And obviously Bethlehem is part of Judea, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So Syria doesn't have anything to do with Judea, but it is added to Syria for the purpose of said census. That's what happens. That's what happened at that time. We know about this. Josephus talks about it quite a bit. That being said, if Herod was still alive, if Herod was the king over Judea, then Quirinius wouldn't have had anything to do with it because there was a ruler over Judea, so they wouldn't be added to Syria for that purpose. So the fact that Quirinius is mentioned means that it's explicitly something that happens after Herod dies. In Matthew chapter 2, at the end, you'll see that Herod dies and his son replaces him. But when he, that's Joseph, heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And that's true. Herod the Great died in roughly about 4 BCE, and his son, Herod Archelaus, reigned as ethnarch until 6 CE when he was banished from the area. So he's banished, and that's when Rome started treating Judea as if it was sort of kind of part of the empire, or it was starting to get accepted into the empire, if you will, like a colony, kind of like Puerto Rico or something like that. For America. It's not a state, but it's kind of close. It's a territory. So the point is, they added them to Syria for the purpose of a census there, and the Jews actually got kind of upset about that. So yeah, Quirinius wouldn't be there until Archelaus is banished, and Archelaus replaces Herod the Great in Matthew 2. So,
well, how would that be possible if there? So there's typically a time difference back in those days. So say for instance, a decree would go. So when a decree comes out, it's going to take some time. So say for instance, if I'm in Rome and I say, oh, this person is going to be now the new ruler, that information is going to take time to obviously circulate.
Okay. And? I
So
mean,
would it?
that's just making it worse because the decree that everybody be registered and everything had to have got to Joseph because he listened to it. He literally was going to Bethlehem for it. It says. So I mean, you're just making it worse. You're meaning that like there's extra time that the decree has to take to get out to people and be disseminated to all the populace. And sure, I'll accept that, but that just means there's even a larger time between the death of Herod the Great in Matthew all the way to when not only Caesar makes the decree, but it reaches the ear of Joseph, who goes to Bethlehem, and then Jesus is born. Because even when Joseph is going, Mary's still pregnant. So you're just making the difference bigger.
I wouldn't say I'm making the difference bigger.
Yes, you are, because that would mean that in 6 CE, when the census starts, it takes where the decree is given and the census is started, and Quirinius is governor of Syria. You're saying that it would take time for it to reach the people. Okay, so it takes time for it to reach the people, and Jesus is still not born yet. When they're traveling.
What I'm saying, so say for instance, what I'm saying is a decree can be issued, right? So he's the reigning governor, say for instance, and because I know Matthew doesn't put things in chronological order. So I know that as you read Matthew, it's not in chronological order.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know of anything you're talking about that's not in chronological order, like on purpose.
So, well, yeah. So the two writers, Luke and Matthew, are writing from two different standpoints.
Yeah.
So
yeah, one person's writing about something that happens 10 years later, like the birth of Jesus, and Matthew writes about the birth of Jesus 10 years prior. Yeah.
No, because for instance, there is not actually an exact date when Herod died.
Cool. So it's either 4 BC or it's 1 BC, because there's an entire ruler in between them, and that's Herod Archelaus. So I don't know what apologetics website you read, but what you're talking about.
It's not a Patagonia's website. I just literally just took a time to Google search and look some stuff up.
Well, the reason why it's not 6 and the reason why it doesn't line up is because there's an entire ruler in between that has to reign. That's like saying someone is born during the presidency of Bill Clinton and also Obama. That's no. There's an entire president in between there of 8 years.
So, for instance, I'm saying Syria and say for instance Judea, whatever you like to call it. So someone's issued to become the king. Say for instance Christ is born at the exact same time. The information has not got across the land.
I don't know what you're talking about. Use actual examples because you're not talking about anything that we.
You're not following.
No,
okay,
because
so I'm saying,
there's no one issued to be the king. What?
So someone becomes the king, or a decree is given. Say for instance, Christ is born.
What are you talking about? Use actual, use the timeline, use the people's names and stuff like that so I can follow along with what you're saying. Don't give an example because your example is not going to be a one-to-one because we're trying to figure out this.
Okay, then I'll step back from it and then I'll have to almost like I have to write this out and send it to you.
Herod dies and then Archelaus, it literally says that Archelaus starts reigning in his stead in Matthew 2. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay, so Archelaus is the ethnarch over Judea. It literally says he's reigning over Judea in Matthew 2. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
I would have to most likely look into the details. So it's actually
it doesn't matter because Quirinius being the governor of Syria doesn't have control over Judea if there's a leader in Judea. So the fact that
pause, that wouldn't make sense. So say for instance you have a general and then you have a lieutenant. A person can be ruled over because say for instance
where do you
the Romans,
think Syria is?
The Romans had people over vast amount of land. So you had sub rulers and then rulers who ruled underneath them.
Okay.
It's like jurisdictions.
Listen.
So for
No, what you're saying is dumb as shit. You don't know what you're talking about.
How is that dumb? So we have a president and then we have a governor.
Cool. You're talking about something that does not translate, and that's why I knew that it wouldn't make any sense to use an example because you're not going to have a one-to-one because this is a bullshit story. And it's very clear that you don't understand how Roman government worked back then. So you're going to pull something out of your ass that's not a good one-to-one comparison.
Okay,
So
can
again,
you explain to me how the
Quirinius-
Roman government worked then?
Okay, Quirinius is the governor of Syria. All right, he's a procurator. That means that it's part of the Roman Empire, and he's in charge of the finances and like the people, if you will. All right, it is part of the Roman Empire. It's Syria. All right. Now, that being said, Judea is a completely different area. Judea had a king, which meant it was not under the Roman Empire. You can't have a king in the Roman Empire. That doesn't make any sense. Now, as far as that goes, when the king died, he had two sons that started reigning in like his area or whatever, and one of them is Archelaus, and Archelaus is the ethnarch over Judea. This is explicitly stated in Matthew 2. It says that Herod Archelaus, or Archelaus, reigned in his father's stead after his father died in Judea. All right? You said you agreed with that. The problem is, if he's an ethnarch in Judea, he wouldn't be under Quirinius. At best, he would be under, like, if the empire took over or something like that and turned him into like a procurator or a prefect or something, he would, or a procurator, I guess, he would be under the emperor, not under Quirinius. That's not a thing. So Quirinius is the governor of Syria, the procurator, and Archelaus is banished. And we know this from Josephus and the history of the time. He's banished, and that's when Quirinius, the governor of Syria, starts considering Judea. They considered Judea to be part of Syria for the purpose of a census. And we can tell that the census was done. There's inscriptions that talk about how people were counted. So, in fact, it explicitly talks about this later in Acts, because there's a guy named Judas the Galilean who led a revolt against the Roman people, or the Roman army, or Rome, I guess, because the Jews did not like being added to Syria for the purpose of said census. They didn't like that because they weren't really part of the empire. And so they didn't want to be part of the empire. They didn't want to be it, but they were becoming it, basically. Like they kind of saw the writing on the wall and knew that they were becoming part of that group.
That's kind of weird because I know about the Jewish massacre before Christ even showed up.
I don't give a fuck. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, I'm saying, so the Romans actually ruled over Jerusalem.
What? What are you talking about?
So the revolt, the second temple, they massacred a pig on the altar. What's the name of that?
Okay. I mean, like, doing something over in the area doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus is born.
So
the wrong time.
They crucified 2,000 Jews at that time. So the Romans were actually ruling over Jerusalem. They didn't want to.
Cool.
They wanted to be separate,
but as like a colony, like it was something that was separate from the empire. They didn't have like a prefect or a procurator over it. The first, we get the first. I think Pilate's actually the first prefect of Judea. Let me check. Let's see. First prefect of Judea. What? I think it was Pilate. No, Coponius. He's prefect from 6 to 9. Yep, because again, it was added to the for the purpose of a census, and you get Coponius. He's the first Roman prefect of Judea, serving from 6 to 9. Because prior to that, they were not really part of the Roman Empire in much of a way. Really, they became like a territory, if you will, in 6 because of the census. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to look into the detail. I'll be back, but I'm going to look into the details of what you said. Is it all right if I download the information download
this
what
right
you
here,
just said?
like Coponius. He's the first Roman prefect of Judea, serving in 6 to 9. He was appointed by Emperor Augustus after the disposition of Herod Archelaus and was responsible for governing the newly formed Roman province and overseeing its taxation. Appointed as the first governor prefect of the newly annexed province of Judea. It gets annexed in 6.
So it was a part of Rome before then.
What?
So you had, in order to annex something,
it
you have
wasn't.
to,
It wasn't part of Rome prior.
No. So what does annex mean?
It means like taken, like controlled, like they
Kicked out.
consider it. What?
When you annex someone, you're kicking them out.
No. What the that's the exact opposite of the word annex.
Can you Google it and put it up if you don't
The
mind?
fuck are you talking about, dude? An addition or supplement attached to something larger.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
To
I messed
attach
up
a
then.
pin to take something for oneself. It's the exact opposite of what you said.
Opposite. So my apologies. I was wrong on that then. But I'll be back. I'm gonna look more into details of what you're talking about. And are you gonna be on tomorrow?
I'll be on tomorrow and the next day.
Okay.
And the next day.
And the next day. And the next day. And the next day. Yes, sir. Thank you again for your time.
All right. Thanks. All right. Well, yeah, that's how cookie crumbles, everybody. That's how the cookie crumbles. All right. Let's see. If you are watching on TikTok and you think you have any evidence of Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Request up right above Hetty Artist's head, somewhere about there or down there. If you're on YouTube and you're like, you know what, I've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, well, come on up. I want to hear from you, even if you're on YouTube. If you want, I can respond to a chat. If you do like a super chat there, I can respond to that. But if you want to have a conversation, you can either click the link that is provided there on YouTube on the profile or there in the chat, and you can come over to TikTok. That's how I take guests, and we'll have a conversation. Hetty, what's up?
It's a total accident. I mean, I didn't mean to request. It's all good though. You know, I heard something today though. I totally forgot about this, but Josephus was the governor of Galilee in 66 and 67. Like he fortified multiple towns throughout the region and reinforced them. Like he had intimate knowledge of that whole area and time, which just makes his silence more damning. So.
Oh yeah. It's something that I feel like I understand that like people are like, oh, that's just the argument from silence or something like that. But like realistically, the silence from Josephus is incredibly deafening because he doesn't say shit about this other group of like, you know, heretical Jews that don't practice circumcision or anything like that. He doesn't say shit about like Paul or anything like that. I mean, hell, he doesn't even say anything about how the Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome. Now, I understand that he explicitly says that he's not really going to talk a lot about Nero, but I mean, that's pretty wild. Like, if he was there for he supposedly was alive for the growth of Christianity, but never really mentions them. That's really, really bad.
Yeah, when I was like, wait a minute, he was governor as well. Like I knew he was a general and stuff. And then
yeah, I knew he was a general.
He started as a governor.
Yeah,
governor of Galilee. I was like, well, holy shit. He wouldn't like. He had priestly connections. He knew, you know, all these people and all these towns. Never mentions Nazareth.
That's really weird. The fact that he doesn't mention Nazareth, but he mentions all these towns next to it. Like,
right.
Come on.
He went through and fortified them, helped them all out, but doesn't mention any of it.
Doesn't mention anything close to Nazareth.
Yeah, it was big enough to have a synagogue. But,
yeah, but there's a synagogue in it, and he doesn't even fucking mention the town in multiple books.
Need to defend it apparently.
Yeah,
so,
he's like, I don't give a shit about it. Yeah, they're good. They're fine. Yeah, but I mean, but if you ask Dan McClellan, Nazareth was a place that had been inhabited all the way back to like, you know, hundreds of years prior.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Nazareth was totally a place.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was an accident. I requested it, but yeah, thought it was an interesting point to bring it up.
By the way, where can we find? You have a podcast, and the podcast is called what? And where can we find it?
Divergent States. It's on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Just had an episode come out today, in fact, which is Robert Gallery. He runs a clinic or helps with people who need treatment with brain damage and stuff. He's a former NFL linebacker and college football Hall of Famer.
Talk a lot about like CTE and all, or?
Yep, that's what he healed a lot of his CTE by going to Ibogaine clinic. So he really, you know, it's a really like one of the best stories we've had. It was really kind of emotionally deep, a lot deeper than I thought it was going to be. But it was a good episode. So yeah, it just came out today. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube. Yeah, everywhere you get your podcast.
Divergent States is the name of that podcast. Go check it out. Go check it out. This guy's the host. He's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. I don't know what that profile picture is. Looks like Josephus with some glasses on or something, but Brocephus maybe. There it is, Brocephus. But anyways, let's see. Does anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. You. That's who I want to hear from. Let's see. Man, there are some crazy comments. What is going on? Christian Witness 1-2 over on YouTube is nuts. What is even happening over there? Oh my God. How do I call? You can either, so if you're on YouTube and you want to hop up, not a problem. You can either hop onto TikTok, because that's how I take guests, and you can request up, or you can click the link that's in the chat. It should take you over to TikTok, or click the link that's on the profile, the YouTube profile, that'll take you over to YouTube, to TikTok as well. Or if you don't want to go over to TikTok and stuff like that, you just want to like write a message and have me respond, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat and I will read out loud your message, and I'll respond to it if you ask a question or something like that. That's not a problem. Not a problem. All right, Mr. says, I can't wait for when we get to... Oh my God! Whoa! Mr. Mickett, calm down. I will give a hard mode emote, but I have to actually like get it set up there. Let's see here. Let's see. Whoa, man, there's some rough. What's that? There's not a number. It's just you come up on TikTok. You can click the link that's provided in the chat on the YouTube profile, or you can send a super chat and I will respond to it. Either way. Fisher of Men, what you got, man?
Hey, bud. Well, the one thing that always sticks out to me is when you look at Plato and Socrates, there was only something like 12 manuscripts between the two of them. Jesus at the time has over 24,000 manuscripts. People that called him a magician, and so there's plenty of writings of Jesus outside of the Bible.
So what do you mean by that exactly? Are you trying to say
Well,
that
it's
because
we believe. Well, when people write about a certain person, you have manuscripts, right? So Jesus having over 24,000 and outside of Christianity being written about. I don't think there's many even atheists that don't believe that Jesus was an actual person that walked the earth.
So why
It's a
are
question of
you concerned with the number of manuscripts as if that means something?
Well, because it's proof. Like we believe in Socrates and Plato, and they don't even have 0.01% of the writings about them at that time.
Right. You a
What I'm stating is, at
Major
that
League
time,
Baseball fan?
There was
Fisherman?
24,000.
You a fan of
Not really.
baseball?
I don't watch sports. I'm not gay.
You don't watch sports?
No, I don't watch sports. I'm not gay.
Okay. I guess that's how that works. You know a lot about like the presidents, like U.S. presidents going back to George Washington?
Not a ton.
Okay. But you know the president that was in charge of like, say, Mount Rushmore, right?
Is it Eisenhower?
No, it would be Teddy Roosevelt. So Teddy Roosevelt, he had, his face carved in the side of a mountain, obviously. So that would be more than other presidents. You wouldn't say that Teddy Roosevelt is the greatest president of all time, would you?
He's up there.
I mean, he's up there, but I mean, no other president has their face carved into the side of a mountain in South Dakota. So does that mean that he's the greatest, though?
Well, I guess what's your point about being the greatest or having things
Or
written
carves his
about
face, I guess. Like, obviously, there were 3 other people up there with him, but they didn't actually commission it, So what my point is that, like, if you narrow down what you consider requirements for being the best or requirements for being, having the most proof or anything like that to one specific metric, sure, I guess, but that's not how we determine things in the past. We don't consider how great a president is based off of how many times they commissioned artwork of their face on the side of a mountain. We don't do that.
Jesus didn't
Likewise,
commission.
well, I understand. I get it. But likewise, we don't consider Jesus to be the like the evidence for Jesus to be the greatest simply because there's a bunch of copies of a text. That doesn't have anything to do with it. You think that 24,000 different people wrote about him? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what I'm stating is even outside of the Bible, they wrote about Jesus and his time on earth.
Cool, but the 24,000 is what you brought up first, so that's what I'm addressing. The number doesn't mean anything. Right.
Of course it does.
No, because 24,000 includes different languages, so just different translations of the New Testament. Are you aware of that?
Of course.
Sweet. So how many do we have in Greek? Do you know how many we have in Greek?
I don't know how many had in Aramaic or Greek.
Well, Aramaic isn't what the New Testament was written in. The New Testament was written in Greek.
The Old Testament. The Old Testament's written.
Cool. Where the 24,000 number that you're talking about is for the New Testament, not the Old.
Correct. It's just the life of Jesus.
Sweet. So Aramaic doesn't have anything to do with it. Do you know how many we have in Greek?
Oh, I'm sure out of that, there's probably a lot of what's out there is going to be Greek.
Yeah, out of the 24 to 25,000 manuscripts that we have in different languages, Greek totals about 5,766. All right, so 5,766. Now, of those 5,766 Greek copies of the New Testament, how many of those texts, like most of them are copies, right? Like copies of earlier stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, so how many gospels are included in that? How many different gospels individually?
Are you talking about like even like the Gospels that come from like the Book of Mary or the Book of?
That wouldn't be included in the 5,766. So the number you gave me does not include those.
Okay, so you're just talking about books from the New Testament.
Yeah, how many gospels are in there?
Out of the 5,000?
Yep.
Well, there's going to be over 13 books at least.
How many gospels?
Well, there's 4 main gospels.
True. And of those 5,766, a lot of those manuscripts are copies of gospels. Some are gospels, copies of epistles and stuff like that. But they go down to 4 gospels. All right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You understand?
Yep.
Okay. Of those 4 gospels, how many are written by people who walked with Jesus, do you think?
Well, you have Luke, and Paul was alive during that time, and Luke wrote Acts as well.
Paul did not write. Paul did not walk with Jesus. So
I didn't say I said he was alive at the time, but Luke, who wrote Acts in the book of Luke, walked with Jesus.
Luke did not walk with Jesus. Luke is just a traveling doctor with Paul, according to Christian theology or Christian tradition.
So the main thing is to say that Jesus he was never a man, he
All
never
right,
existed.
so
and he's
we're
been
still
created.
going through this. How many of those
Well, no,
gospels, how many of
I'm
those 4
asking, like,
gospels,
I'm asking
sweet,
asking
how many
for
of
your
those 4
belief.
gospels are written by people who walked with Jesus? How many would you say?
0.
You would say 0?
Well, Matthew wrote his book. John, so 3 of the 4.
Well, you named Matthew and John. Who else walked with Jesus that provides a gospel?
James.
What gospel of James do we have in the canon? When you're off the app, I can't hear you. So you hopped off the app, and
Oh.
Okay.
And then also with there being
So how many
John-
gospels do we have? I need a straight answer here from you, man. You're calling yourself Fisher of Men. That's your username. But it seems like you haven't really read the Bible enough to know who is considered to be people who walked with Jesus who provide a gospel in your opinion. I mean, there's only 4 to choose from. How many of those do you think are from
Mark-
people who walked with Jesus?
The people that wrote the books, all 4 of them wrote the books.
So did Luke walk with Jesus? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so now we're down to 3. Did Mark walk with Jesus? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so now we're down to 2. Did Matthew walk with Jesus?
Yes.
Did John walk with Jesus?
Yes.
You see how fucking easy that could have been? You could have just said 2. Like, that's the logic there. That's all that I'm asking. So we have suddenly gone from 24,000 down to 5,766 that are even in the language of the New Testament initially. And then only 4 of those are real stories of Jesus or anything like that. They're based off of stories of Jesus because the rest are just copies of said gospels. Then you get down to 2 that are people from people who you believe are actually like walking around with the guy. Now, I'd like to point out that for Socrates, we have Xenophon and we have Ptolemy and we have Plato who talk about Socrates. That's actually 3 people who knew the guy and claim to know the guy. So we actually have more evidence for Socrates than we do for Jesus. For Plato, we have Philip, his student. We also have Ptolemy. So that's 2 off the top of my head who claim to have walked with the guy and knew the guy.
Yeah.
So it looks like
it
looks like there's not now. I would also like to.
That's silly. That's super silly.
So it looks like pointing to Socrates and Plato is not really going to do much unless you want to say that you're on the same.
Of course it is. You're the one making it. You're the one that's trying to say it's not. It's a ridiculous.
I'm not
notion.
done. I'm not done. Let's dive in really fast in Matthew, because you said that Matthew was written by Matthew, who was somebody who walked with Jesus. But really quick, what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to point to me the verse in Matthew that says that it's written by Matthew.
Why does it need that?
Well, how did you determine it was written by Matthew?
Because it's Matthew talking about his time.
Yeah, where does
with
it?
Jesus.
Yeah, okay, fine. Where does it ever say that in the text? Where does it ever say I walked with Jesus?
I think when you read the Sermon on the Mount, and him basically saying he was there and writing that out, I'd say.
Okay, yeah. Where does he say that he's there? That's what I'm asking you. We're gonna go to like the Beatitudes and stuff like that. Like, where does it say that?
Chapter 5.
Yeah, where does it say I was there?
Well, he talks about even picking up Matthew and talks about walking with Matthew.
Well, are you talking about the section that actually utilizes the same conversion story that Mark uses? Because Mark uses the same conversion story of Matthew that Matthew apparently uses. That doesn't make any sense. Mark wasn't there. Why would Matthew need to borrow from Mark so much? Sometimes word for word, and including his own conversion story. If Mark wasn't there, why would Matthew need to utilize Mark as his source? That's weird.
Well, I don't think anybody's using anything as a source except for the.
Well, then
preaching-
where does
preaching
Matthew
to
say that
Christ.
he's Matthew? Where in Matthew does the author identify themselves as someone who was there?
He's writing about it's like a biopic. Why would he talk about himself when he's doing a
Okay,
biography?
that's fair enough. Then how did you determine it was written by Matthew?
It's the book of Matthew. Matthew's a well-known disciple.
When do you
of
think
Christ.
that? When do you think the first person to call it Matthew actually called it Matthew? When do you think that was?
What do you mean?
When do you think the name Matthew got attached to that gospel? There's an answer to this.
Oh, I don't. Educate me. I'd love to know.
It's Irenaeus in 180 to 185. So about 150 years after the supposed death of Jesus is the first time that we get anybody saying that Matthew wrote that gospel. In fact, no one even alludes to the idea that there are gospels or anything like that until about the 150s, about 130 years after the supposed death of Jesus. And no one quotes from Matthew until about the 150s or 160s. That's really weird, isn't it?
But churches are being built during that time. It's going globally around the world of the Christian faith.
Prove it.
What that the Christian faith was moving around. I can prove it by looking at the world.
We're trying to
today,
figure out
2000
whether or
years
not they
later.
had Matthew and whether or not Matthew wrote it. So please provide evidence that suggests that Matthew actually wrote a text that doesn't say it's from a disciple, doesn't say it's from an eyewitness, doesn't say it's from Matthew, and doesn't even say anything about even being alive at the same time as Jesus.
This is crazy. So just
Yeah,
from-
because
just so I
you're
understand
for the
your
first time
perspective,
ever,
this-
you are realizing that Matthew never says that it's being written by Matthew.
Oh, you'll never push me off of Jesus Christ because statistically,
You're on
just the
top of
proof
Jesus
God and the
Christ?
proof of Jesus is real. He's 100% real. like without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like statistically, when you look at couples that pray together, they stay together, like the amount of statistical
Okay, dude.
backing.
So I don't give a shit about what you and your dad do in your own spare time. All I'm talking I'm talking about whether or not Matthew wrote Matthew. How did you determine Matthew wrote that?
It is the book of Matthew, and he walked with Jesus, and he.
Where does it say that he wrote
time with
it? Where
Jesus.
does it say that he wrote it, and where does it say that he walked with Jesus? The author never says, I walked with Jesus. Not once. That's why you're not able to find any verse that says that. And you alluded to the Sermon on the Mount as if that did something, and then we took a look at it, and there's nothing in there that says that. You just kind of pulled that out of your ass. Yes, if you can, because it sounds like you're Googling, go ahead and Google that. I'll give you 30 seconds. All right, so where is the verse that insinuates that this is written by an eyewitness, a disciple, a contemporary, or Matthew of Jesus? Where does it say that? We're going to go ahead and pull up Matthew here. I will go to the verse. What verse you got?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is just: are you just atheistic? Like you don't believe in anything? What's your
That's
end
not what
goal
you're
in
trying to
it?
figure out. You're trying
Well,
to
no,
figure
I'm
out
just
how
asking,
you
what's
can
the end
present
goal?
that Matthew was written by Matthew, because that's what we're talking about. Lock in, buddy. What do we got? Where does it say that
I'm
Matthew
locked in,
has
and I can
anything
tell
to
you
do
that
with the disciple of
teachings
Jesus?
The teachings of Jesus Christ and what we learn are give
Fantastic.
you a statistical
So, again,
statistical
where does
advantage
it
in
say
life,
that Matthew
proving
was written by
God's
Matthew?
existence.
Where does it
It's
say
just-
that
this is
Matthew was written by
semantics.
Matthew? Don't crash out.
Dude, semantics. It's
Semantics?
You're not,
You
you
said
don't
that
have a real
you
argument.
said that it was by somebody who walked with Jesus, and you can't prove it. Awesome. You don't have any verse in the
book of
Bible that
Matthew.
says it's from someone who walked with Jesus? You just pulled that right out of the chocolate starfish? Just fishing around in there? Come on, man. Do better. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to defend why you believe what you believe against someone who's questioning you or demanding of you, and do so respectfully. Not only are you crashing out, but you're letting God down. You're a bad representative of Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh, am I ever? Dude, the smugness of you little twats. They're like 110 pounds. You have no life, no job.
So where's that verse
and
in
you just-
Matthew?
you push shit. It's the book of Matthew. It's the
Sweet.
book of
And that's first mentioned when?
Matthew. And he's talking about his time with Jesus.
Where does it say, I'm talking about my time with Jesus? Where does the author ever insinuate that they knew Jesus personally? I
Well, when
will
they're
look up the
sitting there-
verse. We've
when
got it
they're-
pulled
when
up.
they're writing about
I
what
will
they're
look up the
seeing,
verse.
when they're
Where does it
writing
say
about
that?
Beatitude.
Where does it say, I saw this? Where does it say it? Go ahead. I've got the
It's
verse.
just- it's a silly-
Where
it's
does it say it?
It's a silly argument.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Do you think that characters meeting each other in, say, Harry Potter is proof that Harry Potter existed? When Harry Potter meets Ron Weasley on the train to Hogwarts, is that proof of Harry Potter because it's talking about two people talking to each other?
Once again, I'm not gay. I don't watch children shit.
I didn't say anything about
Is that
children
what you do when
like
you're not doing
defecating.
this? Watching fucking Harry Potter?
No, it's just that I know how to read, and apparently you
That
don't.
doesn't even make
and
any
that's what
sense.
I'm talking
It's
about.
not even you know how to read.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you have so much money and you're sitting alone at home, like and doing lives?
Is that why
You
you're
got it all
talking
figured out 'cause
to
you're so
somebody
smart. It's so
sitting
funny.
alone at home
It's-
doing a live?
Well, no, it's like, well, it's this. It's the.
You're
it's the
you're up here
smugness
talking
of
to
guys
said
like you
person
that
and
don't have
failing
a lot in
miserably.
life.
So you're talking to somebody who doesn't
but
have a
look at
life and you
this.
can't even
And
prove
this is-
that
and
Matthew
this-
wrote Matthew? That's pathetic, man.
Oh, I don't.
Somebody who doesn't have a life is taking you to town on the Bible.
Yes, when I think of myself, because I can't. What a pathetic life I have compared to
Yeah.
you.
That's why you're on TikTok
A
talking to
fucking
somebody who knows more about the
74-pound
Bible.
beaner. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you're just looking for things to be wrong in the Bible. You're not actually
All right.
studying the
Well,
Bible.
show me where it's right. Go
Well,
ahead.
Once again, statistically speaking, if you live a Christian life, you will have better outcomes in life
Sweet.
than everybody
Again,
else.
we're talking about how
That's
Matthew wrote
facts.
Matthew. Come on.
Oh, dude.
Where'd you get the idea
I
that
just
Matthew
gave
wrote
you the
Matthew? It
facts.
sounds like you just kind of reached up your ass and decided to pull it out. Is that where you got
No.
it? The chocolate starfish? Is that where you got it?
Once again, Christianity stands on its own. Like,
Oh yeah, because you
a guy
can't.
like you said, here's the thing.
So
No,
what we're trying to
Christianity's
do
been
is we're
held
trying to
up for
find
thousands
where
of years.
Matthew wrote Matthew, and it
Thousands of
seems like
years.
you don't know anything about Matthew. It seems like what's going on here.
Oh, is that what? That's what seems like's going on here.
Well, do you have
I'm a
any evidence
smug
that Matthew
I'm a
wrote
smug
Matthew?
20-something that's got nothing going on in his life, so he tries to talk down to people online. Like, you don't think I don't know what you do?
I cook people like you for a living.
Oh, cooking. Yeah, you for a living, dude. You cook shit on TikTok. Whoa, bro. Fucking, that's a man's life right there. Never see the working end of a shovel, but fucking you'll sit on this all day. Fucking waiting for your mom to make a PB&J for you.
Yeah. So where does
Can you
Matthew
bring
write
her on?
Matthew,
Can
buddy?
you bring her on? Can you bring her on? I'm sure she's got a little more
Bring her on.
sense than you.
Bring her
Yeah,
on.
no.
Is that what you said? A PP&J. You eat PP&J?
No, you're watching Harry Potter and watching baseball.
I didn't say
As
anything
a
about
grown
watching
man.
Harry Potter. Wait, hold up.
You
So
certainly know a
you
lot
think
about it.
you
Who
think
wrote Harry Potter?
Oh, slow down. Do you think that when I talked about Harry Potter, I was talking about the movie? Again, showing that you can't read or don't know what books are because you apparently don't know what's in the Bible.
I hate reading. I
Sounds like
hate,
it.
I hate reading. I hate that I'm not some scrawny little miserable twat that had no father in his life to teach him how to be a nincompoop. There's no way you got a dad. There's no way.
That's how most people
You
are
were raised
born
by a
without
single
dads.
mom.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, well, in the modern age, yeah.
That's
Most of you are
no,
born without
that's not
dad.
most of
Huh?
us.
You had a dad in your life your whole life? You had a dad in your life your whole life? Teach you how to be a man?
Yep.
You failed miserably.
Oh yeah. Why? Because I'm cooking
It's like
people
being a
like you
smug-
on
because-
TikTok and YouTube.
Because you're 100-pound smug little
Well,
twat.
what my
Like, that's all you
hey,
want.
listen. What my dad taught me was about the Bible, and what your
No,
dad,
your dad-
neglected
your
to
dad
do.
wasn't there,
what
dude.
what
What'd your
your
mom
dad
teach
neglected to do was teach you how to read the Bible, because apparently you don't know anything about it.
I know nothing about it.
And that's very true.
You're-
We're
you're
all
not
aware of
right.
it. We have 390 people on TikTok and 565
You're
people on
the-
YouTube
you're
who are
literally one of
well
the
aware of the
smartest
fact that you
people.
don't know anything about the Bible.
You're literally the smartest. You're the smartest person
Thank you.
on YouTube right now, and I say that with full conviction.
Yep.
I don't think anybody
So, do you
can
have
touch
any
it.
evidence
Like,
for Matthew writing Matthew, or would you
will
like to continue
sidestep a
jacking
good
off at the mouth?
argument? No, I have. You asked for evidence of Paul and Jesus, and I
I
gave
asked
you
for evidence of
and
Matthew
you're
writing
talking about
Matthew,
who wrote
and
Matthew. You're a
I mean, I've
bitch.
already got you down from 24,000 to
That has nothing to do with
5,766,
the
down to
argument,
4, down
Tool.
to 2, and you can't even
It's
show me
nothing
the
to do
evidence
with
that
the
those 2
argument.
were written by those people you think they were. Man, you don't know anything about the Bible, do you? Nothing about Christianity either. It's pretty bad. It's pretty pathetic, actually. You really gonna let some like
Oh, super
liberal
pathetic.
ass piece of shit on TikTok teach you about your own religion? Pathetic.
No, because I know the lives that liberals live, and like no matter what you say, I know what your life looks like as a liberal.
Oh, really?
And it's shit. You don't own anything. You own nothing, but you talk like you're smarter than everybody
Yeah.
when you pay rent. Right? Like
Okay.
you're smug, but girls don't want to be around a slimy fuck like you.
Yeah,
That's
that,
if you're straight.
That makes sense.
No, it's true. Of course it makes sense. Girls don't want some swarmy, skinny, scrawny punk that all he can do is be a agitator online. Like you think that's
It's
a good
working.
life for a man?
It's working pretty well,
No, it's
actually.
not.
Yeah, you're still
It's
here.
not working. Yeah.
You can hit the oh shit handle
I'll
at any
stay
point
on.
in time. It's that big X up there. That's the X that says, "Oh my God, I got cooked on the Bible, and now I want to go home and kiss my dad on the mouth."
Yeah. Now I get to go back to my nice life where I own things and have a good career.
Well, you're getting owned right now, so I don't know what's going on.
No, I'm not getting owned. You're talking about for Jesus, and I'm like, okay, here's the proof, and you're like, who wrote the book of Matthew? Like you're way off base. Like you're not even staying on track.
Sweet. So, who wrote the book of Matthew?
Matthew did.
Where does it say that?
Where does it say who wrote Genesis? Who wrote Genesis?
We don't know.
Well, it says it's Moses.
Where does it say it's Moses?
Well, through the first 4 books, 3 of them were written.
Where
by
does
him.
it say it's from Moses?
There's plenty of history that's written that tells us who wrote the
Sweet.
books.
Where does it say it's from Moses?
Oh, what's it going to flip you over? So you just think it's just
Where does it say it's from Moses?
Writings from nobody?
I said that we don't know. You said it was from Moses, and you can't prove that either. Congratulations, you know nothing about the Old Testament and the New Testament. You're stupid for 2 testaments. Uh-oh. Are you going to go search it up there for me? Oh, God.
Yo, I've been so entertained by all this shit.
Yeah. Anyways, Fisher of Men, at this point now, you're up here for entertainment, not education. You very clearly don't know how to read, so I can't even really educate you very well. Tell your mom I said hi, because it's been a while since I've been with her.
Enjoy your liberal life.
Enjoy your liberal life. I will, and I'll enjoy your liberal wife. Nah, I'm kidding. He doesn't have a wife. What's going on? Cisco Curry, welcome back.
Yo, what's up? This is honestly super informational, and you are very. It's honestly stupid to try to get a direct point across to you because you're very smart. You're very informational. It's not gonna like.
Thank you for the glaze,
go nowhere
but what you
right
got? What you got for us?
So, you little through that little argument, you were raised Catholic or Christian?
What?
You said your father taught you how to read the Bible. So were you raised religiously, or were you just raised to like deflect everything that you've learned or hear from it?
I was a missionary.
All right, and so through like your belief, everything you're saying, you don't believe in Jesus Christ. You don't believe he was a person. You don't have a religious faith towards that anymore.
Wait, hold
or,
up.
Because obviously,
Let's say Jesus, Paul, never. Yeah, I think, yeah, that sounds about right.
so what made you steer from your path? That if you're a missionary,
Evidence.
what made you not believe?
Evidence
Of what though? What was it though? What was it? Can you tell me
Jesus'
what your evidence is?
non-existence.
Okay, your evidence of what it is though. What was your evidence that made you turn
Anachronism.
your whole life around?
Anachronisms. That's how we
Being-
can determine whether or not something is historically accurate.
Do you see how you sound right now though? You sound
Smart.
just like everyone you're trying to make fun of though. You just have the information to rebuttal. But
Mhm.
you are lost.
It's
just
kind of
like
funny how
everybody
that
else.
works. Yeah, when people have the answers, it's because they actually have looked it up.
But you're not proving nothing wrong. You're just glazing yourself of information that you've learned. You're
Sweet.
not putting nothing new out there. You know what I mean? So
No,
it's like,
I don't know what you
what's-
mean. I
what's
actually
your
had a loss
purpose?
of words as to what you could possibly mean.
Because even last time you couldn't tell me nothing. When someone speaks with genuineness and they're content in telling the truth, that's all there is. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
That's my point. So you sound just like the rest of the people you're trying to put down.
Oh,
And I don't think you're that
I mean,
smart.
I've
I really
given you the
don't.
evidence as to why Jesus didn't exist. It's your lack of understanding of it is not a valid argument against it. So, that being said, I don't know what to tell you. I guess he left. Really quick to a super chat. Super chat. And again, if you send a super chat over on YouTube, you don't have to come up, but you can because I take guests on TikTok. But if you're on YouTube and you don't want to hop onto TikTok or you don't want to create an account or whatever, you can send a super chat and I'll read the comment. Someone said, this is for $4.99. Thank you very much. Uprind Chris something, I don't know how to pronounce that name, says Jesus is fake, David is king. Whoa. Had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Read Hosea 3, 4-5 out loud, please. Nice and slow. And I'll get to that in just 1 second here. White Gold for $1.99 super chat says, Collar is showing Christ's love real well here. Yes, they're the last guest. Yeah, the guy who was saying all kinds of stuff about my upbringing. I actually have a really good relationship with my parents, including my dad. So that's dumb. Anyways, we're gonna take a quick look at Hosea. Let's see, Hosea 3, and then 4 and 5 is what they're talking about there. So 3, 4, and 5. 4 through 5, or 4, 5. It says, for the Israelites shall remain many days without king or prince, without sacrifice or pillar, without ephod or teraphim. Ephod or teraphim. Afterward, the Israelites shall return and seek the Lord their God and David their king. They shall come in awe to the Lord and to his goodness in the latter days. I mean, I've definitely heard the concept of like the Messiah would be basically like either David coming back or someone like David, like a descendant of David, like in his like image, if you will. Like I've heard that concept of him being the Messiah, that kind of thing. So I mean, I get it. I definitely do. It's just I don't think that I would really extrapolate like Jesus didn't exist from that. But I don't know. It's all over the place. But anyways, thank you very, very much for the super chats. Now back over here, we got Gene. What's going on, Gene?
Hello. I'm very interested in the conversation we're just having about the author of the texts and how we know who it is and blah blah blah.
Okay. What'd you get?
My main question is, you said like, obviously Irenaeus is the first time we have him attributing it to Matthew and such. Well, what do you think the texts were being referred to before that?
Referred to as much, they're just gospels, I guess. Even if they were referred to as the Gospel of Matthew or something like that, or Mark or anything like that, Luke, John, there's no evidence that they were around prior to about the 150s, 160s, like for the Gospel of Matthew. The first time that Gospels are even alluded to is by Justin Martyr calling them Memoirs of the Apostles in about 155. So it's pretty clear that even if they did have names, it didn't really mean that much. It still doesn't get you all the way back to like first century identification or first century authorship.
I mean, I would argue that it does because the church tradition is obviously what gives us these titles for these books.
Yeah, but how does that get us to first century authorship? I don't give a shit if somebody writes a book and then says that, like, I don't know, Jesus wrote it. That doesn't automatically mean that he did. What's your evidence that it actually was written in the first century by these people?
Because it would be ridiculous to assume anything else.
Yeah, because that would be the first time that a religion lied about something, right? Good one.
Yeah, I mean, like, so what's this? The assumption is that they are making up random people to attribute the books to.
In
Like,
fact,
what
well,
would be
for
the point of
Matthew,
that?
yeah, especially considering the fact that his name is Levi in all the other Gospels, yeah, it kind of sounds like they're just kind of making some shit up. But Matthew is a refutation of Marcion's Evangelion, his theology and everything. We can very clearly see from scholars who believe in Matthean posteriority that it comes out after Evangelion, but prior to the Gospel of Luke. So it couldn't possibly be from somebody named Matthew from the first century. It would need to be post 144, which means Matthew was long dead.
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, so Matthean posteriority, if you've ever heard of that concept, I'll go ahead and bring it up here. Matthean posteriority. It's the idea that Matthew comes out after Mark and Luke. It is something that is held by some scholars, not a very common one. Usually Mark is first, and then it goes Matthew, then Luke. And there's certain reasons for that. But for right now, we'll just take a look at this, and we'll take a look at some of the evidence. Some of the best evidence for it is right here. Matthew contains passages that are conflations of elements drawn from Mark and Luke, found in like Matthew 9:14 through 17, 9:35 through chapter 10, and then 12. Chapter 12, verses 22 through 30, 12, verses 31 through 32, chapter 19, verses 23 through 30, and chapter 24, verses 23 to 28. This phenomenon is unique to Matthew, for there is no similar array of passages in Luke that are composed of elements drawn from Mark and Matthew. What this is talking about, by the way, is it's talking about two stories that don't have anything to do with each other, one in Mark and one in Luke, and then in Matthew, it puts these stories together in one passage. It conflates them. What that means is that there must have been a Gospel of Luke or a Gospel of Mark that was available to the Gospel of Matthew's author. This is what scholars that believe that Matthew is after Luke hold to. The fun thing about this is that every single one of these 6 examples of this include a portion of the Gospel of Mark, but then a portion of the Gospel of Luke that is found in Evangeline, because the Gospel of Luke actually utilizes Evangeline from chapters 4 through 22, Evangeline being the Gospel that Marcion publishes in 144. What this means is that the author of Matthew didn't have a version of Luke in front of him. He had a version of Evangeline, which would be used in Luke later on. So if you want to call Evangeline like an early version of Luke, if you wanted to call it that, sure. But that means that Matthew would need to be post 144 because Evangeline, that's when it's published. I know that was a lot of words. It's a lot of information, but more or less, he has to have Evangeline in front of him at the very least in order to write the book. That's what it amounts to. So it has to be post 144.
Evangeline, and who's you said it's Marcion, the text by Marcion?
Yes, Marcion's gospel is called Evangeline or Evangelion, which means gospel in Mark, or gospel in Greek. Mark, gospel in Greek. Marcion, by the way, his name was pronounced Markion, and it means little Mark. So it's all of a sudden we get a Gospel of Mark, and people say that that's one of the earliest ones. And shit. Yeah. One of his students, by the way, was a guy named Lucan. Ooh, yeah. And now Matthew, it's a word that was probably chosen because it's pretty close to the word for like disciple, especially since the character's name is Levi in the other Gospels. So it's pretty clear that they chose the name Matthew for a particular theological
names.
purpose.
They had different names, right?
No, you wouldn't have 2 Jewish names. No, we don't have any evidence of people having 2
Is
Jewish
Matthew
names.
a Jewish name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep, that was the name of or pretty close to the name. And Matthias, I guess, is the name of Josephus' dad.
Interesting.
Yeah, Matthias.
Okay, so the argument is the texts that make up Matthew can only have existed about 144.
Yeah, it would have to be like
Because
post
it was
144. Yeah,
based
the
on
first time
Marcion.
it's mentioned, it is replying to information from Evangeline. It's using some information from Evangeline. It would have to be post 144. Have to be. Which means Matthew, if he's an adult walking around with Jesus in 30, he definitely didn't write it. Unless you think that he was like fucking, I don't know, 110 when he wrote it.
That's interesting because obviously, I mean, I know Mark was written based on whatever something, and John, obviously, when do you think John was written?
160s.
How?
We don't have any quotes from it or anything like that or any allusions to it into the 160s, and it's not named until 180.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
and it has to come
it
after
didn't
Luke
just
and
spring
Matthew.
into existence in 180.
No, I don't think it sprang into existence. I think that the first quotes, are in the 160s, I believe. That being said, it has to come after Matthew and Luke. That's why it's like the last of the 4 canonical Gospels. Like, there's pretty good evidence that it came after Luke. It actually assumes that you've already read a lot of the portions of Luke. Like when it talks about Bethany, it says this is the hometown of Mary and Martha. And if you're just reading John for the first time and this is your first gospel, you'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Because that's people that were talked about in Luke or Evangeline.
Okay.
In fact, John does a pretty damn good job of giving away the ending at the very beginning, because the first 2 times that he mentions Judas, he says this is the guy who's going to betray him. So it's pretty clear that you read the other gospels first.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And with the Paul writings, when do you date those?
The first time that they're published is 144 in the New Testament canon that Marcion publishes. There is no mention of Paul or Jesus prior to 144.
Interesting, because my understanding is these books, Paul's writings or letters would have been dated to like the 40s or 50s.
Yeah, not a problem. Do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, no, that's my understanding of what the actual scholarly
If you take a look at the
consensus
scholarly
is.
consensus, what they will do is they will point to other books of the Bible, because no one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul, not once. They also don't mention the other 13 disciples who were mentioned in the New Testament. Not once. No one outside
I
of
don't understand
Christianity ever
why.
mentions the 13 disciples or Paul. Ever.
Why would anyone outside of Christianity care about them?
I don't know. Why did they unalive Paul? He starts all these different churches and stuff like that, appeals to Caesar, goes all over the place, getting in all these different shipwrecks, apparently the same shipwreck that Josephus was in his autobiography published in 99. He appeals to Caesar, like I said. He brushes shoulders with Gallio, whose younger brother was Seneca, who wrote about different cults and religions all over the Roman Empire. He almost convinces Festus to become a Christian, who's a judge. And he knows people from like the city officials from like Corinth. He knows people in Herod's household in Rome, apparently. He even says, say hello to little Herod for me, like Herodian. But nothing. King Aretas is trying to keep him or harass him while he's in Damascus for 3 years.
Why would? Yeah,
and nothing. Nothing. No one ever mentions him. Nothing. That's weird.
Well, what
he worked for the Pharisees to go around
what
and
did the Greeks normally
Christians.
write?
Say
the
what?
Greeks normally write about like. Don't the Greeks normally write about like the Aeneid or whatever? I don't even know. But like they're not writing about the things they did to Paul.
I know they don't because he didn't exist.
Yeah, but they don't write about.
It's
random
almost really
stuff.
convenient
like,
that they don't write
the-
about that shit, don't they? Yeah. Well,
write about their
unfortunately, we don't have any
Caesars.
writings from Greeks, and we don't have any writings from Romans, and we don't have any writings from Jews about this person. Even though he was a Roman dealing with
wouldn't?
Greek-speaking people, and he was Jewish and worked for the Pharisees. We don't have shit from him.
Yeah, but they're not keeping documentaries. Like,
Oh, they're not?
expensive to write stuff back then.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So I guess Talmud, yeah, that's not really any good. The other Talmud, yeah, that's not any good. The Mishnah, nah, that's not any good. All these different writings about things that
was
were going on
expensive.
from like Josephus and Justus and Philo of Alexandria and Pliny the Younger and Seneca, who was alive during the same time that Paul apparently was. And he met his older brother writing 127 moral epistles, which just taught you how to be good, and wrote a history of his own life and stuff like that with his brother Gallio being mentioned. Yeah, nah. He writes about all these different religions and offshoots and cults. Never mentions Paul, never mentions Christians, never mentions Jesus. Okay. Sounds good, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
what-
writing
what
was
they
really
trying to
expensive. Yeah,
destroy
sure.
them?
Yeah. But also, nobody mentions these people? That's really weird.
First of all, I'm pretty sure Josephus does mention Jesus.
We're talking about Paul.
Okay. Fine.
Do you think
I
that
don't know
anybody
why-
mentioned Paul? Do you think we have
I
historical
don't
evidence
know
for
why
Paul?
they would.
You don't know why they would?
I mean,
I
yeah,
just
why-
mentioned why they
he's-
would, because he goes around. He literally is the most infamous Christian of all time. There in the first century, starts multiple churches, goes around the entire empire, writes letters to a whole bunch of people, brushes shoulders with politicians, knows people in power in city officials and stuff like that, like city governments. Apparently, the state government there for Caesar's household worked with the Jewish people and went around unaliving Christians, and then was apparently a turncoat. He gets his
Yeah, but the
capitated
Jew-
in
even-
60s because he was so famous that they needed to unalive him. But no
even
one
the Jews
mentioned-
themselves were irrelevant to the Romans.
Okay.
Why would the Christians be?
All right.
any
Well, at this
relevance?
point now, you're just kind of making shit up, Gene. Do you have anything
Are you serious?
for Paul? Yeah, you're just making shit up because that's not even remotely close to true. Do you have anything even
We didn't have
remotely
evidence
close to
for
something that's
Pilate.
true? Anything?
We didn't even have evidence for Pilate, right?
Okay. No, that's not the case at all. We have Philo of Alexandria and Josephus, both contemporaries of him, who write about Pilate, and we have the Pilate Stone. So, congratulations. You're showing yourself to be very, very stupid, Gene. You should feel bad for even bringing on that dog shit argument. Moving on to a complete unknown. Uncone. Uncone, you there? Oh, there you go. What's up?
Sorry, I didn't know I had to unmute myself.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Did I misspell my name? I didn't know that. Well, probably have to fix it sometime. So
Yeah, it doesn't say unknown. It says like uncone or something.
sorry. Also, I first watched you with the guy insulting you and all that, saying you didn't know your dad. I want to say
I don't give a
I'm
shit.
sorry,
Just give me the evidence for
that's
Jesus.
not.
I don't care. It was just fun. As
Yeah,
far as Jesus
I'm,
and
I'm
Paul
just
goes,
saying sorry because that's not how a
no,
Christian
dude,
should be acting in Christ's love.
I don't care. It's fine. It's perfectly
Well,
fine, man.
I'm
Thank you
glad
for
at
your
least you don't.
kindness, but it's
Okay,
unnecessary.
so
What do you got for Jesus and Paul?
so for sorry, okay, so you said for Jesus, are you looking for evidence outside of the Bible or
I mean, you can use the Bible as long as you determine that or you show me how you determined that it was historically reliable when talking about Jesus.
because of archaeological evidence?
For Jesus?
Yes, there is archaeological evidence for Jesus. Recently, there was found a
Oh no.
a
Careful, buddy.
not a catacomb, a floor that mentioned the name of Jesus that was more likely used. That was in a
Okay.
house
And
of a woman that was more likely used as a form
a floor,
of a
you said?
temple for. Yeah, it has the name of Jesus inscribed into it.
No, you're talking about the Megiddo prison that was transformed from a prison to a church in 239.
I don't believe I am.
And the
It
Megiddo
belonged
inscription
to
that
a
says
woman in
Jesus is
Greece.
God?
I'm not
We don't
entirely
have. That's
sure.
the oldest inscription of the word Jesus is in 239. So,
All right. Also, what makes you think that
is he talking
Jesus
about
didn't-
Peter's house
okay,
or
just-
something? Yeah, Peter. There's nothing that mentions Jesus in that.
Okay. Anyway, just out of curiosity, what makes you think that Jesus didn't exist?
The fact that he doesn't line up with history. No archaeology mentions Jesus or anything like that. Archaeology actually disproves Jesus because the stories that are found within the New Testament, even the natural ones, don't line up with the first century from what we know from contemporaries, archaeology, geography, that kind of thing. There's a myriad of other reasons as well, but that would be the best one. It just doesn't line
Okay,
up with the
in what way?
Yeah, time-wise.
Okay, in what way? What forms of evidence do you have?
Oh, okay.
Like,
yeah, when
like
Jesus
names,
sweet,
naming
yeah. So when
archaeological
Jesus
sites.
in John 5 goes to the pool of Bethesda and it says that there's 5 porticos next to it where sick people would lay and then get into the water in order to be healed, we found the pool of Bethesda in the 1900s. It's part of an Asclepion, which is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, which wouldn't have been there in 30 during Second Temple Judaism across the street from the Jewish temple, and also the 5 porticos, even by Christian scholar Daniel Wallace's own admission, would not have survived the siege in Jerusalem in 70. And because of the fact that the Gospel of John says it is currently there, like as the book is being written, that means that if all we have to do is just show that John is after 70, and that would mean that Jesus was not capable of going there because those places were not there until afterwards. In fact, Emperor Hadrian in 136, he goes around building Serapeons and Asclepions, and he wins the Third Jewish-Roman War there in Jerusalem and banishes the Jews out of the area. That would have been the time that this pool of Asclepius would have actually, or a pool of Bethesda where people would think that they got healed by Asclepius, would actually be in use, would be in the 130s. So about 100 years after Jesus supposedly dies is when we actually have that place.
Okay, but it does line up with descriptions of other pools that are in the area. And
No, it
sorry,
doesn't. What are you talking about?
I can't think right now.
I mean, the pool existed, but the not only the porticos, but how they're being used wouldn't have shown up until about the 130s. We can very clearly tell from writings from Josephus and Philo of Alexandria that whenever the Jews detected something in Jerusalem that didn't seem to be what they were okay with, like with their culture and their beliefs and religion and everything, they actually would complain to Pilate. The one thing that is never mentioned in any of like Josephus's explanations of like the city when he goes through meticulously and talks about the area is a temple to Asclepius, or like anybody worshiping Asclepius, like Jewish people, as it says in John 5, worshiping Asclepius at the pool.
Do you have any sources for that, just so I can
John
see
5.
what? Not about the pool in the gospel. I'm just talking about like the archaeological evidence that you're citing
Josephus.
from.
So Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews talks about the layout of Jerusalem.
All right. Is there anything else that you have? Like, I mean,
Daniel
in the sense of
Wallace's
like,
paper on it, because he talks about the porticos being something that would need to be there, because he argues that the word is, or the verb is, used by the Gospel of John is explicitly saying that while the book of John is being written, the porticos are there in Jerusalem. And Daniel Wallace says that the porticos would not have survived the siege in 70. So he tries to argue that the Gospel of John would have to be written prior to 70. So unless you're here trying to say that the Gospel of John is written prior to 70, which we can get in that if you really want to, then using that logic, it would need to be something anachronistic to the story.
or it makes sense if it was an eyewitness account and he wasn't writing it at the time during that.
That wouldn't make
Because
any
John
sense.
claims to be because John is claimed to be an eyewitness account.
So
of what happened.
First of all, no. The actual author says we, and they're saying that they are pulling from someone else's account, and it doesn't even name that person.
Where?
At the end in John 21. It starts talking about how Jesus is saying, let's see, that this disciple would not die, like basically saying that John, or whatever this person is, this disciple wouldn't die. This disciple would not die, yet Jesus did not say to him that he would not die, but if it is my will that he remain till I come, what is that to you? This is the disciple who's testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true. Also, it definitely couldn't have been John if you think that Acts is true, because Acts 4:13 says that Peter and John were illiterate. So if this is saying that the disciple is writing them, then that doesn't make a lot of sense. There's some
Okay,
scholars who
but it
believe that
also
this
wasn't unusual.
disciple was Lazarus, but keep going.
Also wasn't unusual for Jews at that time to have scribes. If they lived in a large enough Christian community, there was bound to be a Greek or a Jew who was literate and then could have written down what they were saying.
In exile?
Paul was able to write his letters while he was in prison.
I don't know if you know this or not, but my opinion on Paul is not necessarily what you should be really arguing for right now.
Okay, there are other Christians, like the church fathers who did historically exist, who were also able to write their letters and also have scribes write their letters for them whilst they were in prison.
Are you talking about like the wealthy people like Polycarp, who has his scribe Crescens? Prior to that, we don't really have a lot of people. Do you think a fisherman was capable of funding a scribe for himself? And why didn't he write anything in like Aramaic? Why did he have him write it in Greek? We don't have anything from
Because
the New Testament
Greek
in Aramaic.
was a traveler's language. It was a language of commoners. It was a language. It was a common language used. Hebrew was the natural. Hebrew and Aramaic. Well, not Hebrew. Aramaic was the natural language of the Jews that lived
And you
in
think
Judea.
that Peter and John
Latin
were concerned
was
with the
Latin
Gentiles
was
or the
lang-
Jews, according to Acts?
Sorry.
Do you think that Peter and John were associated with the, preaching to the Jews or the Gentiles, according to Acts?
Peter and John preaching to the Jews or the Gentiles would have been
The
preaching
Jews.
to the Jews.
Yeah. So do you think that Aramaic probably would have been a better choice there? Especially if that's what he speaks.
If they were trying to get the message out to more
Jews,
people, or
yeah.
for instance,
No,
if
he's
some- or
explicitly
for
going
instance-
for the Jews. It seems a little weird that we don't have anything in Aramaic for Jesus or anything like that, or anything from the New Testament early on from Aramaic. That's really weird. In fact, the inscription that you were talking about earlier, the Megiddo inscription, is in Greek. And the earlier you go back, it's all Greek. It's because
Okay, and
it's
I-
not
I
actually
sat-
from
and
Judea, from people who were actually running around speaking that language. The lingua franca of Judea was Aramaic, not Greek.
It was a language that they would have most likely used, not necessarily like talking to a large crowd of people or someone like that. It would have been more like in
What?
private, on
What,
one-on-one.
Greek or Aramaic?
Aramaic.
Oh, really? Okay. You think the people in that area would know Aramaic then, right?
I would think the Jews in that area would know Aramaic. I wouldn't think
Yeah,
that
that's a
the
good
Roman
point.
soldiers
So
would
then
know
why
Aramaic.
so why is it that the people who hear Jesus on the cross saying Eloi Eloi lama sabachthani think that he's calling for Elijah? The Roman soldiers wouldn't know who Elijah was, but the people who do know Elijah and who Elijah was would know Aramaic and know that he's not talking about Elijah. So it almost seems like the person who's writing this is not actually Jewish and is making a continuity error. Also, I'd like to point out that in John 5...
Or hang on, or about this.
What do you got this? What do you got now?
What if there were Jews on that hill too? who
They
heard
would
what
know
he
who
was saying?
Elijah was and know that they're speaking Aramaic and it's not talking about Elijah. That's the point.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
However,
and also
if
in
he's
John
high
5,
up on
whenever
a
he talks
beam,
about the Jewish people,
if
he
he
doesn't
hang
say
on,
the
if
Pharisees
he's
or anything. He says the Jews in John 5. In fact,
can I
whenever he
make my
talks about
point,
them, they just say,
please?
listen, he just says the Jews.
No, I was trying to make
That's
my
all that
point
it
and you
is.
interrupted me.
Correct, because you were trying to keep going about something that very clearly is not going to have any way to get out of. The Jewish people who were listening
How
in
would you know if you
Aramaic.
didn't let me finish?
Because I've done this long enough to know that you're not going to have any argument against this. If Jesus is saying Eloi, Eloi, lama
How would you know if you
sabachthani.
didn't let me finish? You didn't even let
All
me
right,
finish.
go ahead. Give us an answer. Give us a
Okay.
response we've never heard.
If he was high up on a beam, and if this was for everyone to see, and
High
if
up on a
everyone
beam?
knew
How
this
tall do you
man,
think this
come
is?
on. And if everyone knew this man, and there was a large crowd, it could have been easy that that someone misheard what he was saying and thought he was talking about
Is that how he's
Elijah.
able to talk to people while he's on the cross? He's able to talk to like Mary and John and stuff right there, right?
Because
So
it
they're
could have
so
also
far
just
away.
been that they were closer to him, and not.
So there's a
and
crowd
not
of
far
people
away.
who think he just said something in Aramaic. I know Aramaic. I know who Elijah is, and he just said something about Elijah. And also, he's able to talk to somebody who's just right down there, like right. And also,
Yes, that's
crosses were
fairly
not
reasonable.
that tall. What do you think? This is like 50 feet up in the air. Like, what are you
They were tall
talking
enough for a
about?
large crowd to see. That's enough. But also,
A large
it's
crowd
still
to
very
see.
easy for
Where
people
does
to
it say that there was a
misunderstand what he was
large
saying.
crowd? Where does it say there was
It's
a
still
large
easy-
crowd?
It's still easy for people to misunderstand what he was saying.
I think
That
it's just the
happens
fact that
all
in
the
your
time.
mind you've pictured the crucifixion, and unfortunately, there's nothing in the scriptures to actually back up that description of it. Like you just kind of pictured a scene in your mind, maybe like from I don't know, fucking maybe helped by Mel Gibson or whatever. Like I don't know, maybe you grew up watching The Story Keepers or something. Like,
Grew up
I
watching
don't-
the Who?
I don't know. Well, you apparently did not grow up in the '90s as like a conservative kid, so don't worry about it. It's
No,
okay.
I was not conservative. I wasn't even raised Christian.
so you're out here defending some bullshit that you don't even really know that much about. Why are you doing that?
Because I've learned a lot about it. And also
Apparently not
what-
enough.
Okay. Anyway, it's still plausible that they just misunderstood what he was saying.
Uh-huh.
People could be speaking to a large crowd in English.
Yeah.
It's still easy for someone to be muffled and for someone else to misunderstand what they're saying in a large crowd.
All
It's
right.
perfectly reasonable.
Then how are the people who are taking down his words know what he's saying?
Because it could, okay, like I said, people who were standing by him who heard what he was saying. And were
Who?
like,
This is found
he
in.
said this.
Okay. All right. So, really fast. This Elo lama sabachthani is found in the Gospel of Mark. Mark is said to be somebody who is an interpreter of Peter. Peter wasn't even fucking there. Peter was off denying. What are you talking about? Peter wasn't even there. So the large crowd that it doesn't say is there, they can't understand Jesus. But somebody who's not even in the crowd, he got the whole scoop.
I want to say something to the guy with the owl profile picture real quick. I mean, if you can't see the fruits of this guy, bro, like, you know, he's not open to learning.
Yeah, sounds good. Tell him Mama said hey there, buddy. Anyways, back to a complete unknown.
All right. I mean, you still haven't. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he said. So, on the large crowd point, you debunked it by saying what?
Is there a line that says there's a large crowd? And if there's a large crowd, how does Peter know what it is? How does Peter know what it said?
What it said?
Like what is said?
Okay, he could have heard it from someone who was there. And there were people who were said to be there by Jesus'
All right,
cross.
so Mark, according to Christian tradition,
just
and Mark
hang
is
on.
a translator of Peter who writes down from memory as best he could what Peter told him, and Peter got that from someone else. He wasn't actually there. And then Matthew and Matthew and
Okay.
Luke copy that same passage word for word.
Or they could have just all. All right.
Well, I mean, Luke wasn't
let me
there,
give an
and
ana- let me
Matthew
give an
never says it's
analogy.
written by Matthew.
Let me give an analogy.
Okay.
Let's say you're at a party, and then you decide to leave early.
Who gets
And there's
crucified
a
at this
bunch,
party, and how high up are they?
and then you decide to leave. Well, you made the point that Peter wasn't there, and I'm trying to explain that.
Okay.
So let's say you are at a party and there's a whole crowd of people, and then you decide to leave early.
Yeah.
And then next day, your friend comes up to you and said, "Hey, let's say Josh said this, that," and so therefore you're filled in as to what happened while you weren't there.
Does that sound like it's going to be
Go
reliable?
and ask other people, "Hey,
Does that
did
sound
Josh
like
say
it's going
this
to
or
be
that, or
reliable?
Josh do something like this or that?"
Do you
And
sound
then
like that's?
they can
Does that
verify.
sound like that's going to be reliable, especially enough to be the first of the
This was a
synoptic
public
gospels that Matthew and
execution of
Luke
a
use?
well-known man who claimed to be the Son of God and was
Well
so,
known,
and still
huh? Is
performed
that why the
miracles.
Romans never mention him?
Josephus mentions him. There are also.
Oh yeah. Okay. Where does
different
Josephus
different
mention him?
Romans who- Okay.
He's well known, and like no one during his lifetime even mentions him. No one who was even alive during that time ever
Book
says that they know him.
18, chapter 3.
Okay. Really? And
About this time,
Josephus,
and it's
this is not going to go well for you, but let's continue. So Josephus, what do you know about Josephus?
he was a Jewish scholar and historian. He wrote a history of the Jews to the Romans.
Okay.
So they could better understand the people
Was
that
he
they
Christian?
were ruling and conquering
Mhm.
over.
Was he Christian?
No.
No, he wasn't Christian.
No. What
Okay.
does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you knew that he wasn't Christian. All right, so the Testimonium Flavianum, which is what you're reading right there, that's Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3. Or if your book doesn't have chapters, that's going to be Book 18 of Antiquities of the Jews, Section 63. That passage right there, it glazes Jesus pretty hard there, doesn't it? What's the start? Read the first sentence. Or did you need me to do that?
No, it's all right. I can do that.
Okay.
Just gotta find it real quick. I like the music more. It really sets the mood. All right. It says, "But now Pilate, the procurator of Judea, removed the army from Caesarea to Jerusalem."
What are you reading? We're talking. It's Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3.
Okay. Now there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man.
Oh, right there. So this guy who's not a Christian is saying Jesus could potentially be a god?
Okay, I see where you're going with that. It could have.
Oh, you just got started. You didn't even finish the first sentence. It's gonna get so much worse. Just.
For he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as receive the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ, and when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal
Did you say okay? Wait. Scott,
men
what was that
amongst us
little?
had condemned
What was
him
that
to the
little? What
cross.
was that little sentence that you read? It was four sentences long. What did it say?
Well, it says he was Christ. It added in the.
Okay, so three. So he was Christ, or he was the Christ. That sounds like something that a non-Christian would say, right?
Okay, it could have been
Yeah,
that
like a
someone
Jewish
added it later, but it doesn't remove.
Okay, no. Keep going. Please continue.
And when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal men amongst us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at the first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive again the third day.
Oh, now really fast.
As the
Does it
divine
say
prophets
that
have
I heard
before
this from
these
someone, or does it
2,000
just
other
say that he?
wonderful things concerning
Does
him.
it say that he rose from the dead because someone told him, or is he just kind of saying it as if it happened?
He could have. He also.
Yeah, and does it say as the divine prophets foretold? In other words, he fulfilled prophecy. Is that what that's saying? And does
He
it
could have been
say
writing down
this
what they
and
claimed about him.
10,000 other wonderful things about him? Is that what it said?
Yes, he could have been writing down
I
what they
don't know,
claimed about
man.
him.
You think this is a non-Christian that's talking about Jesus from a Jewish perspective, living at the Roman emperor's compound in the 90s when the Christians say that they were being persecuted by Emperor Domitian? you think this is something that Josephus would have wrote and
Okay,
wanted to think his
here's
head
ano-
was going to
okay,
stay on his
so-
shoulders?
All right. It could have also been that it was tampered with.
Yeah,
However,
it could have been.
there are scholars who
really
say that
fast,
there
really
are
fast.
still-
I want you to. What is the next line right after section 3? There. What? Just the opening phrase of the next
About the
sentence.
same time, also another sad calamity put the Jews into disorder. and
Yes,
put
yes.
some shameful
In other
practices
words,
happened about the
the
temple
paragraph
of Isis
before the
that was at
testimony,
Rome.
the paragraph before the testimony in Flavianum talks about something bad that Pilate did. All right, he uses funds to move water or work on the aqueduct there. All right, then what ended up happening is you have the testimony in Flavianum that's just jammed in there all willy-nilly with no kind of connection. All right. It then goes into the next chapter or the next section right after that says another tragedy that befell the Jews. So in other words, it talks about something bad that Pilate did, and then it talks about something bad that Pilate did. Those paragraphs go together when you remove the testimony in Flavianum. It wasn't in there. In fact, you're reading from Antiquities of the Jews. Wars of the Jews from Josephus is another book from his where he talks about those same bad things that Pilate did, and he doesn't include the Jesus line because it's not from him. He didn't read that, or he didn't write that. All right. The first time that we get the testimony in Flavianum ever mentioned by anybody is Eusebius, an admitted liar and church propagandist / historian who is contracted or commissioned by Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century to write a history for the church. He says in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew. Then he gives us this paragraph. This is the first time that we ever hear it. No Christian, no church father prior to Eusebius in the 4th century ever mentions anything about that paragraph, despite quoting from Josephus and quoting from the same book. Because it's not something that Josephus wrote. It is something that is added later. It has phrases that very clearly he wouldn't use to talk about Jesus. In fact, he wouldn't use to even mean what that says. When it says that he was a doer of good works or did good deeds or like miracle worker there, that Greek phrase Josephus uses to mean poet elsewhere. So, no. The person who does mean it that way is Eusebius. He uses it about a dozen times in his book where he gives us Josephus's testimony in Flavianum. It is something that is added later. Josephus, and this is true, didn't say
Okay,
shit
just out of
about
curiosity,
Jesus.
because I've never heard this before. What is your source that Josephus uses the word for wise man? Not wise
The
man.
Greek?
For
Just look at the
worker.
Greek.
Okay, wait.
It's the Greek. It's Antiquities of the Jews, his book. Just look at the
Okay.
Greek version of it. That phrase is never translated as like doer of good deeds. The other times he uses that phrase, it means poet. It like a creator of good works. It's translated as miracle worker in that passage in English, but unfortunately, like someone who does good works, like makes good works. That's a poet. It could mean a poet, and that's how
Does
he
it
uses
say
it
someone
everywhere
who-
else.
Okay. Does it say someone who does good works, or does it say
Yes,
a
like a doer
or
of
someone
good
who
works, like a
produces-
like someone who does good deeds, that kind of thing. Sometimes it's translated as miracle worker. Sometimes it says a doer of good deeds. Sometimes it says doer of good works. It just kind of depends on your English translation there. But again, that phrase doesn't mean poet there because Jesus wasn't a poet. Works of literature. That's what it's talking about there. Works, like it produces good things.
Okay, how do you get from produces good things to poet?
Because they produce like good works, like a work of writing. Like one of the works of Josephus is Antiquities of the Jews. That's how that word works. The works of Shakespeare.
Why doesn't he
yeah.
just use the Greek word for poet?
He just uses that phrase sometimes. Sometimes he uses the Greek word for poet. He just uses it like to compliment somebody.
Okay. Anyway.
Like you can say like, oh yeah, he's a poet, but you could also say like he was an amazing playwright, or he's an amazing a wordsmith. Like he has such a way with words or something. Like you could compliment somebody in another way, but nevertheless, in this particular instance, that it's using a phrase that he doesn't use to mean that. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter. The point is, he definitely did not write that shit. It is something from Eusebius, who, again, an admitted liar.
What about Mara Bar Serapion?
Doesn't say anything about
73.
Jesus Christ or Christians, and says king, the wise king, because he's talking about the wise king of the Jews, Shimon Bar Kokhba, and
When was
it
the
says
last
right
time
after
the
that
Jews killed a wise king?
in the 130s, which is what he's talking about, because he says they are now living complete dispersion. Immediately after that, their kingdom was abolished. That's because in the 130s, Emperor Hadrian laid waste to Judea and banished the Jews from the area. He banished them out of Judea. It's talking about Shimon Bar Kokhba. It also implies that
Talking
king
about
is
the
still
destruction,
dead.
or could he also be talking about the destruction of the temple, which happened in AD
No,
70?
because that's not the kingdom, and also that's not immediately afterwards, and they didn't leave in complete dispersion. So nice try, I respect that, but no. Also, he implies that this king is still dead. If he was familiar with the Christian story, not only would he call them Christians, probably would have said Jesus or Christ. On top of that, he would have said that he's not dead anymore. He would have known that the next paragraph is he's still alive. He comes back to life. So no, definitely not.
Or maybe he just denies that the Christians believe. Maybe he denies the Christians' belief of that
He
Jesus
doesn't say anything about the
had
Christians,
risen
does he?
from the dead.
Doesn't say anything about the Christians, does he?
Okay, and then obviously,
So you're just kind of
and I'm saying
writing
he
something
could
into
have
the text.
denied what the Christians were saying. He could have believed in the historicity of Jesus existing as a real man and a person who
Sweet.
claimed to be a
So
prophet, but he
you
could have
think
denied
this
the
text that
Christians'
doesn't say
claim.
anything
He
about
could have
Jesus,
denied the
Christians,
Christians'
or
claims of
Christ?
him rising from the dead.
You think that something that doesn't say anything about Jesus, Christians, or Christ is explicitly talking about Jesus and is talking about things that don't happen for another 40 years after Jesus dies?
Okay, so he just refers to him as a wise king, but there are also other people who refer to him as the king of the Jews. For instance, Pilate refers to him as the king of the Jews. He doesn't refer to him as Jesus. That doesn't mean that he's not talking about Jesus or that he's talking
He
about.
does refer to him as Jesus, actually. I don't think you've read the Gospels. He explicitly says the name Jesus.
When he's addressing
Also,
the crowd,
on top
he
of
says,
that,
"Should I release your king?"
Also on top of that, Shimon Bar Kokhba was crowned king. In fact, we have coins with him on a throne that says "For the redemption of Israel."
What about another source? What about Pliny the Younger?
Pliny the Younger doesn't say anything about Jesus. He says that the Christians worship a Christ, but doesn't say the name Jesus,
Okay,
and
then
doesn't
what-
even imply that that's a man. Doesn't say anything from the New Testament. In fact, he's running into them in early, like northern Asia Minor, 3 years before the Second Jewish-Roman War, and never mentions anything about the Jews. Doesn't mention any connection to Judea at all.
Okay, just because he doesn't say explicitly Jesus, that doesn't mean that he's not talking
Okay,
about
but then who's he talking about?
Jesus. He's talking about Christians, right?
Yep.
And he's talking about their Christ, correct?
Yep.
When in the history of Christianity did it change that someone else was the Christ and not Jesus?
I don't know. Maybe
In
2 decades
in
later, when
early- in
Emperor
early
Hadrian writes a
Christianity.
letter to to his friend Servianus down in Alexandria that says the Christians in Alexandria, Egypt, are fickle, and a Christian down there is a worshiper of Serapis. A bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis. That's from an emperor.
That's from where?
Emperor Hadrian. Also, Christ is a term. It's not a name. It's a title. It means anointed, and it applied to multiple gods and people prior to the stories of Jesus. So, not really that big of a
Okay,
deal.
but he's
Hell,
also
the word
referring
Christ
it-
is
he's
used in the
ref-
Septuagint to apply to Cyrus the Great, and in the Jewish Apocrypha, it applies to Alexander the Great.
Okay, he's referring specifically to Christians. He's not referring to Romans or to Greeks or to.
I know they'd be
anything
Greek
else.
because of the fact that, again, he runs into
Well,
them in
yeah,
northern
okay.
Asia Minor.
If you're going to say that, then yes, and there were multiple Jewish Christians and Greek
He
Christians.
doesn't say
and
anything
Hebrew
about
Christians.
Jews there. He just says Greek, or he doesn't even
Okay,
say
but
Greek.
you're-
He just says Christians, and he's up there in Greek-speaking Roman Empire.
You point out the fact that I said Greek, and you said it doesn't say anything about the Greeks, and that's what I'm saying. He's talking about Christians.
Mm-hmm. True.
And he's talking about their Christ.
Okay.
And I'm asking you, when in the history of Christianity did it change that Jesus wasn't the Christ or someone else was the Christ?
Sometime before the mythology of Jesus shows up in 144.
Okay,
Prior to
where?
that, Christ, again, in the 130s, Emperor Hadrian says that the Christians in Alexandria worship Serapis. And a bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis. Christ is a term that applied to gods and people. It means anointed.
Okay. Can you just okay? Then where's that letter? Where's the source for that
Found
letter?
in, I think it's, Historia Augusta, I think is the name of the text.
I might have said that a little bit like a jerk, but I'm just asking out of curiosity. You said that's where?
Historia Augusta. You got anything else?
And bishops are the. You said that he said that the bishops were at that time. Like, what did you say that he said in the letter?
In the letter, it says that a bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis. You got anything else? I mean, you can look it up on your free time if you want, and you can come back.
Okay.
All right. What do you got? You got any other sources for Jesus? Otherwise, there's a pastor here that's been waiting patiently for 26 minutes.
What about Tacticus? So, okay, are you looking... Okay, so are you looking specifically for someone who mentions the name Jesus by name? Saying, Christians believe that this
That
man,
would be
Jesus
pretty
of
good
Nazareth,
evidence for
was-
Jesus is Jesus.
Okay, and what... Okay. Just out of curiosity, what makes you think that Jesus wasn't a person?
The fact the natural stories of Jesus as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, do not line up with history in the first century.
Okay, of course the Quran wouldn't line up with history because it was written 600 years after Christ.
Yeah, but it's still based off of Christianity. That's all that I'm saying, and that's why I include it.
Or it could have been written off of what Muhammad heard about Christ. And he could have still gotten it wrong, or he could have changed
that's what I'm saying. It's based off of Christianity. Yeah, it shows up about 300 years after Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So it's based off of Christianity. That being said, Christian stories themselves don't line up with history at the time.
Okay,
In fact,
well-
the Gospel of Luke explicitly fucks up when it tries to say that John the Baptist's ministry starts at the same time as the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, which would be year 29, and also Lysanias the Tetrarch of Abilene, who died in 33 BCE. So,
Where does it say that?
in Luke 3.
And you said it said what?
It said that the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, which would be year 29 CE or AD 29, that is, it says in Luke 3 that lines up with Lysanias, the Tetrarch of Abilene, but Lysanias died in 33 BCE. We have coins of him.
Okay.
It's almost like the people who are writing the gospel are just trying to say the story happened, and they're trying to put it in history because it's like historical fiction or mythology, and they're doing a really shitty job of it.
Okay, why would they do that?
Because they're writing historical fiction for the mythology, for the purpose of mythology.
Okay. Out of curiosity, do you believe that the other apostles, the 12 apostles existed?
Nope, kind of hard to have disciples when you don't exist. And there's no
So you
evidence
just
whatsoever outside of
believe
Christianity that any of those people existed.
So you believe the bones in St. Peter's Basilica that have been carbon dated to the time
I want you to show
of
me any kind of
Jesus.
study that says that it's carbon dated to the time of Jesus. As Bullock says, out of curiosity, can you please drop yourself? Oh, God. Nah, okay. This is your last point, man. You got anything for Peter? Because we definitely don't have that. This is just going to be just a big nothing burger here.
Scientific investigations of relics linked to St. Peter involve carbon-14 analysis on both skeletal remains and purported garments. Excavations under the altar of St. Peter's Basilica in the 1940s and 1960s revealed a funerary niche near a 2nd century shrine famously bearing Greek graffiti that translated to Petros Ini, Peter is here, accommodating an anthropological
Where are you reading
analysis. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Where are you reading this?
Google AI overview. And
Okay.
And it says, carbon dating and anthropological analysis showed the bone fragments belong to a robust male between 60 and 70 years of age, dating from the 2nd century.
Hello?
Well, then that would be the wrong century, buddy. All right. Well, but thanks for coming up. We're going to go ahead and move to somebody else. Yikes. That's the 2nd century, man. That'd be about 100 years afterwards. It's almost like they just kind of found some bones there in the early 4th century whenever the mother of Constantine was going through picking shit. And she just decided to point at somebody's own grave and say that that's Peter. All right. Notice the problems with the dates, son? Anyways, what do you got? Pastor Jamie, 1124.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
That was an awesome conversation. So, I will just a few things, a few thoughts. One is from Philippians chapter 2, where it's written, you can dispute if you believe Paul existed or not.
One second, really fast. I apologize.
Okay.
Someone left a super chat there on YouTube. I wanted to get to that. Christian Gun M2T, $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Said there is graffiti in Jerusalem that mocked Jesus being crucified. Look it up. There was a response to this. Let's see. I think I already went away, but it's saying something. I can't remember what the response was, but the graffiti in Jerusalem. So it's not in Jerusalem. What you're referring to is, I think it's found in catacombs, I think over in Rome. I'm pretty sure. I'm not exactly sure, but I know it's not Jerusalem. But it says Alexamenos worships his god, is what you're talking about. It's called the Alexamenos Graffito, and it depicts a person with a raised hand, and then it looks like something with an arms out, like, stretched out to the sides. That has what appears to be a horse or a donkey head. Some scholars even say that it's a jackal head. Plenty of Egyptian gods had like animal heads on it. So it's not even really, we're not really sure that it's mocking necessarily. There's no indication that it's actually making fun of somebody. But even if it was, it dates to about the 3rd century. It's not evidence of Jesus, but it is evidence of people potentially worshiping Jesus if that's Jesus. And that's fine, but it doesn't really get us to a historical Jesus. It's not like that was like created like in the 1st century or anything like that. But that being said, thank you very much for the super chat. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you definitely can use TikTok to take guests. You're going to have to either click the link in the chat, click the link on the profile, or hop onto TikTok and search for Christ Before Jesus. Or if you send a super chat, I will read it out loud. I promise I will get to it. Just stick around, but I will read it if you send it over. So anyways, back to you, Pastor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So first, Philippians chapter 2 tells us, though, that, you can dispute the author of the text, but it says that though he was equal with God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped, but humbled himself and took on the form, or became a human, and became obedient to death, even death on a cross.
Okay.
Like, it would be hard to die on a cross.
Wait, what?
It would be hard to die on a cross if you didn't exist.
Okay. And I guess it'd also be hard for Hercules to be strong and lift up boulders if he didn't exist.
Okay, that particular phrase from Philippians 2 predates the author of that text. That text
predates Paul?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
And where did you get that idea?
Well, it's not just an idea; it's a fact.
Okay. Where'd you get that?
It's called the Christ hymn, and it was something. Paul is if you're because you're.
And this is in
Paul
what?
either.
In Philippians
what? Philippians chapter 2.
Okay. Philippians chapter 2.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And so, so there were these group of folks who believed in Jesus, and that this was a saying or something that they said about Jesus, saying about him, that Paul inserts. You can dispute the author if you want to, but the writer inserts into Philippians 2 about Jesus. And furthermore, so there you have
I'm so
Philippians 2.
confused. What does this have to do with Jesus? Because I mean, the first time that we get the Pauline letters, like, are you trying to say that Paul wrote that or something, or were you saying
What I'm trying,
you were saying that it
I'm
was
trying to
before
say,
Paul too?
you have multiple folks who believed that Jesus.
Oh, something happened. Party foul. I can't hear you, man. Oh, there you go. You're back.
So within like a couple years of Jesus' death,
Where are you
there
getting
were
this?
folks who.
Where's the
Okay.
evidence that they had this within a couple of years of Jesus' death? Where's the evidence of that?
I mean, I think the evidence is in a few places. One, you have a reference in. Yes, you have to go to some of the Christian texts because that is the primary way that we know about certain things. But
I'm so
writing-
confused. Where are you getting the
the
idea that this was
writing-
something just a few years after Jesus? Where are you getting that?
Okay. So in Galatians chapter 1, there is a reference to Caiaphas, who is a Peter, because Caiaphas is the Aramaic word for Peter.
You mean
which
Cephas?
means- Yes. Caiaphas, yes.
No,
is
okay.
Aramaic for
Sure.
Peter.
Okay.
It's hard to know Peter and Jesus' brother James if they didn't exist.
Right. Yeah. So this sounds very Bart Ehrman-esque. Okay. So the earliest iterations of Paul's letters show up in 144, and they don't include any kind of mention of Jesus' brother. So no.
Yeah, Jesus. Okay. I mean, we could argue these points or whatever, but I will say that most every single New Testament scholar that I've ever encountered, and I've encountered many,
Okay.
very, 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 very few would say Jesus did not exist.
I don't give a shit. I care about the evidence that they provide, and the oldest information for Paul's letters, the oldest iterations of them, by multiple scholars who are working on this right now, shows that it would be the Apostolicon, which would be published by Marcion in 144, and that does not include any kind of reference to James, the brother of Jesus, in the Gospel or in any of Paul's letters.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I will say that, I have a hard time believing that the folks who were writing the letters, you can dispute who wrote the letters. I would have they weren't canonical yet. They weren't made part of the New Testament. But
okay,
they were writing these things, believing that these things were true. Nobody writes something and thinks, "Oh, I'm just lying."
Joseph Smith didn't do that?
Joseph Smith. Yeah, but you would have to have.
Yeah, but what? So in other words, so apparently they do that.
Yeah, but
people do that.
He was trying to get this stuff canonical. The point of the Pauline
So
letters.
did Joseph Smith know that what he was writing was bullshit?
That I don't know. Maybe he really believed what he wrote. But what I will say is that those folks who wrote the letters, I'm going to say Paul, but when Paul wrote the letters to the churches, he was trying to correct behavior that the churches were participating in.
Okay.
And
I mean,
so-
there's no
because
evidence that they were doing that prior. But again, there's no evidence of Paul's letters prior to 144. So, I mean, what you're saying is just nonsense. Like, you tried to assume the idea that, like, something from Philippians was passed around, like, within the first few years of after Jesus' death. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, because we have copies. We
don't have any
of
copies that go to the first century. What the hell are you talking about? The oldest
And
copy?
we have church fathers that will quote certain texts, before.
What are you talking about?
144.
No, give me give
think
me one church father who quotes. Clement
of
Okay.
Alexander. I
Yeah.
think he was 90s or 100.
No,
something
not
like
Clement
that.
of Alexandria. Clement of Alexandria is pretty close to like the 3rd century. You're talking about Clement of Rome.
Clement of Rome.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your evidence that Clement of Rome was writing before 144?
I think it was like 100.
Okay, what's your evidence of this?
All right. I will say, I learned this. This is something that I learned in intro to.
What happened? What just happened? What?
I mean,
we didn't skip the evidence that I asked for. What's your evidence that Clement of Rome was writing in 100? And by the way, the number is 95. The date is 95 to 96. Okay, really quick. Whenever you're off the app, I can't hear you. So maybe that's what you were thinking. Like, I can't hear you. So you can hop off the app and you can look for the information and then come back, but you got to come back.
Okay. All right, I'll hop off then and look at that.
I mean, you don't have to leave. You can just like hit like the minimize button on your phone or whatever. And is that what it's called? And you can just like search for it really quick and then you can come back. That's fine. But like,
yeah, I was going to research the dates.
Please do, because that's kind of my thing. Me and my co-author, we take a look at the New Testament in Greek to try to figure it out, like to try to figure out when it was written, and we see that it's written in the 2nd century, not the 1st.
The last thing I'll say before I hop off here is I'm willing to stake my entire life on this day that Jesus Christ existed, and that he was.
All right, well, that's a waste of life, but sure.
Are you willing to stake your life on that he didn't?
No, because I'm not a fucking moron.
Exactly.
I don't stake my life on really anything. That's dumb as shit.
Well,
like, why would you do that?
And that's the difference between
that you'll just kind of tie yourself to the mast and just drive the boat into a cliff. Okay,
No,
cool. That's fine. That's fine if you want to do
there's
that, but that's dumb as shit.
I think there's a lot of good reasons to stake our lives on it.
No, that's really stupid. In
day.
fact, the fact that you don't have these dates, but you staked your life on this, like you're prepared to risk eternity according to you. And believe something, but you don't have any evidence to back it up, and you can't even promote it here. You weren't even prepared to have a conversation here on TikTok, but yet you're prepared to stake your entire life on something. Okay.
Absolutely. Certain dates I can't get.
Well, why don't you go and try to find as much information as you possibly can on the dates of this stuff, and then we'll talk about it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Pastor Jamie, everybody, who I hope comes back with a little bit more information. By the way, we've got this other guy who just came up. Look at this. Look at this guy here. We got what?
Tienes miedo.
Barakamade.
Okay, I don't speak that language. Hey, what's this live about?
This live is about Jesus and Paul never existing. You guys are in for a treat. This is actually my co-author, Matthew Britt. I use his full government because his fucking username is his government, but whatever.
My username is the government? What?
Okay. Anyways, what you got for us, Matthew?
Well, you told me to hop on to make me a mod on YouTube, and so I don't know how I'm going to do that because I have to hop over to YouTube and then I'll go silent for a second.
Well, you should do that. Speaking of YouTube, thank you for bringing it up. We do have a super chat. It is €2. €2. The first time that we've got euros. Thank you very much. €2 from Jupiter 1429. Or you Potter? I think, I don't know. Says, The Jesus Deception by Adam Green. I think I've heard of that book. Have you heard of that, Matthew?
Sorry, there was a baby deer that just ran in front of me. I don't know. I gotta, hang on. You handled the live for a second.
The things that happen in rural Texas.
Ask that question again.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so Jupiter1429 on YouTube uses €2 to ask us the question. The Jesus Deception by Adam Green. Do you know that book? The Jesus Deception?
Not offhand.
I don't
look
know.
it up.
Yeah, let me see if I can look it up real fast. Let me see here. Adam, I think I've heard of it. Adam Green.
Did you know baby
Deception?
Baby
What?
deers sound like baby goats?
They can, like kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here is some book here. The Jesus Deception, a mystical midrashic myth. So it sounds like mythicism or something like that, but like I guess. I don't know. The book came out in 20. God damn.
Cool.
It just came out.
Okay, well maybe we need to check it out.
Well, maybe. I'll go check it out. I think I've heard of the person's name, but I don't know. Adam Green is a pretty common name, I think. But I'll check it out. Thank you very much. You put there 1429.
Was it written by Jesus?
If it's not written by Jesus,
Adam Green.
then no.
It was written by Adam Green.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see. We've got Catholicism Rocks there as a guest. What you got, Catholicism?
I just don't understand why you think Jesus and Paul never existed.
Because they don't line up
why do you
with
think they
history. Because they didn't.
What do you mean you don't line up with history? I don't understand why do you mean they don't line
Yeah,
line
like
up
the
with
history of the first century, like the early first century, like from what we know of it from like contemporaries, archaeology, geography, they just don't line up with it.
Sure it does.
Like where?
Like I mean, to not use the Bible as like as a point of reference. Like archaeologists and that would use the Bible as an historic account to go find locations and places, and that they've used that.
Yeah, that's why they don't.
Places.
They don't use the New Testament to do that. That's not a thing.
They do, yeah.
No,
They find
they
places
don't
where the Bible
actually.
said they
I don't
do.
know what you're talking about.
Jaron, have you not heard of Ron Wyatt?
They have. I mean, like, so do you believe Aristotle existed?
What did he say?
Do you believe Aristotle existed?
Aristotle? Yes. I think you actually meant to say Socrates because we have shit from Aristotle.
But no, I'm saying Aristotle. So you believe Aristotle existed?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't pull a confused look, and I heard what you said about look at this guy's name whenever I first came up. What was that reference for? But anyway,
I'm going to be
Aristotle,
real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're
Aristotle-
talking about. I really don't.
Whenever I come up initially, he says, "Look at this guy," and then you started talking.
Oh no, I was talking about I was talking about the guy above you, my co-author.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I didn't. I thought you were being snarky. I forgive me.
Oh no. If I was being
But-
snarky towards you, you'd know about it. You and your mom.
Okay, but Aristotle, right?
Uh-huh.
You say we have writings about him. The earliest copy we have about him was like 1,400 years after his existence.
Sweet, but it's still written by him. So I mean, what do you want me to do about that? Do we have any
wrote by
writings
him.
from Jesus?
It's not wrote by him. We don't have anything. The earliest copy we have from him dates back to 1,400.
Do we have anything
years
directly
after
from
he
Paul?
existed.
Mr. Catholicism Rocks. Do
that's
we
what
have
I'm-
anything
I-
directly from
but
Paul?
you
Do we
just
have
told
any
me-
originals from Paul, or is it just stuff from after him?
Well, that's what I. Can I please explain what's like? So I'm just saying, regarding ancient history, we have very little going back to the time of the person.
Yeah.
Okay, but you still believe that. Okay, so can I please finish? You still believe Aristotle existed, right?
Yeah, because we have contemporary. Excuse me. I apologize, guys. We have contemporaries that actually like talk about him.
No, we don't. The earliest copy of anything from him is 1,400 years after he existed, right?
No, contemporaries who
earliest
talk
copy-
about him.
We have 49 copies of that. 49 copies. 49 copies. How many copies do we have of the New Testament?
That's not how we determine whether or not something is true. Is how many times we have like copies of it.
Can I show you something? Can I get the back screen a second?
No, you can't. God damn.
You say you are the biggest card. Look, can I not have the big screen to show the people? Are you afraid?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about. The amount of copies of something
I'm
does
going
not
to show you.
verify
I'm going to show
whether or
you
not
what
it's
we have
true.
About a different ancient. I'm going to show you what we have from Homer, from Sophocles.
All right, you're on mute for a little bit because I got to go read some super chats. So, $5 super chat from Marv34001 says, "Hey, little homie, Paul doesn't reference the Gospels or any of the Jesus tropes. Would it be fair to say that the Paul fraud predates the Jesus stories?" So, kind of. So, I think it's more that like you get Paul and Jesus about the same time. You get Paul as well as the first gospel published at the same time from Marcion in 144. But the reason why Paul doesn't really talk a lot about the gospels is because there's only one gospel. And he doesn't really talk a lot about the Jesus tropes because Marcion didn't think that Jesus was a human being. So it's just like it's just a story. It's like a spiritual fiction. It's a mythology. So Paul doesn't exist to really talk about the story. If you wanted to know more about the story of what this mythological character named Jesus did, you would read the gospel. Paul exists, or his writings or his letters exist, to teach people how to be good Christians or how to run a Christian church. It was a slightly different purpose. That's why it doesn't really focus on that kind of material there. Jesus is almost like a standalone story that gets like remakes or sequels, if you will. But then Paul's epistles are like what you do with that, if you will. So it's a little different in its purpose. But Paul does say in even the Marcionite versions of Paul's letters says that he received the gospel from revelation, like just it came to him. He didn't get it from anybody else. Interestingly enough, I think that the way that it was initially promoted, and I have good reason to think this, but we don't have to get into it now. I think the reason, or the way it was initially promoted, is Paul's letters come from Paul, and Evangeline also kind of comes from Paul. In a sense, like Marcion is like, oh, hey, this is what I got, and it's Paul's letters and his gospel or whatever. Like, I know that sounds a little weird, but yeah, but it's all technically from Marcion at the same time. We then have $1.99. Thank you very much. KCV Tube 89 said the birth narrative proved Jesus not real. Yes, the natural Jesus that's presented in the New Testament definitely didn't exist because the birth narrative contradicts itself. So it's impossible. So I don't know what to tell you. Then you have, let's see, another person here, $4.99, a super chat from Daniel Aguilera, 8985, said, can I go up? There was a speculation in your book. Matthew mentions the potentiality of Paul maybe being a BCE Roman figure. How to follow up regarding it? Yeah, we had presented that, but more or less we had said that like it's almost as if the writers or the creators of this Paul character may have kind of thought of him as that particular type of person, someone from the 1st century BCE. Not that that's actually when he actually exists, that he was real and he came from that time, but rather that they are making this up in the 2nd century and casting it back into the past so poorly that it goes into the 1st century BCE. That's. I know that we didn't do a tremendous job of explaining that's what we meant, but that's what we technically meant.
Yeah, that's like my biggest regret of the book is because we've had several people like, oh, you definitely meant that he was this era. And like, no, it was like a hypothetical kind of counterfactual thing.
Yeah, it was like a hypothetical. Yeah. And not only that, but our view of Paul, like you could see that it kind of shifts, that's a remnant of a time that where our view of him was shifting as our research was going on, because. I mean, when we started our research, we were thinking that Jesus was real. It never even considered the idea that Paul wasn't real. So we had to learn as we went, and we were trying our best to kind of present the information we were finding like almost in real time, like you could see it like as it aged. Evolved. Back to you, Catholicism rocks. What was you were talking about the copies of Jesus, or I don't know, something Jesus's balls?
Yeah, I was talking about ancient people from ancient history. Many copies we have, and how close to their death we have those copies from.
Okay, we don't. The amount of copies of something does not dictate how true it is. Why do you keep focusing on the number?
I didn't say just about the amount of copies. I didn't say about the amount of copies. I'm talking about from the time of their death to the amount of copies we have.
Who gives a shit? Why does that matter?
Well, in other words, if you believe something that we only have a copy of 1,000 years after they existed.
I don't give two shits. I haven't made any claim about how like Jesus.
You believe that.
No, listen, Catholicism. Listen. I'm not making any claims about how Jesus didn't exist because we don't end up with his stories until later. That by and large is not a problem. It's the fact that the content itself is piss poor. I don't give a shit about when we get the stories. It's about what the stories say.
Okay, well, what then? Look at the archaeological evidence. The Tel Dan stele that was found.
The what?
In 1983. David.
So the Tel Dan for David?
The Pilate stone was found in 1961.
Is he talking about the stele for David?
The Pilate stone now.
And now it's the Pilate stone. What the hell is going on?
No, God! Yeah, because people used. No, God, please, no. Because people didn't believe David existed. People like you questioned David, and we have the Pilate stone regarding Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, but
we
we never
have the
questioned
Ezekiel
Pilate.
tunnel from Kings
We're not
chapter
questioning
20, verse
Pilate,
20.
dude. What are you
Second
talking about?
Chronicles chapter 32, verse
We're
30.
not saying that Pilate didn't exist. Pilate existed.
I'm also talking about the Bible talking about King. Okay, so Pilate existed, right? So I'm
Yes.
just saying all these things.
You know how we know that
show
Pilate
credibility
existed?
to the
Because
Bible.
there was
Well, so I'm
contemporaries of
saying
him
to you-
who wrote about him. There were people who were alive at the same time who said, yeah, Pilate's
exactly, but
like
I'm
this
got them
dipshit
from
who's
we
running
find those
Judea.
things from the Bible. Thanks to the Bible. Thanks
No.
to the, so you didn't know much about Pilate until the Bible told you about Pilate. Yes,
No.
yes.
No,
You didn't
contemporaries
have
like
any-
Philo of
any
Alexandria and
yes,
Josephus
because
talk
that
about Pilate.
evidence-
In fact, the
that
Bible
didn't
actually
come
talks
till
about
later.
Pilate
That did not
in
come
a
till
way
after
that
the
doesn't
Bible.
line up with what we know about
you did not
Pilate.
have evidence of that after the Bible. Look, just you talking over me doesn't make you right. You didn't have evidence of that until after the Bible was compiled. You did not
No.
know about those contemporaries until
That's
after you
not
had
true.
the Bible.
That's not true.
No, that's not true. The same way we don't have any archaeological evidence. That wasn't 2 minutes ago. The Pool of
Okay.
Siloam.
Yeah.
We have it.
Evidence
John-
of Pilate isn't
Yeah,
evidence for
I just
Jesus.
removed him. Yeah, he's fucking loser. I have no idea what he's even talking about.
I don't know.
Not able to get it through his Irish fucking face that like that's not it's not at all what we were talking about. And my apologies for saying Irish because he may have been Welsh. I have a sound for that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Ah, damn it. I can't find it. All right. Well, it's somewhere in here. Oh, no, here it is.
Plan by the push gwingus go get a quindrobus and to Cilio go.
There we go. He was either Irish or Scottish. Just one of the two. As a Welsh, I don't claim him. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, no. He wasn't making any good points at all. He mentioned the Tel Dan. Isn't that the one that mentioned David?
Yeah, his point there, I think, was that, you probably questioned David, or maybe that we don't, but people did, and that the Teldan thing was like proof of David, so now we can say the Bible's reliable. But also, that's a disputed artifact, so...
yeah.
This is a load of barnacles.
Anyways, let's see here. We got a $1.99 super chat there on YouTube from Catholic for Christ, as opposed to Catholic for.
It's the same guy. He's like, well, if I can't get it on the live, I'm going to get it through the super chat.
I don't think it is. I don't think so. Nah. This guy's making a completely different argument. The Irish guy was making some kind of argument that I don't think it really existed. So anyways, Catholic for Christ, $1.99, thank you very much, says Bart Ehrman / Richard Dock, I'm pretty sure that's Richard Dawkins, agree that Jesus / Paul existed. And yeah, I mean, they do. They say that those two people said that Jesus and Paul existed. Richard Dawkins, I think on his most recent interview with Bro Jogan, said that the evidence for Jesus is not great. And even Bart Ehrman states in his book that it's not the best evidence, but like there's not a lot. There's not a lot of evidence for him, but still, it's still it's still an opinion that they have that Jesus and Paul existed. And I get it. But nevertheless, the reasons why they say that these people existed is because they rely on church history to a massive extent. They also rely on certain texts like outside of Christianity to be authentic to these particular authors, like Josephus or Tacitus. They assume that these things are talking about Jesus and that these writings are authentic and not edited by later Christians, which we can tell they are or they were. Any comment on that there, Matthew?
No, not really. I think you nailed it.
Sweet. Okay. Let's see. We've got someone else who's wanting to come up. Or did you want to talk to the guy who was coming up about the BCE Rome thing? He's requesting up.
I mean, BCE Rome or BCE Paul?
Well, BCE Roman Paul, I guess.
Roman.
Yeah.
I mean, we can, but I'll talk to him some, yeah. But am I enthusiastic to talk about that point? Not necessarily. I'll definitely have that discussion. Yeah.
I understand. Okay. Well, this is a conversation that needs to be between Matthew and this guy. So, Daniel Aguilera, you are live and on the air.
Yay. How's it going?
No, I mean, I just had good. I mean, I'm more so on the mythicist side. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole like chronology of everything. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to get a follow up on that because it really did seem like this was more so your opinion, especially with your little excerpt of saying like, yeah, I'm struggling with this idea, but this is very highly speculative. So I was just kind of wanting to see where this idea came from.
So yeah, the reason I put that note in, I think, and this is like, trying to think back 2 years ago, is I think at that point I had written the chapter, or Jared and I had written the chapter. I think I wrote most of it. And then I was like, well, there's just not really like evident. I mean, there's like some argument for it, but like not hard evidence. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, I want to put this in so people don't misunderstand that this is a hypothetical and like a speculative thing. It's not my opinion. I can't really explain why they got like 2 data points wrong in the same direction that line up in the same time. Mm-hmm. But having looked at the text a lot further since then, that may be from an older or later, I guess, later, a more recent layer of the letters. And if that's the case, then it's even more likely that wouldn't have been the origin of the concept of Paul as much as somebody trying to historicize him and not doing a very good job of either reading their text or writing the story.
Right, I see. Regarding Paul, my opinion, I'm not sure where I kind of stray in this mythicist point, but even if we grant Clement it's 140s and 150s. For me, I'm trying to struggle how Mars decided to envelop this and how it wrapped my head. What I'm trying to like, I think Paul or the Pauline school of thought, or just this different sect of Paul, came up more so in the late 1st century. And Marcion just kind of hijacked it. And the reason I'm saying that is because Clement of Rome, despite it not being written by Clement more than likely, and even being in the 140s, 150s, this still mentions a Pauline figure as like an established guy. So I'm just kind of trying to see like, how is it that Marcion decides to just envelop this guy and bring him up out of no whole cloth and no one really bats an eye? And that's where I'm trying to kind of date my form of mythicism. And I'm not sure if it holds true to any arguments that you guys may have or any holes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what, I don't want to, project somebody's opinion incorrectly, but Litva, for example, Dr. Litva thinks that there was some kind of Pauline movement, or maybe a Paul, I think is his position, and that Marcion inherited that, and that he is, delivering in his canon a true-ish form of the Pauline letters, at least more so than like what we have now, which that part is true in that it's more of the original, but what the original is the part that's in question. And I think by the 150s there kind of is a Pauline tradition because they created it. I think that maybe, since Jared likes to make a Mormon comparison, nobody that joined Mormonism and was part of that faith questioned Moroni or like Lehi or anybody like that, because once you bought in, you bought in. And so Marcion comes up with these texts. Nobody has really any other counter texts or anything at the time, and it catches on because it's a set of letters, a canon that the religion didn't have before. And so regardless of where that came from, if Marcion had some kind of true thing, then we wouldn't really necessarily see why that wouldn't have started earlier. Like why aren't people quoting it earlier? Why aren't people, inscribing like the Paulist movement or things like that? We don't really even have that for Christianity. So there's some speculative stuff. I mean, you might like, I think it's Price that has this kind of theory that that Paul is actually Simon Magus, or maybe Serdo. So you could look into that. I mean, it's an interesting thing, but I think he gets really speculative, and he uses the pseudo-Clementine literature to kind of make that argument, and that's a later thing. And you have to like kind of insert the possibility that there's an earlier layer that's even remotely reliable in that, because basically he has Simon Magus stand in for the Pauline position and fight Peter in that text. So I mean,
that makes sense.
Could,
Yeah, it makes no. Sorry to interrupt. I mean, to your point, it does make sense when you brought up the Mormonism example. Just because it does seem like with Irenaeus, like there was no names of these gospels, and this guy just decides to just say them, and everyone's like, oh shit, like okay, yeah, let's take this. And I guess that does make sense, and it does kind of provide more of a Marcionite like creation. Because yeah, I mean, there's people just coming up with different stuff, and Irenaeus just names drops four names of the Gospels, and everyone just doesn't even bat an eye. So I guess that makes sense. I'm just
and prior to that, in 170, Celsus had said, "Hey, you guys had one gospel, but then when people pointed out problems with it, you decided to write more or like pivot."
I see. Oh no, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So in regards to just your guys' position on Marcion, it's just you guys solely believe that he was the one that just came up with everything. There was no pre-Paul letters. It was just Marcion or the Marcionites that decides to just come up with the version of Paul.
I think, okay, for Paul, I think that's a good possibility. For like the Christian movement, I think there were various like sects of something that looked like Pliny's Christians, that this movement was more or less co-opting or picking up on. For Paul, I don't really see any evidence that it wasn't Marcion. Nina Livesey's got the position that like Acts, there's proto-Acts that saves some kind of historical idea of Paul, and that's why they picked the name. But again, it's kind of goes back to that Joseph Smith argument. Like, he made up a lot of names. He just picked some names. And so that when things are created whole cloth, especially like literature, sometimes you just pick names. And so there's not necessarily a historical figure that has to go with it unless there's evidence that there was a historical figure. And in this case, we have, I like to say that we have, I'm more certain that Paul didn't exist than Jesus didn't exist, because there were so many like.
I told you guys, he says it. I told you. I told you.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Keep going.
Yeah. Just because like we have a lot of people named Jesus, and like you could pick a single detail from a gospel, and then like say this one tiny thing lines up maybe with this one particular version of Jesus. But with Paul, I mean, there may be a handful of people that have ever had that name prior, if that, and. Also, we have more or less no backstory, and the backstory is clearly layered into the text later, and it all comes from this one, guy, and then this guy in that text that Paul supposedly writes says he didn't get his gospel from anywhere but Revelation, so that's why it's coming out of nowhere, because it was a revelation. So, yeah, I don't know if you have more to add to that, Jaron.
No, sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all, actually.
Fair enough. Baby deer, huh?
Yeah. Or whatever sound they make.
All right. No, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, I would probably assume that it's probably, for me, I have this assumption that Paul might have been real, but Jesus wasn't. But I do see, to your point, Matt, it's just, I personally think it was like a little Pauline-esque type of movement that decided to just run through and just trying to take over the Christian domination around the area. But no, I definitely need to study more.
Daniel, are you saying that you think that there is historical evidence for Paul?
You know what? To that point, I do not have it right now. This is just a working theory.
Because you know what happens when you say yes to that.
I don't want to go through the ringer and.
All right.
I'd say, I think it's really easy to come from like a mainstream educated religious studies background and kind of think that there was a lot of like really, I don't know, like Jewish Christian type of sects that were going around, and maybe, but we don't have a whole lot of evidence for that. And you can see that's a really hot debate in the 2nd century. So the Paul movement or like the Marcion movement was probably co-opting stuff, but I don't think it's in the same way that a lot of like modern scholarship will portray like there was this Jewish
copying
movement and that it got co-opted by the more Hellenistic Paul. I think it's if anything more reversed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It started with
sense.
them, if you will, and then became more Jewish over time.
I see. Okay, I'll give time to Keith, but definitely I might have to play devil's advocate on the Paul side. I'll just have to kind of see what I could find, and yeah, I'll probably go up later.
Yeah, go ahead, play devil's advocate. The devil doesn't exist either, so good luck with that. So anyway,
thank you
very much for coming up. That was Daniel Aguilera. Do we have a sound for Daniel Aguilera? I think we do. Okay. Anyways, so I'm sorry. All right. Anyways,
somebody brought up the. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
sir.
well, go ahead. Wait, one second, Keith. What was that, Matthew?
Somebody wanted to talk about the Gallio inscription and the Erastus stone as evidence for Paul. If you want to knock that out real fast.
Was that on YouTube?
It was on TikTok.
Okay,
But
well,
I
one
think
second.
that's a relevant point. So.
Well, yes. One
We
second
can
here.
come back to it.
We do have a couple super chats to get to. Let's see. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna Michaela is me. There we go. Michaela is me. Yeah, I know who you are now that I said it, but Michaela is me 89 sent $4.99. Thank you so much. Said, hey, glad you finally came back with the milk. I never actually left. Never did. I still gotta go get milk. All right. So would you say more Christian/Catholics are more Paulians versus Christian? Love ya, heart, LOL. Well, we love you too, Michaela. I would say, in all honesty, like, go ahead, Matthew.
I think that ties in directly to what we were just talking about, actually.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Go ahead. If you
Well,
wanna tackle it, you
I
can.
know where the question comes from, like people that generally view like Christians today as just listening to Paul as opposed to listening to Jesus, if that makes sense. It's almost more of a theological kind of point than anything else. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think that comes from like this understanding that's pretty common in I don't know, scholarship and just like the public conception of Christianity that there was this Christian movement that was more pure or something or more Jesus-ish prior to Paul, but I don't think that's the case if you fully accept that Marcion is the origin, because if he made up Paul, then Paul and Jesus are contemporaries in that sense, in the fictional sense that like, you know, they were
kind of
made up at the same time. And so there was no original Jesus movement. Maybe there is a Christian movement, but that's going to look very different than like what you would assume like a Jesus follower type that you would see today, like in public. Like I'm a Jesus follower or something that's more Christian than a Paul person.
Yeah. Then we got $2 from Kaiba Kaio. Says, do you sleep with a helmet
on? Only when I'm in Jaren's bed.
Oh, ayo.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
I don't necessarily care for that, but yeah, I don't know what that's even really asking. I
don't know either. I thought that was an opening for a joke. So
maybe. But no, I have.
That's the sound, exactly the sound, actually.
Okay, so the answer is no. I guess I gotta answer that question. No, I don't. I guess no.
Oh, if we're giving honest answers, then no, I don't either. Sorry.
Honestly, I don't know really what it's talking about. And then Marv34001, $5 super chat there. Thank you very much. Says they love to bring up Dawkins and others as if they're kings of atheism. They say they appeal the same way they appeal to church figures for knowledge without question. That's a good point. That is a good point. Like they kind of view Bart Ehrman and Richard Dawkins as if they were like the Irenaeus and Justin Martyr. Of
you thought
atheism.
how little I thought of these people, then you probably wouldn't bring them up to me.
No, yeah. Like, in all honesty, Bart Ehrman. Okay, cool. Bart Ehrman exists. He's a smart guy, but he's just outdated. I view Bart Ehrman as a dinosaur, and Dawkins got tricked by an AI. So, haha. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you there.
Ehrman was cool back like around 30 years ago, maybe, but that was a long time ago, and he still wasn't pushing like super out there stuff. It was very like mainline, like critical type scholarship that was in the scholarship. He just happened to be the name that got picked up and toted around on TV.
Yeah, well, again, I kind of presented the case that you had made before when talking to me about that issue is that Bart Ehrman's book came out in 98, 99, somewhere in there about Jesus existing, but from an atheist point of view. And then in 2001, 9/11 happens, and suddenly Bart Ehrman is famous because he's at least this atheist who is willing to bridge that gap, if you will. So yeah, it's just kind of
we really had to rally around the banner of Christianity then. So
yeah, Yeah, because I mean, yeehaw, George Bush. It's actually George Bush right now.
I thought that was.
It's a live
what was his name?
feed. He's painting
Howard
right now.
Dean.
That was yeah. Oh man,
That's a deep cut right there.
honestly, the worst things that presidents ever did, the worst things, top 3 worst things in order. Number 1, worst things ever. Yeah. Well, he's not even a president, so he didn't even make it. So that's so bad that he couldn't be president. Number 2, a tan suit. Can you believe that Barack Obama wore a tan suit? Like,
I'm still upset about it.
the nerve of that person. And number 3, and this is actually not as bad as the others. George Washington owned slaves.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna hop off.
So that's my point, is that it's so ridiculous that was brought up. Oh my God. Anyways, so let's see. Blacksmith GT since $2 says Jesus been real quiet since this channel started.
He's been quiet for a long time. I don't know what's
You're
going on.
goddamn right. Not the tan suit. All right, and then let's see. Everlasting Godstopper sent $5. Thank you very much, Everlasting, and said Christians turn words into wine. WHINE.
That's
Wine
clever.
in this chat. Wine. Do I have a sound for turning stuff into wine?
I can make a slurping sound if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was joking. I didn't think you'd actually take me up on that.
Do it.
so...
Do it. No. It was at the same time as I said something, so you got to say something.
Okay. I gotta do it again. How about like a really gentle one?
I don't like the gentle slurping sound. You don't. No, we don't use those kind of adjectives.
Do you want
around.
rigorous slurping?
No, don't. No. I don't like those adjectives. All right. Anyways, Keith, what you got there?
Yes, sir. I just had a quick. What the framing effect is?
What?
Framing effect.
What about it?
Do you know what that is?
I'm not off the top of my head. What are we talking
So
about here?
the framing effect is when a person looks at data points and because they have a natural bias against what it's presenting, they read it and interpret it differently.
Oh, it's kind of like
that what you
the
do?
sharpshooter thing. But yeah. Are you telling us that that's what you did? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking that. So, say for instance, when you read the Gospel of Matthew, because we were talking about this earlier in Luke's Gospel, what are the earliest copies of that we have? Do you know?
Matthew?
Like
From the
third century?
3rd century? Yeah.
Okay. What is the earliest copies of Josias?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Josephus, sorry.
The earliest copies of
late.
Josephus that we have is like 10th century.
So the 10th century. So you're taking an older text to, say, for instance,
An
disregard.
older text?
This is
Yeah.
a pretty bad argument, actually,
Why
because
is that
the
a bad
manuscript.
argument?
Well, I mean, I was about to explain. But the manuscript dating that we have doesn't equal the reliability
Yeah.
of a text. Like, okay.
So you may
I've got
explain
a.
why?
Yeah, sure. So,
For
I've got a
instance,
history
you're-
book from let's say 2025, but I have a copy of Harry Potter from like 2000. So does that make Harry Potter more reliable for history?
So when I'm saying the framing fallacy, I'm
Keith,
using
answer the question.
No,
no,
we're not on the
no.
framing fallacy. This is about the manuscript argument that you just made.
Yeah, so I'm making a manuscript argument
Sweet.
based
Keith,
off of the.
you're either going to
No,
answer Matthew's question
If
or
that
you're
was a
going to be
yes or no
disconnected.
question, like
no,
one or other.
that's a loaded question, man.
That's the point, because your argument was bad. So when you set it
No.
up, that's what you just did to us with Josephus manuscripts and Matthew's manuscripts.
Yeah, we don't.
No,
we don't.
because-
You won't hear us say that we don't have anything until a certain point, so therefore it's wrong. You also won't hear us say we don't have that many copies of it, so therefore it's wrong. We're not going to make those arguments because that's dog shit. That's what you did, and you should feel like
No.
dog shit for even saying it.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. So
I
you're
am
saying
listening because
you're
you just asked.
disregarding
You
my-
just asked us, Keith. You just asked us why we would consider Josephus to be more reliable than Matthew, when Josephus, the earliest document that we have, or the earliest manuscript that we have currently of Josephus, is from after the earliest manuscript of Matthew. But that's not how we determine whether or not something is accurate. The accuracy of something is determined by its content, and
so
possibly
the
even
content
by
of
whether or
Joseph's.
not it's backed up by someone else who was writing at the same time, not by the earliest manuscript that we have or by the amount of manuscripts we have. I
So
don't know why it's hard for you to get that through your thick skull that that's not how we do that. That's not how anybody does that. That's not how any of this works.
So that was an ad hominem. What I'm arguing is, say, for instance, when you're reading the Gospel of Matthew and Luke in regards to the birth of Christ, you say Josephus, you use Josephus as a grounding text, right?
For what?
To disregard the historicity of the account of Jesus'
For what?
birth. For the historicity of Jesus' birth according to the Gospels.
We don't have to do that. We don't even have to
That's-
look to Josephus for that. I mean, you can, because that's going to be the easiest way to do it. But we have literal like inscriptions that talk about how Quirinius's like census worked,
No, not how the census work. I'm saying what
like
other
how it worked
manuscripts.
and how it was calculated, like with
No,
dates on
I'm talking about
is
the
thing.
dates. So the
Yeah, we don't
dates
have to
in
use
which-
Josephus to figure out that the census of Quirinius is in 6, and that's after Herod dies. We don't have to use Josephus for that.
So where else would you get that information?
I just told you there's an inscription that talks about the actual a census that was done, and it counts like 177,000 people in a particular region. Like we can use actual archaeology to date the fact that the census is after Herod the Great dies, and the fact that it's done by Quirinius, the governor of Syria, means that there was no king over Judea. This dog
does it say
won't
that
hunt.
in there?
No, it's Quirinius, the governor of Syria. That means that there's no one under him who's a king. He wouldn't be over
I'm
a
saying
king. That
the
doesn't make any sense.
inscription. Does the inscription?
The inscription
Say
mentions when it was done, and it mentions the census that was done in 6 CE and
that?
how
So
it was carried
it
out.
doesn't say the man, right?
Quirinius?
So yeah, it doesn't say it, right?
No, I'm pretty sure it does mention Quirinius. Nevertheless, it still talks about 6 CE.
I know, but I'm saying it doesn't say it.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
It's very irrelevant. So where do you get the information that Quirinius did the census at that time?
The information is either found on the inscription, or we can take a
Or
look
do
at
you- or
Josephus,
you
which
mean
is
if
backed
you-
up.
if you-
So
if you
so
distrust the
Joseph-
Gospels
so-
and don't think that the Gospels are recording a thing there, that's fine. You know.
No, so I'm saying what you're using to disprove the Gospels is it's a very inconsistent logic. So you're saying, oh, Josephus. So we have this inscription that doesn't actually say the exact words or who did the census.
So really quick, are you still hung up on the idea that just using Josephus is bad because it's just a later manuscript? Is that what you had said? Is that still
No.
your contention? So
No,
what's
my-
the problem
my
with using
conten-
Josephus?
My problem is, say, for instance, Josephus' text, his data points are a little bit inaccurate.
Based on
he
what?
has based off the internal critique of it. So,
Of
say, for
what?
instance, he mentions I'm about to
Like,
explain. So,
okay.
say, within his text, he's talking about, say, for instance, Judas. No, Zach. Judas. Say, for instance, 3 different accounts of Judas's rebellion within the later text. And so when you do the account and try to predate the Judas effect, it wouldn't even actually make sense. Because there's actually a whole essay on this that talks about how it's very inconsistent with his
Go
dating.
take care of your kids, man. You're not even remotely close to the ballpark here. You're not ready to have this conversation. Go take care of your kids.
All
right. So, were you following that at all, Matthew? Like the guys.
I think it really comes back to the manuscript argument.
Yeah, he's
I
trying
think
to
that's what it
argue
came
that
back to.
Josephus isn't reliable
because the
or
manuscript
as
is
reliable
later.
as Matthew or something. Yeah, dumb.
Yeah, and then he had an essay that I'm sure said something, but I think the point there was Josephus wasn't perfect, so therefore we can't trust that over the Gospels.
over the story that talks about magic. Anyways, Tiffany, I was told, Tiffany, that you have a very good argument.
I mean, I really don't argue this too much because I feel like even skeptics or like atheist scholars agree that Jesus Christ was executed under Pontius Pilate. I think the argument is more towards his divinity most of the time when I'm talking about Jesus. So, yeah. But I mean, yeah, I guess we could talk about it.
You have the floor. What's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Okay, yeah. So to make the claim that Jesus and Paul never existed, you will be going against the overwhelming consensus of historians. A lot of historians that agree with that aren't even Christian. So when you look at Jesus, right, he's mentioned not only in Christian writings, he's mentioned in non-Christian sources.
Yeah.
When
Hey,
you
did
look
you
at
know that at a certain time in history, the smartest minds, the smartest mathematicians and everything like that, the scholars, if you will, all believed that the sun went around the earth. And that was even from people who didn't worship the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what proved them wrong was actual evidence and math. So what is the evidence that the scholars have that suggests that Jesus actually did exist? What's the evidence that they point to? I don't give a shit about how many scholars. I don't give a shit about whether or not they have a DR before their name or a PhD after it. I care about the evidence that they provide. What evidence do they provide?
Yeah, right. So I just want to preface this by saying it is true, like you said, that many of the smartest people in history once believed that the sun was going around the earth. When I'm talking about consensus, though, right? I feel like you're kind of trying to write the consensus off. So when do you know what the word consensus means? Like when I say that,
Yes,
it's
I
the
do. And I'm trying to
consensus
figure out whether or
okay.
not the people who believe in said consensus have evidence to back it up, or if they're just kind of going off
Yeah,
of what
yeah.
they
So
had just kind of been told from tradition.
Right,
So
right.
what
right.
evidence do they
Yeah.
point to? That's
yeah.
what I'm
So
asking.
I'm about to present it. So the main evidence that historians would use to point to for Jesus, right? They will look at Paul's letters, right? That's AD, that's circa AD 50 to 60, right? Those are the
sweet.
earliest
What is their
surviving
evidence?
Christian writings.
What is their evidence that comes from the first century? Do you know? Because, by the way, do you, really fast. Well, no, I'm not going to do that to you. We don't have anybody outside of Christianity that ever mentions Paul, ever, in ancient history. Not once. So the fact that they're dating Paul to the first century means that they're trusting the church entirely.
Well,
and there's
when you
nothing in the
look-
Pauline letters to even insinuate that they're writing in the first century.
In fact,
Well, when I look at when I'm talking about the dating on Paul's letters, right? I'm not gonna say, oh, because the Bible says so, right?
Well,
When you
that's
look at
what the
way that
scholars have
historians-
to. There's
Hold-
nothing
but
else.
Can I like finish?
No. I'm trying to explain to you that what
Well,
you're
yeah,
talking
I heard
about
what you
is
said.
based
Can I
off
say
of
what
that.
I'm about to say?
Well,
okay,
I mean,
so Paul's. Okay,
unless
so
you've got
when you-
evidence outside of the Bible.
Okay, so when you look, so when you look at Paul's authentic letters, right? They mention different historical figures, right? Like Galileo, I think that's how you pronounce his name, right?
No,
so
that's
he
in
had
Acts.
a term in. Can you please let me finish?
That's in
He had
Acts. That's in Acts. That's not in the Paul's letters. It's in Acts. Gallio.
But this is what I'm saying, right?
No,
Because that's the
listen.
same-
No, stop. You're building on top of a
You
faulty
keep
foundation.
interrupting me.
Correct.
You won't even let me finish my
correct,
point in
because you are
rebuttal.
building
That's how a
off of-
conversation or a debate works.
Okay.
Have you ever been in a
Shut up for like 10 seconds.
You need to tell yourself
okay,
that.
Okay,
You're a grown-ass man.
listen. Yeah. And unfortunately, I'm talking to a child who doesn't
Mhm.
understand that when you say something incorrect,
Just because
someone
you-
is going to call it out so that
Doesn't-
you don't build on top of that faulty foundation.
just
I
because you're-
apologize that you are
Doesn't make me a sh-
wrong, but the fact that you don't know you're wrong is not a valid argument against what I'm
Drop your na-
saying. So,
Have some
that being said,
self-control.
listen.
You listen, you
the
interrupted-
Pauline epistles is what we're talking about, and then you immediately
I
jump
know
to
that.
Acts. You tried
Can
to
you
say
let me get a word in?
You tried to say that Gallio was in the Pauline epistles. He's not.
I am saying when you look at Paul's letters,
Okay.
does he or does he not mention historical figures? Yes or
no, not from the first century. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
He does not mention
When
anyone
you
from
look
the
at
first
the
century.
language, when you look at the language, right? When you look at the letters, let's talk about the letters, right? They were already being collected and cited by late Christian writers in the late first century. So
Who?
how did they not exist in the first century?
Who?
Hold on, I'm gonna cite my sources. Hold on.
Sounds good.
Okay, it's going to be Ignatius and it's going to be Clement. That'll
Yeah,
help you out.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we already have the arguments for this. We're
You're just gonna, yeah.
We're ready
That dog
whenever
won't
you are.
hunt. Like you can pet the dog if you want, but I mean, ultimately, it's not gonna hunt. Sorry about that.
But I mean, even when you I'll start this off, right? I'll grant you this. For historians, who is that? Oh, I was about to say, what the heck? Okay, whatever. historians don't know with absolute certainty that the letters were written by Paul, right? When you look at ancient history, right, it rarely offers that level of verification of proof, right? So historians would say, what is the most likely explanation of the evidence, right? So the reason that many scholars think at least some of the letters that they have were written by Paul, right, is because the letters claim to be written by Paul and they contain personal details, his travel plans, disputes, greetings, right? So all of those things, they read like real correspondence rather
Yeah,
than
and
just
we have
being
letters
alleged.
from Hercules and his
So-
wife back to him that were very personal. Does that mean that like Hercules existed?
You didn't let me finish all of the points of evidence. So when I'm making it,
All right, listen.
You're focusing on-
You're gonna get disconnected if I mute you.
I don't care.
Okay, well, see you later.
You keep interrupting me.
Whenever
You're embarrassing yourself.
Cool. Listen, whenever I mute you, you stay muted. You have made points and you have tried to use these as evidence for your side when they are dumb as shit and you don't understand that they're dumb as shit. But again, your argument is not made any more valid because you don't understand that you're dumb as shit. That's the problem. We have letters from forest nymphs to Hercules about his wife and his relationship. That's pretty personal. Does that mean that forest nymphs are real? No, no, not at all. We have plenty of these kind of things. That does not mean that the letters are real or that the people who are talked about in there are actually real people. That's not how that works. Writing letters was actually a fairly common trope at the time. All right. So no. And by the way, we don't determine that Paul is a real person simply because of the fact that it talks about like his travel plans and shit like that in there. Like, no, that's not how that works. A lot of this is dependent entirely upon church tradition. Because guess what? All of his relationships that he's talking about in there are with people who are also part of the New Testament and only in the New Testament. Like, oh, hey, Paul runs into Peter and John. Cool. Do we have any evidence of them? No. They're also found in the New Testament, but we don't have anybody outside of Christianity mention them either. That's not how that works. Sorry. All right. Were you going to say, Matthew? You going to say something?
I don't even know at this point. No, this is moving really fast.
Yeah, well, that's just kind of how it goes. That's how that works. All right. Let's see here. I think we got somebody else coming up here. Yeah, Harry Potter talks to Hermione, so he must be real too. So dumb. All right. So much like that.
All right, bro.
What's going on? XVZ.
Yeah. So, you know about Islam, right?
I've heard of it.
So, do you know? So you're saying that there was the Bible before Jesus, right?
The what?
Is that what you're saying? So are you? I just want to like make things clear. Are you saying that your point is that the Bible existed before Jesus?
No, that the title Christ and like a Christ type God existed before Jesus because Jesus
Okay, so
was
what
not
makes
historical.
what makes you think Jesus does not exist?
He doesn't line up. Even the he doesn't line up with history in the first century.
So, and what kind of proof is there? So, like, all of these books, but you mentioned that only Christianity believes in Jesus, but Islam does believe in Jesus too as a prophet.
So
Yeah, but the Quran's not a very valuable historical text. In terms
yeah,
of
it's written
So
600
do you
years
know-
after the
have-
supposed
look,
death
look,
of
look,
somebody.
if-
That's going to somehow make it
Do
better.
you know the Quran? There are not a single mistake in the Quran. Just find
Yeah,
one
dude,
mistake.
I don't give two flying fucks. It's still based off of Christianity, and it comes from 3 minimum authors. I don't care.
Yeah, multiple people.
Then
Multiple
why is it
people.
why is
wrote
it
the
two
Quran.
different books?
What?
Then why?
Multiple people
you're
wrote the
saying that
Quran.
the Quran comes from Christianity. Then why is it two different books?
Yeah, because it's an offshoot of Christianity. The Quran doesn't
Yeah,
even get
they-
written for another about 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the Roman
Yeah,
Empire.
well, do
It's
you know?
dog
Do you
shit.
know?
It's just
In the
like
Quran,
desert
it mentions
Mormonism.
that. Well,
Yeah,
do you know that
if Mormonism is based off of Christianity, which it is, then why does it have a different book? You see how dumb you sound? It's because Islam is nothing more than desert Mormonism. It's just some guy saying, oh, hey, an angel talked to me, so I'm going to fix Christianity, reform it, and then I'm going to marry a whole bunch of people, including some kids. That's basically how that works. It's the same shit. It's just Islam doesn't
No,
have
that's not how it works.
Islam doesn't
That's not how
have
it works. All right, so basically,
like
have you even read the
magic
Quran
underwear.
for you to say that it's okay? Like even if the Quran took shit from the Christian Bible.
Yes,
Yeah,
the Christian
Tell me
Bible,
one
sure, but it
single
also
mistake
takes
that the
from
Quran
the
has that
parable of
makes
the
it
seven
bad.
sleepers, and it takes from the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is Christian apocrypha. So bad and so late that even Protestants today understand that it's bullshit. So no.
Okay, well, guess what? Do you know that the Quran mentions that Christianity came before Islam, but God sent another book?
I don't
for
give
the
two fucks
prophets?
about what your magic says. I care about what evidence says. What evidence do you have that Jesus existed?
The Quran. It's
Sweet. And
mentioned
how
it.
did you figure
And do
that the
know
Quran
why?
is
And do you know
historically
why?
accurate when talking about Jesus?
And
How
do
did you
know why I'm
establish that?
100% sure that the Quran is correct?
How did you
Because
establish?
before
Listen,
even science existed.
listen, you dumb motherfucker. Just listen for like 10 seconds as I ask this question, and then you can answer it. All right. How did you determine that the Quran was historically accurate or reliable when talking about Jesus? Go ahead.
Okay, before science even existed.
All right. We're not going to listen to that bullshit either. Give us the evidence that the Quran was historically accurate when talking about Jesus. How do you know that it was?
Okay, so basically, when you want something historically reliable, okay, its facts need to be true.
Yeah.
Yes?
So how did you establish that
Yeah,
its
well,
facts
all
about
of
Jesus
the
are
facts in
true
the
when
Quran was
talking about
true.
Jesus?
Because everything in the Quran is reliable.
Cool.
Because
So
it's
how did you
proven. It's
determine that it
proven.
was reliable when talking about Jesus?
Exactly, because everything in the Quran.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to that guy anymore. That's ridiculous.
Everything in the Book of Mormon is reliable.
Yeah, it says it. It says it in the book. Dumb piece of shit.
Unlike the Quran, it has an affidavit at the front that proves that it was truly divinely inspired.
You know, in the Book of Mormon, it says it is the truest book ever, truer than the Bible and the Quran. So if
There
the
we
Quran
go.
never makes any mistakes, then that means the Book of Mormon actually makes a negative amount of mistakes, which it must be why that's what it is. That's why they keep updating it. It's because they have like some wiggle room before they're the most perfect book. Does that make sense? They're a negative amount of mistakes. So they can make like 4 or 5 mistakes and still be perfect. That's how that works. All right.
Yo.
What is going on? The Neuropathic 1?
Yeah, cool. You got it. That was cool. Thanks. Nothing much. I just kind of wanted to just make a quick comment. I agree with what you're saying in the prompt, and I've tried my hardest to even do that. I've went through this for a long time, man. There's no way you're gonna be able to prove that. There's no way you're gonna be able to prove it. And to be, the ironic thing, that I realize is that everything else in the Bible can be real, like the environment, nature, the trees. The only thing that's faking it is the people.
Hey, that's how a lot of historical fiction works.
Even the
Like this-
scenarios can work. All the scenarios can work. Nature is in there. The animals, the trees, just the people are fake.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like London's a real place, but that doesn't make Harry Potter real. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
want to make that comment. But thank you for what you do, man. Keep on working, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. I think I've got a sound here for you. Here we go.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
Love it. All right.
Is that a sound for when you drop a friendly?
Yeah. Well, it just drop really anybody.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Let's see. We do have some other people who are looking to come up. That Keith guy is still willing to want to come up.
is
Do
he
we
back?
have any? Let me check really fast for super chats. I think there might be a super chat. Oh yes, there's a super chat from Hardwork8395 for $4.99. Says congrats. I pulled the cord up there, but yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what it's saying congrats for, but thank you.
Well, for the super chat.
I
Thank you.
guess. I guess that maybe that's it. I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Do you have a sound, by the way, there, Matthew?
I have the one that you just played from the soccer dude.
Oh, is that what the sometimes maybe good? That one?
Yeah.
That's a
me.
soccer guy?
It's
Why didn't you just say Italian?
I thought he was Greek. This is why I didn't say, that because
I don't know. He's
I don't know.
Italian, Greek. I mean, look, the Romans and the Greeks were the same thing anyways. I mean, ask Kanji. She knows. I'm going to die. Anyways, Oh yes, we got a we've got a super chat for $2 from Rogue Studios 2400. Says, "I'm buying your book."
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you like it.
Thank you. The book they're talking about is Christ Before Jesus. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for grabbing it. Hopefully you enjoy it. If you run to anything, if you run into anything that is bad, that guy wrote it.
Yeah, anything that's a mistake or an error, just blame me.
Yeah. That guy
That's
wrote
the
it. If it's good, if
Beauty
it's
of
bad.
having a co-author is that Jaron can be on here and say he made no mistakes whatsoever, and he's like, "Well, that was my co-author. I mean, I can't do anything about that."
Let
other
me
than
just say
I could've
this: I
fired
have
him."
made a Quranic level of mistakes. So if you think that the Quran is
And there
pure-
were 2 or more authors to the book.
2 or more, who was the third? The Holy Spirit.
Yes, there's always 3.
There's always
no more, no less.
Anyways, let's see. By the way, there's some sounds here that I got to play because I know that Bree was in the chat. Yes. Also, Storm was in the chat. She was even doing some good work, as well as Bree, over on YouTube, modding over there.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
That's true. We also had Hetty Artist. He actually came up.
Because you, my precious little bitch boy,
Stop it,
are
sir.
tripping balls.
I even saw Christina the Godless from Girls Gone Godless.
Yeah. Right. What was that last sound?
Ben, Luca.
What? What'd you say?
What was that last soundbite from?
Twilight.
The
Did you want to hear it again?
balls
Here it
one?
is.
Not that one. No, the other one. The other one.
Ben, Luca.
You're all tripping balls, whatever.
I don't know. You must be tripping balls because the most recent sound was this one.
Bella. Where the hell have you been, Luca?
Is that the one you were asking about?
No, by the time you had started that one, like I was.
Which one? This one?
That might have been it. Maybe this is it.
Ben, Luca.
Anyways, no, it was this one. I think it's from Hell of a Boss. I'm pretty sure that's the thing it's from.
Because you, my precious little bitch boy,
Stop it,
are
sir.
tripping balls.
Bella.
Oh no.
Where the hell have you been, Luca?
All right. Okay, we're done. Let's see. But thank you very much to Rogue Studios 2400 there. Then we got a super chat of $4.99 from Hard Work 8395 says, "Congrats because you achieved monetization." Yes. Thank you very much.
Oh, cool. So it
Yes.
kind of was about the super chat.
It was. It was. Do I have a sound for that?
Thank you. I think that one that
Sometimes
you just
when I
played.
I'll wipe and I'll wipe and I'll wipe and I'll wipe 100 times. Still poop. Still poop. Let me check that.
Yeah, that's
It's like
pretty
I'm wiping a
shower.
marker or something.
All right. So thank you very much. Hard Work 8395. And then we got £2. £2. First time we got pounds. £2 from Neptune_cult says, "Can oh no, I don't know what it says. Can we? Okay, use. There we go. Okay.
Phonetically.
Okay. Well,
Phonetically.
can we any book besides Potter by Mold Witch?
Oh well, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, people know that one. I understand.
I think they're asking like, can we use any other book because J.K. Rowling sucks?
I agree, but I one time asked somebody on an interview that we were doing, do you know Pride and Prejudice? And the answer was no.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
Anne of Green
I think
Gables.
that's
Like
just
you're
the
a big
biggest-
fan, right?
Yeah, well, like it's just the biggest known book that people roughly our age have read. And honestly, that's why I can't think of.
I mean, look, J.K.
another book.
Rowling
And it's-
sucks, but like at the same
Right.
time, like it's a famous IP. Like it really is.
And it has letters in it, and that's a big point. And
Yeah.
it's a historical fiction to a degree because it mentions London, it mentions Prime Minister, and that really every parallel there. That
Maybe we
need
should
is
just
in
pivot
that.
to Twilight. I think I have a sound from Twilight. Did you want to hear it?
Oh yeah, give it a shot.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Luca?
I don't know. Is that the canonical version, or is that kind of like not fan fiction but apocryphal?
No, the fan fiction of Twilight, believe it or not, is actually 50 Shades of Grey.
50 Shades.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. So, yeah.
Oh, shit!
That's how that works. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there anyone in the chat? Yeah, there's a Girls Gone Godless shout out. Yeah, every time we play that, I got to remind people to go check out Girls Gone Godless. It is a podcast that is on every place that you can get podcasts, and it's from 3 girls who have they've gone godless. Pretty hard in the paint towards that godless position there.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Let's see. 50 Shades is a great piece of literature. Yeah, I guess if we had another book, though, like to answer your question there, Neptune Code, like if we had another book that we could reference that people knew like really well, then I would probably use that one, to be honest. Like, is there anything else, though, Matthew, that you could possibly think of?
I mean, well, no, the problem, because I was like Pride and Prejudice, big literature. It's got letters in it, and that was a big point.
Tom Sawyer, maybe? I don't know.
I'll have to reread it. Maybe.
Huck Finn.
But Tom Sawyer's got some problems too.
Yeah,
Huck
well,
Finn's
yeah.
got
Then
some
you're
problems,
pivoting
too.
away from like anti-LGBTQI plus stuff to like well, it's not anti, but it's like it uses the N word in it. You know, you can't do that.
Jaren's gonna be reading Huck Finn on the
Alive.
and get us in trouble.
Even better, Matthew is going to be reading Huck Finn, dressed as Samuel Clemens.
Lord of the Rings.
That might be good. Lord of the Rings might work.
But people haven't read. I mean, do people read Lord of the Rings or do they watch Lord of the Rings? Let's be honest.
Well,
they watch it.
Yeah, a
Have
lot
you
of
tried to
people
read
read
Tolkien?
Harry Potter, but
I mean, I've read Lord of the Rings, but
you've also probably read the Silmarillion.
The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. But I really think.
Have you read the Silmarillion? You fucking nerd.
Parts of it.
Yeah. All the beginning, the end, and the middle parts too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And boom goes the dynamite.
All right. And there's no historical
Yeah,
references. in there.
Lord of
That's
the
another
Rings.
good point.
Right, Lord of the Rings doesn't have a real. It's cool because the entire thing is like made up, so that like it's got some cool world building and stuff, but that doesn't help the Forrest Gump.
Well, no one reads Forrest Gump though. So, anyways,
See, and this is the problem.
I
I
started
really
reading.
did think like. I don't want to use Harry Potter, but like, people have actually read it.
Joel Reed's
Or,
Bible
like,
says
know enough of
Narnia is based off of the true story of Jesus, though.
Oh, that is a good point.
There is a particular verse. I
Man,
think it's in.
that would get circular real fast.
Yeah, it would. I think in the Gospel of Luke, it actually talks about how Jesus was actually a lion who was
dazzling.
voiced by Liam Neeson. Yeah.
Is that really who does the voice? I didn't
Liam
know
Neeson? Yeah.
that. He's Qui-Gon Jinn, right?
All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to hop off here in like 10, 15 minutes. I don't know what Matthew's doing. Matthew, you going to keep the live going for another few hours?
No, I gotta hop off. I gotta go hunt that baby deer down. I don't mean like to kill it. I mean I gotta go see it. I realized as I was saying it, it's like yikes.
So to all the vegans in the chat, vote Tallarico coming up. That's funny. Anyways, what are you going to do to that deer? You know what? Don't tell me.
Take some kids to see it. I mean, like, you know, take my kids. Go look at this baby deer I found.
It's not going to be in the same spot.
I'm not gonna touch it.
What are you talking?
No.
Let's go touch it. Yeah. As a quick reminder, do not touch deer, especially baby deer. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh dear.
Anyways. All right. Let's see. We do have some people who are requesting up here. Your number is up.
Nice to meet
just
you.
like a formal debate. That's all.
Keith, you take care of your kids because I can still hear them in the background.
What? I live in a house, man. But I was saying, I would like just like a formal debate. That's all.
All right.
Schedule it at
So,
a different time.
what is your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
One eternity later.
I was saying I would like a formal debate.
All right. Good evening, sir. Doth thou have any evidence for thine Savior?
So, can we schedule one?
Jesus Christ, dude. No,
Instead
we're
of
not doing that.
Could
You're
you do-
here now.
could you
Just
do
fucking.
about
no,
4:17
because
Central
even when
Time
I was trying to
today?
make my points, you just kind of consistently muted me.
Yeah,
But
can you do
I'll
today
pay
at
for it.
4:17 Central?
Yeah, we can. I would like to schedule a formal debate with
Sounds
you
good.
and your colleagues,
4:17
if you'd like.
Central.
Do you know what a formal debate is, or no?
We've done them. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it starts in
Okay,
about a
so
minute.
is this a formal debate or no?
It is now.
It's not a formal debate.
Yeah, he's the moderator.
So did I just challenge both you and him? How can the person I challenge be the moderator? Is that
Do you want to take
coherent?
both of us? Is
it's
that
our-
what you're saying?
It's our platform. We can have a three-way right now if y'all want.
So I would again just email you. You got an email? We can set it up.
Yeah.
It's in the. It should be in the link tree.
It should be in the link tree, I believe so. Or you know where it definitely is in the book, which we would highly recommend that you read before talking to us about our position, because you'll be able to have a cheat sheet about our arguments and everything. And this book is
Yeah,
Christ Before Jesus. The link is
Yeah,
in the bio here on TikTok or on YouTube on the profile.
Yeah,
$3
data
for the ebook.
points. Yeah, but that's why I would like to. We can debate over that as well if you like.
Sounds good.
So I'll email you then.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
All right, we're moving on. He's
You know
late
who
to
hasn't
the
talked
debate.
in a while is the person below me in the panel.
That guy's a bitch. So, anyways, for the boys. For the boys.
Hey, guys.
Hell yeah.
How you doing? Hey guys, you doing good? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, really fast before we get into it. Over on YouTube, we got a super chat, $1.99 from Coquard 1000. I don't know. I may have just cussed somebody out in some kind of foreign language.
Farquad.
That's the vice president for Farquad is Coquard. Farquad and then the Coquard. Anyways, let's see. It's $1.99. Thank you very much. And they said, do stylometric analysis of the Dead Sea Scrolls next. Also fake. Well, I've got some good news for you. That's kind of sort of what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Next book.
Yeah, sort of. In the next book. But while you're up here, for the boys, what you got for the boys?
I have a question. Like, what are we debating exactly? Like, do you take into consideration like archaeological evidence of?
Yeah, if we had
things
archaeological evidence
happen in the Bible?
of Jesus or Paul, yeah, I want to hear about it. What you got?
I mean, there's quite a lot. I mean, it depends if you take into consideration like things such as human experience, like evidence.
That's not archaeological though.
No. That's why I'm trying
There's
to
quite a
figure
bit
out,
of
like,
archaeological
what's-
evidence if you consider everything that's not archaeological evidence.
No. Like, I'm trying to decide, like, what you guys consider, like, valid evidence. Like, do you consider human experience such as evidence as well or not?
I mean, what do you mean human experience? Like, did you, like,
Not subjective
experience?
experience.
Like,
I mean, yeah. I mean, it can be individual or it can be, like, how you see, like, other people change due to something that
how does
they
that have
say
anything
happened
to do
them.
with 2,000 years ago?
You know, it might be related to certain things or a fact that happened and how they feel about it, you know?
No, okay, no, that doesn't have
But, like,
anything to
if
do
you
with
guys-
2,000 years ago. What are you talking about?
No, like, if you guys don't consider it, like, valid, that's okay, because we can talk about
Well,
archaeological.
I'd like for you to
or
please
historical.
explain how you thought anybody would ever take. Oh, you mean Jesus existed 2,000 years ago in the desert in Judea? He was walking around Jerusalem because, your best friend down the street wiped his ass and got hurt, and then Jesus healed him? Like,
No, I mean,
okay,
that's
cool.
That's valid. What you're saying is
what does
valid.
that have
Like,
to do with anything? Like, why did you even think that we would accept that?
Sure. Like, let me explain. Like, let's say, for example, somebody is like really hella depressed, and they say something helped me. I mean, we can choose not to believe them, but if like somebody's depressed and they say they got better because of this happened, or if
that
somebody
automatically
says this
means that
happened,
Jesus existed 2,000 years ago? Even if Jesus came down and jerked you off right now, does that somehow mean that he existed 2,000 years ago?
okay, let's use this as an example. Let's say
He needs some milk.
like his disciples. Will you willfully die for something?
We don't have any
if it's a lie?
evidence that they even existed. None of them are mentioned outside of Christianity once.
Okay, that's a fair point, but that's if you take the that's if you take like the
If you want to look at this
Gospels-
historically,
yeah, but that's if you take the Gospels as purely religious texts, you know. Like for example,
I mean, is there any evidence that they're like historical?
yeah, like take
Where?
Luke for example.
Okay, cool.
It's basically a
This is not
historical
gonna go
document
well.
because
It's
I mean,
basically a historical document. All right, take a
You
look at the
guys
screen
think
really
that
fast.
the
This is
Gospels
Luke
are
chapter 3. In the 15th
biographies,
year
right?
of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, this is year 29. Pontius Pilate, governor of Judea, that's perfectly fine. Herod, the ruler of Galilee, not a problem, that's Antipas. And his brother Philip, ruler of the region of Iturea and Trachonitis, that's perfectly fine. Lysanias, the ruler of Abilene, nope. That guy died in 33 BCE, so 60 years before the rest of these people. That's weird.
okay, what are you talking about? Like it can be during the same period. Does it have to be like the same exact year?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, that's
like 30 plus years.
That's what it's saying.
That's
It's
like
saying
a lot of
60
years.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's saying
mean, bro,
60 years before the year 29 when Lysanias
Yeah,
was
but that's
ruler of
like
Abilene.
saying, okay, this part says it's not exactly, but we don't take into consideration the other 1,000 things that do match.
Like
that's
what?
a little bit of
Do they
nitpicking,
match?
isn't it?
I mean, do they match though?
Yeah, give us an example of something that matches.
Okay, one example, sure, dude. Like Daniel, like how it predicts the
We're in the New Testament,
world
man.
empires. Oh, okay. This
no.
is purely New Testament. Okay.
And Daniel's a bad
Yeah,
pitch
well,
because
we don't
it's
see
lying
Jesus
about
and
when it
Paul
is.
running around in Daniel. What was that,
Okay,
Maddie?
okay. This is only Jesus and Paul. So you believe the rest of it? Okay,
Oh,
that's
hold
fine.
up. Let me try to find the word Daniel up here. Jesus.
Well, to be fair, Daniel is like one of the least historically reliable for the era it's in. It's actually historically reliable for the era it's written in, which is way after when it says it's written in. But oh well.
No, yeah, I know. I was just like trying to confirm, like, what are we talking about exactly? What do you guys take into consideration? Is this valid? Is this not like to the conversation?
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally, the texts make accurate statements, and this text clearly starts out in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, you're right. Like, but there's like other parts that do make a lot of sense. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if something makes, like 1,000 good points, are we going to throw everything?
I have yet to hear
all
one
the
good
evidence
point
out
that the New
because of one
Testament
thing?
says, let alone 1,000.
No, that's fair. I haven't mentioned them right now, but I mean, if we find them, is it valid? Like, are we going to throw everything out just because of one thing?
I mean, we can go through more and find more if you want to go find more problems. There's a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they're not even written by people that would have seen this guy. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, we have way more text for the existence of Jesus than we have
More
for
doesn't mean
Socrates.
shit. More doesn't mean shit. It's the amount of quality. It's the quality of the content. It's about the quality, not the amount of how many copies we have. I don't know why you guys are stuck on that random bullshit apologetic. The amount of copies that we have of a story does not make it true. It's dumb as shit.
Okay, that's fair, but I mean, what does everything else make? I mean, like, how do we believe in George Washington? Like, we
We
weren't
have his
around to
fucking
see
teeth.
that.
Do we have that for Jesus?
I mean, we have the Shroud of Turin. It's a matter
Okay,
if you believe in
sweet.
that or not.
Do you believe in it?
Personally, dude, I mean, if you look at the explanation behind it, it's kind of hard not to. And look, I'm really, I try to keep an open mind. Like, I don't want to believe in
this right here is a
whatever.
mask of a face, all right? If I was to cover this in black paint and then wrap a sheet around it so tightly that you get the eyelids that are in the recess of the skull, and then I was to lay said sheet flat, it would look like this. It would look a lot like this image right here. This is the mask of Agamemnon. This is an actual funerary mask. We get the sides of the fucking face. Right here, we don't, because this is the Shroud of Turin, and this is fake. It is artwork. This is it highlighted. This is what it's supposed to look like, and we don't get it like that because it's fake. It's artwork. It's not real.
Are we taking into consideration like
Yes.
the method used to produce it?
The method used to
Supposedly done
produce it.
by like really.
It doesn't matter. A body is a 3D object. It doesn't matter how you get the imprint onto the 2D sheet. It would look like this when it actually is stretched out flat. The fact that it doesn't means that it's not. Yeah.
I mean, if we just covered it in paint and just let it sit, then yeah. But if it was something like caused you to heat and light, it's like different. No, the method is gonna be different, and the result.
What
is
you're
going to
talking
be
about
different as well.
is grade A prime USDA bullshit. It has nothing to do with what we just said. The fact that we don't have an imprint on the shroud that looks like this means, and the fact that we see it like this means that it is fake. I'd also like to show you that this arm here, this hand, look how far his hand goes over. Like, what kind of fucking weird salad fingers shit is this?
Well, he's got to cover something up, you know.
Yeah, he's got to cover his massive fucking hog. Like, what are you talking about, man?
He's like, you know, I live in this era where that wouldn't be a problem, but I'm definitely going to cover this up. It's totally not like a repressed European thing.
Ridiculous. Like,
Bro, he wasn't European. What
This
are you
isn't
talking
Jesus.
about?
This is fucking Edward Scissorhands. Like, the hell is this? Oh my God, that guy looks like he could tickle your leg from your ear.
Okay, it's fine. I mean, if you don't want to accept that as evidence, it's fine. But I mean, there's other things.
I don't accept things from the 1300s as evidence of someone in the first. Who'd have thunk?
I mean, so why are we accepting the teeth again? I mean,
of George Washington.
Of George Washington.
I mean, you want to like DNA test it against distant relatives?
So we all,
we got a lot of stuff.
We have distant relatives. We have like descendants and stuff like that. We have things that he posed for. We have writings from him. We have writings to him. We have writings about him from contemporaries and everything. On top of that, we actually have a chain of ownership listed for the dentures. We have multiple dentures for George Washington. We even have a letter from him writing over to France requesting new ones. Like, come on, man.
I mean, that's a good point. And you know, I got a lot of other like things I'd like to go over with you guys. I don't know if you, choose to accept them as evidence or not. But I mean, I guess you guys were saying you were only gonna stay like 15 minutes or more on. I think it's gonna take a little bit longer than that because I mean, it's historical, archaeological.
It's fine. We said we'd stay for 15 minutes or more on. That's what you heard. What we were actually saying is we will stay on 15 minutes unless we have a moron who we are talking to. So if you have any evidence, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please present it now. The Shroud of Turin is not going to work.
Okay, so we won't take into consideration like the millions of people that went to their deaths because they believed in something.
No,
are you talking about the
I mean, like,
are you talking about all the people who like flew into the buildings in 9/11? Are you talking about all the people who drove the Flavor Aid down in Jonestown?
No, I'm talking,
Are you talking about the people who
defended
that facility out in like West Texas, like the Branch Davidians? Are you talking about all the Mormons who knew, or there was an open secret, according to the grandson of Sidney Rigdon, a conspirator with Joseph Smith, that the Book of Mormon was fake, but they went to their deaths in the Mormon massacres and the Mormon wars multiple times over the course of American history? Are you talking about those people? Are you talking about Joseph Smith who got blasted out of a second-story window in a jail building for dying for his belief that he made up? Are you talking about that? Is that what you're talking about? Because I guess if that's what you're talking about, that means a whole lot of religions with a whole bunch of martyrs are actually 100% legit. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you're right. You got a point, but
I know.
still, like,
It's and by the way, none of the disciples are ever mentioned in history outside of Christianity. And aside from about a 3 to 6 year period before the Edict of Milan in 312, we don't even have Christianity itself being explicitly illegal.
I mean, you're right. There have been a lot of people that have been going to their deaths for things that they said that they believed in. But, you know, usually when those things happen, if it's not like something
Here comes the
grander,
special
those
pleading.
things usually like kind of fall off, you know? They don't continue. There's been
Yeah.
a lot of like
It's not like
people saying that
Mormonism
they're the
is still around.
Messiah.
Yeah,
There's a
Mormonism's
lot of people
not
like
around
saying they're
anymore,
the
is it?
Messiah that, I mean, were here a
Yeah,
bunch of years
Islam's
ago.
not
and-
around anymore. Mormonism isn't around anymore. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, those have just kind of just
like look,
faded out.
Islam is around, and me, from what I think it's around because it's like linked to something that has a little bit of truth to it, and in this case it's Christianity, because I couldn't explain like why the hell would it still be around if it's such a dumb fucking bullshit religion. But I mean, you make a good point, dude.
Where did that come
I don't know
from?
what to say. I think that usually the things that aren't real, that aren't true, they just fizzle out, they disappear. But if something is like,
Is that Runaway? Was that the first key to Runaway?
I
That
don't
was
know,
beautiful.
if something is true, if something is like worth something bigger than yourself, it kind of, you know, inspires other people, and it becomes like a movement that keeps on growing.
Mhm.
And you know, a lot of things have fizzled out, but for some reason, Christianity hasn't. And if you look at it from a psychological perspective, it's a pretty big mystery. Like, why would people even do this? You know?
All right, what's going on? Plus,
You can call me T.
I can call you titties.
T. T. The T is in tango.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really quick, we got some super chats over there on YouTube. $3.11, 311. It says first 311 CBJ super chat because I can. Thank you very much for that.
Was that the first key of Runaway? Was I correct? Do you do that?
No,
Like when
that
people
was-
are trying to run away?
No,
Run away
no,
from
no,
your
no.
argument?
No. That
I
was.
thought that what it was. That would be more.
That
feature.
was everybody
Clever.
getting G noted. That was Welcome to the Black Parade.
Oh well, the first key of Runaway is a G note. So
Yeah, well, okay.
Nice.
Well, you got G noted as well. There you go. Okay, so let's
I don't know what that
see.
means, but sure.
So thank you very much to Async Network over there on YouTube, and then $5 from Buff JD1. The Jesus Discoveries, a book proving the Shroud of Turin is real. No paint. No paint. Look up the book. There is forensic scientific proof dated back to Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah, the scientific method, you know, used in the first century is just really solid.
I don't know what they're talking about, but it's so dumb. All right, but thank you, Buff JD1. I will look it up. I just literally wrote it down. The Jesus Discoveries. I will look it up so that I can talk directly to it. I can't speak directly to it because I don't know what's in there. The Shroud of Turin is definitely not real, but yeah. But I will at least look into what you said. $2 from the Lone Reverend said Christianity is a cult. You put it in all caps, so I don't know what to do there.
That was the right thing.
Yeah. $4.99 from Hard Work 8395, who said, notice that when the Christian magical worldview is challenged, they revert to trying to tear down everything that isn't magic?
Okay. Well,
Did you notice that?
That was an interesting choice on your intonation there.
Well, it's a question.
Oh, shit.
All right. Anyways, and then $1.99 from Coffee and TV. Thank you very much. It says it was radiologically tested to be from 1260 to 1390. You are correct. Radiometrically carbon dated. to about the 1300s or so, the 14th century. That also coincides with the first time that we get any writings about the Shroud of Turin. There's like three writings in the 1300s about the Shroud of Turin, and it's found in France, in a town that only has about 111 people in it. So,
isn't that an interesting pattern? How things appear, and then people start writing about it.
That it's not something that's well before, and then they write about it. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, when it's almost like things happen, and then they get written about.
Well, have you considered, Matthew, you dumb piece of shit? Have you considered the oral history of the Shroud of Turin?
Oh.
Yeah. So he was actually the Shroud of Turin was actually passed down orally by like one disciple giving like it orally to another person.
This is so cringe.
Yeah, like that's how that works.
Yeah, I know you're like making a false point. I know you're not being serious.
No. I'm
I watched-
100% serious. Like there was a lot of oral that was going on in the early church, and
you're very funny and you're very smart. I like it.
No, the Shroud of Turin is like. It's used for like cleanup. What would you say, Matthew?
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, it's the cleanup is like a facial cleanup, you know.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
Anyways, let's see. There's also, oh my god, I like how you guys are the first to like give these weird amounts of money. So on Super Chat, we've got one from EMWT6Q. Fucking just use a normal word for your name. They put 9/11 as their amount. Oh my god. I don't know if we can actually do that.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's first for 9/11 there. Thank you so much. Anyways, then Servant of Yeshua 77, it's super chat for $4.99 says, look up Bart D. Ehrman and his book, Did Jesus Exist? I'm unbreaking. The historical argument for Jesus of Nazareth, if you truly care about the evidence. Have you heard of Bart Ehrman there, Matthew?
I may have had that book, but the devil possessed me and I lit it on fire. So I don't know if I finished it.
Yeah, the devil will do that. That's unfortunately that is.
Or I may have read it and found it unconvincing. That might have been what happened.
It kind of depends. It depends on what the devil's up to. You know, like ultimately, sometimes the devil convinces me to burn a book, but other times he's in Georgia and I get to read the book.
The devil goes down on you in Georgia too?
That's the oral history of the devil.
Can we have a conversation? I'm just
we're reading all these super chats. The devil will go down on you too.
I didn't know if you were done.
All right, we got one more super chat over here from Jacob Cole 4930 for $4.99. Thank you very much. Said the part that was tested was proven to be from a corner that was repaired later in time. This is actually a common misconception. You see, the Catholic Church would have known what parts were actually repaired because that's what you're relying on for the history of the shroud. So the fact that you say that means that you think the people who said that it was real, the Catholic Church, sent different pieces of something they knew was added later to different labs that all came back with the same answer, and then they updated their official stance on it because something they knew was fake was found to be later? That's dumb. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm pretty sure carbon dating, like to test it, you have to burn the piece. So maybe we should just test the entire shroud.
Nope, not enough. Not enough. Not enough. That's how that works sometimes. That's how that works. But yes, the shroud was absolutely tested. Different pieces sent over to different labs, and no, it is not from any area of the shroud that is known that was that is just some crazy conspiracy kind of thing that is brought up by very conservative Catholics or like Protestants who really, really, really want the shroud to be real. So no, it's not how that works. But thank you very much for your super chat. But at the same time, I did want to address it, and no, there's no evidence that that piece of the shroud was actually from a later repair after a fire or something. No, it's from the 1300s. And again, I don't know how many times I have to show this, but no, the Shroud of Turin is not real. Otherwise, the face would look very, very different. That's how physics works. All right, so we can now get over to our friend here.
You call me T, like I said.
Oh yeah. Back over to you, Titties. What you got?
It's T, bro. Can we just be respectful?
What?
Nah.
Like, why do you feel the need to call me Titties when I told you can call me T? Can we just have a respectful conversation?
Well, you're saying that I can call you T, but I mean,
Yeah, and I can call you a bitch, like, if
You
we want
could.
to do that, right?
You could.
Yeah, okay.
Can we
like,
have a can
but
we
that-
have a
what's the-
respectful conversation, please?
That's
Jesus
what
Christ,
I
calling
just
me,
asked.
calling
That's
me,
what I just asked.
calling me a bitch
That's what I
is just
just
that's
asked.
just low brow, dude. Like, what on
But
earth?
you just called me Titties when I told you to call me T. That's low brow.
What's this guy talking about titties for? Jesus Christ.
Because something
Oh,
about low.
dude, honestly,
going
like,
low.
I only came up
Anyways,
here to
anyways,
like have a
what do we got?
constructive conversation.
Yeah, I know,
Like,
I know, and sometimes we play songs. Anyways, what you got?
Honestly, dude, like I work from home. I watch you a lot. Like I'm a Christian. I would describe myself as a Christian. I believe in the Bible. I believe like what I have faith, but I like hearing your counter arguments. It provides me something to think about. But like, don't act like a cringy little 15-year-old girl when we're trying to talk, right? Like, let's have a conversation. That's fine. You can act like that if you want to. But like you basically believe that Christianity is nothing like more than like Greek mythology, right? I'm assuming.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
So you don't want to have a conversation.
Of course, dude. If you've watched it before, you don't have to restate the obvious. Yes, it is mythology at best.
I've never talked to you before.
You
dude.
said that
Let's
you
have a-
listened while you're at home,
Yes,
like
I
winking it
listened.
or
I'm
something.
not
You
gonna
said you
assume
winked from
you're-
home, and we are trying to talk to you about
Gosh,
this.
bro,
You
you're
know what we're
so-
talking
like,
about.
dude. Like I didn't know that you acted like a female like this, like with every single guest that you get. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn. I'm genuinely trying to learn.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
So when you say that there's no like references for Christianity outside of the Christian religion, is that like me saying that like is that like me saying Achilles doesn't exist outside of Greek mythology? Like what's the value in that statement?
Achilles didn't exist. Sounds good.
Okay,
Value.
so did Socrates exist?
Yes.
Pretty sure he wasn't like part of Greek mythology.
He wasn't but like Western philosophy, we only know that well, I mean, you
And
can
also
keep
there's
laughing
contemporaries.
loudly.
Do you have any contemporaries?
Now you decide to talk over
Do you have
people.
any
You let me speak
contemporaries
and play-
for Jesus?
Well, that's why I'm trying to understand your position, but you're acting like a female and you're being like very bitch-like. Like, please
Whoa.
educate me if you're so smart.
Whoa. Well, listen,
Go
there is
figure, he's a misogynist.
Yeah, well, there is one person overall who we believe actually existed in ancient times. Really, only one person who we know for a fact existed back then.
In ancient times, what do you
Yeah.
mean? Who's the only?
Like, there's only one. Don't turn off his microphone. Don't turn off his microphone. There's only one person from ancient times, like ancient Greek, ancient Romans, that even we know existed, like for a fact,
Who
like
is that?
100%. What?
Who is that?
And his name is John C.
Go
Oh,
fuck
man, I thought that
yourself,
was
you
an-
misogynistic piece of
I
shit.
thought that was an epic setup for your mom joke, but yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, no. Ridiculous. Like, I was just joking around with the guy because he seemed to have like a pretty good sense of humor, but like ultimately I'd be willing to have a conversation. We were having a conversation, but then he had to say a bunch of stuff about women. Like, come on, dude, what the hell are you talking about? I wish I behaved like a woman up here. I wouldn't be up here talking about my dick.
I like turtles.
Okay. Let's see. A 2 pound super chat that said, let's see, Italian soccer guy was coaching a Greek team. Really? So we were both right.
We were both right.
Is that possible?
That's pretty cool.
Is that possible?
Is it possible that we both wrote the same book and we're both right?
Maybe.
Nice.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why they call him Black Salami.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
We also got a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. By the way, the 2 pound was from Claudio Bingi. Bingi. I don't know. I'm not going to try any other pronunciations of that word, just in case. I'm always scared whenever I read these things off. Like, it's going to be something like horrible, like that someone's tricking you into saying.
I'm gonna have to get off pretty soon, if you know what I mean.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Something like that. I kind of just meant like hopping off the live. But, you know.
Okay. Lone Reverend, $2 super chat said, Christians believe they are their actions. I think I know what you mean. Matthew, are you Christians believe they are their actions?
Amen. I think maybe it's like a moral comment.
I think so, and I think it's a friendly. Cleveland Brown boom goes down. I might need one. I don't really know. I don't really know, but I think I'd agree. $4.99 super chat there from Servant of Yeshua 77 says, with respect, I will debate you if you would like to have a real conversation. With respect. Respect.
Well, they can always email us.
Hey,
or, come on TikTok.
Oh, yes. Really quick. Ladies over there on TikTok. The plus sign is wanting to come back up. Should we bring back up the misogynist? I don't know if we should bring him up or not.
He's really whiny in the chat.
Some people are saying no. Some people are saying yes, but I don't see any women saying yes.
Yeah, that's
oh no, there's one person that says yes. See if he has an actual point from Gin and Juice.
He can type it out.
Teabag. No, there's enough no's. No, we're not bringing him up. Let's see. Alt Deadpool 2.0. What you got?
I had to come up here because, I could hear that the last chauvinism guy was a part of the black community, which is my community, and I just need to say, you can shut your colonized coon ass up. Don't talk about women like that.
That guy was black. the guy with the plus sign?
No, not the plus suit.
Oh, okay.
The one that just said you act like a female. Shut your colonized coon ass up. Women deserve to be respected. And the Shroudatory guy, oh my God, if you're going to bring up a freaking fraud to state your case, just shut up. You have no case. It's an art project, okay? Y'all guys are so dumb. And the guy that says, what are you debating? Hello, how about listen to the live before you get up here and ask for a fucking spot up here? How about that? Then you won't have to ask some stupid ass questions. Y'all guys are so fucking dumb. I can't stand it. If you have an argument, then come up here. But if you have no proof, then shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Jesus don't exist just because a whole bunch of people believed in him. If that is true, then the Egyptian god that Jesus was based off of would be more true. But y'all guys are so fucking dumb. I can't stand it. But anyway, you're cool. I love you. Keep it on with these stupid idiots. I don't know how you do it. You have more patience than I could ever have.
Thank you. Jaren does this all the time and is very patient. I don't know how he does it either.
Yeah, these people are so dumb. But I'm having fun listening to y'all. Bye.
God be praised.
I don't know what's happening. Anyways, thank you. Thank you for coming up. We do have follower of Yeshua 3. I liked it. Yeah, that was pretty good tell off, to be honest. All right, let's see. We've got a follower of Yeshua 3 who's coming up. What you got for us?
All right. So, can you hear me good?
Yes.
Matthew, does that look like Sam?
Great. So, I'm assuming, I'm going to make clear before I continue, though. I'm assuming you're saying that Jesus didn't exist as a historical figure, or are you saying that Jesus didn't exist as the biblical Messiah? I just want to make sure I'm on the right argument.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Historical person? Okay. So my first argument with that is that that's completely false. We have accounts from
the
first century from 93 AD to 94 AD with Josephus as a historical as a historian from the first century talking about Jesus.
Okay.
Not only talking about Jesus, but talking about the Jesus that's mentioned in the four Gospels.
Oh, really?
As I stated inside of YouTube, Dr. Bart Ehrman, who is someone who has
you're
no
from
sympathy.
YouTube. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait,
who
wait.
has
You're
no
the follower
sympathy.
of Yeshua. A servant of Yeshua? Is that you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Servant of Yeshua is follower of Yeshua. Okay, yeah. Mhm.
Yes. So he has no sympathy for the Gospels at all. He is a high skeptic, but he is someone who is respected in his field, who knows what he's talking about, and who in his book says, quote, "The reality is that whatever else you may think about Jesus, he certainly did exist. The answer to the question of Jesus' historical existence will not make me any more or any less happy, content, hopeful, likable, rich, famous, or immoral. But as a historian, I think evidence matters, and the past matters. And for anyone to whom both evidence and the past matter, a dispassionate consideration of the case makes it quite plain. Jesus did exist." This is a historically known fact by those who take the evidence very seriously, which is why, not coming from a Christian's perspective, but just from a historical perspective, Jesus Christ did exist as a historical fact.
Gotcha. So what is the evidence
from
that...
first century
sweet. So what is
to
the
both
evidence
from-
that Bart Ehrman points to? What's the evidence?
Bart Ehrman points to the same historical evidence that all the other historians
Not a
point
problem.
to.
What
For
does he point
instance-
to?
Which is
For instance, one of his best
Which is his
arguments
evidence.
is okay.
Yeah, keep going.
One
Yeah,
of his best arguments for it is Josephus, the historian in the first century. He writes about not only the crucifixion of Jesus in his writings, but talks about that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. That those who believed in him believed that they had saw him risen from the dead.
Really
Now, this
fast.
is
Really
a-
fast. Hold up. 1 second. What we're going to do really fast is we're going to pull up the Testimonium Flavianum. This is what we're going to do. Because, let's see, Josephus on Jesus. Okay. Because it sounds as if you just made a claim that said that he was talking about what the Christians believed. Like what the Christians believed. And we're going to go ahead and pull this up
No,
here.
so what I'm saying is that Josephus, what he says that the Christians claim that he had risen
Yeah,
from
I know.
the dead,
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
he
So in
says
other
a
words,
historical
he
fact
tries to
that
say,
he was crucified.
okay, I know. So you are making the claim that Bart Ehrman claims that Josephus said that the Christians claim that Jesus rose from the dead. But unfortunately, that's not the case. It never says that. It just says that he did. It just says he appeared to them spending a third day restored to life, for the prophets of God had foretold these things and 1,000 other marvels about him. Does that sound like a non-Christian writing that?
And this is what?
This is the Testimonium Flavianum. This is exactly
the
what
evidence
you're
that you
referring
were
to.
citing.
This is the evidence you're
This
citing.
is Josephus.
Yes, it says,
This is
about
Josephus.
this time they lived a man, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. And then later on it says, he was the Christ, or at least he was called the Christ or whatever, but he was the Christ. And then it said that he appeared to
Pilate
them
had
spending...
condemned him to the cross.
Yeah, I know. Listen.
Wait, hold on.
Listen.
Those who had first
God damn it.
loved
Just
him-
okay. All right. Listen. You're muted now. Listen. He appeared to them spending a third day restored to life, for the prophets of God had foretold these things and 1,000 other marvels about him. This is not a Jewish person who is writing this. This is a Christian person who is adding this to the text later. Even Bart Ehrman himself acknowledges that the Testimonium Flavianum has been altered, that it has been interpolated. At least a portion of it has been interpolated. So no, this is not some big like, oh my God, Josephus mentions Jesus. No, we don't know anything from Josephus about Jesus because of the fact that we don't have any version of this that isn't the interpolated version, the wrong, edited, incorrect version. The first time we ever get any hide nor hair of the Testimonium Flavianum is from the 4th century by an admitted liar Eusebius, who writes in the early 4th century a history for the church, and then says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and then gives us this passage for the first time in history. And it's the wrong one. It's the one that even Bart Ehrman would say is edited. Uh-oh. There's no other version that we have
Bart
of it that doesn't
Ehrman-
have that part, those very obvious Christian parts.
Bart Ehrman, right? Virtually all scholars agree that Jesus was a
I
Jewish
don't
man
care about how
known
many.
to a
Jesus Christ, dude. I don't care about your appeal to authority or appeal to numbers anymore. You've already stated that. We are going through the evidence right now. And the evidence that you pointed out is something that you didn't actually read yourself. Otherwise, you would have seen those massive red flags because Josephus definitely did not write those things.
Yeah, what we're saying is that the evidence that they use is not actually that good. Just because they're in a high position of authority doesn't mean that they're right or that they're able to, give an accurate position on this. They may give their opinions. And yeah, Bart Ehrman may not make money whether Jesus, actually existed, but he makes a lot of money claiming he did.
Bart Ehrman is seen as a reliable source, and he sees Josephus as a reliable first century
Okay, that's
source.
fine. That's fine, but he's still
he uses
outdated.
Josephus as a reliable source.
We can utilize.
Are you saying that the scholars that use people such as Josephus
are
aren't aware of
incorrect?
this?
Yes.
About this?
Yes. And now Bart Ehrman
And you
is
can go read the
aware, by the
text.
way. He is aware of this problem, of the fact that it's been interpolated. Like, Bart Ehrman will not tell you that Josephus wrote the Testimonium Flavianum just like we read it today. He would tell you that that's not the case. In fact, he says it multiple times in books and in debates and lectures and everything like that. Like, he's very well aware of it. The issue is that he assumes that some part of it is real and other parts are fake, but he doesn't have any way to determine what parts were added and what parts were that core part that were authentic to Josephus. That's the problem that we're highlighting here, because ultimately, we don't have a version of the Testimonium Flavianum that is the version that Bart Ehrman thinks Josephus wrote. We don't have that. We don't have it at all. In fact, if we take a look at the Testimonium Flavianum in using like modern technology today, in order to take a look at the text itself and run like things like stilometry, which is like a literary analysis of words, and tries to find the style of the author, we can see that the Testimonium Flavianum doesn't even come back to Josephus. It comes back to a guy named Eusebius, writing over 200 years after the death of Josephus and adding it into that text. Yeah, Noses Oven there on TikTok says, tell him how Josephus never even mentions Nazareth. Yeah, Josephus doesn't even mention Nazareth. He's from Galilee. He's a governor of Galilee for like a 1 to 2 year period. He's a general in the First Jewish-Roman War, and he mentions places all over Galilee, including the town next to Nazareth. Never mentions anything even remotely close to Nazareth, ever, in multiple books. That's really weird. So no, Josephus is not a very good source for anything for Jesus. Definitely not.
We're also aware of, Tacitus.
Nah, Matthew, don't.
I'm helping him out, and we'll help you build your argument up so we
Tacitus
can
is
knock it
also
down.
another one.
God damn it, Matthew.
I called it.
But in the entire first century, in the entire first Christian century, Jesus is not mentioned by a single Greek or Roman historian, religion scholar, political philosopher, or poet. His name never occurs in the single inscription and is never found in a single piece of private correspondence, is something that he actually argues against.
Okay, so give his argument. We'll knock that down real fast.
Yeah, what is it? Wait, did I hear like, what are you just using, like Google Gemini or something?
Bart Ehrman says this: despite the erroneous range of opinion, there are several points on which virtually all scholars of antiquity agree. Jesus was a Jewish man known to be a preacher and a teacher who was crucified.
Again, I don't care about the scholars. I care about the
Roman
evidence.
form of execution in Jerusalem during the reign of Roman Emperor
here's how
Tiberius.
Here's
when
how
Pontius Pilate was the governor of.
Here's how this is going to go. If you bring up the appeal to authority or the amount of people again,
No.
go
You're
ahead and
saying
disconnect
evidence, right? I'm pointing
Sweet.
to evidence.
You didn't. No, you didn't. You just said that all Bart Ehrman says is that a bunch of scholars believe it. That's not evidence. what you literally just read from that AI chatbot that you just asked about this, because you didn't actually have a decent argument on your own, is just an appeal to authority that Bart Ehrman gives.
It's not an appeal to authority.
You're not appeal to authority. You're appealing to an authority who appeals to authority.
I mean,
you didn't provide any evidence, and he didn't either. He's just saying a bunch of people like
You're
me think
saying
this.
that we need evidence.
Yeah,
What is
that's how that
evidence?
works.
Define that.
So physical
Define
evidence.
that, though.
You could go with physical
An
evidence.
archaeological artifact.
Yeah, archaeological artifacts, writings after
but
his
writings,
death.
again, we're talking about writings.
Yeah, and
We're
this
talking
writing
about
that
scholars
let's
agree
start with contemporary
universally
writings.
Okay,
that the
yeah.
writings of Jesus are in fact true.
The writings of Jesus. What did he write?
The writings about Jesus.
Okay,
which ones?
From who?
Again,
Tacitus.
Tacitus, Josephus, even the writings of Paul are attested by scholars to be authentic.
Yet again, the appeal to authority. Give us the evidence that they give as
But
to
you
why
just
we
said
know
that
these are real.
writings are evidence, did you not? Or are you going back on what you're claiming?
No, I'm saying writings can be evidence as long as you provide evidence for these writings. Paul doesn't know Jesus.
What do you mean evidence for the writings?
So is Harry Potter the book evidence for Harry Potter, or
No.
for-
Hold on.
Okay.
The wrong type of magic.
Don't try to then circle around. I want you to seriously give me an answer. If you're talking about evidence for the writings, what do you mean?
We're talking about evidence as to how they even are said to be from the people who they're claimed to be. If Paul is supposedly somebody writing in the first century, where's the evidence that Paul's letters are from the first century? If we have any text about Jesus, like what?
Like linguistics, like
Please.
the actual art of linguistics.
He doesn't know what.
he
You just walked right into our field of expertise.
I mean, I want you to explain to me how linguistics helps you here.
Well, because most, if not all, scholars universally agree that
there it is.
No. When it comes to the linguistical analysis of the writings of Paul and the the carbon dating of the writings of Paul, the closest that we get is within the 4th century.
The 4th
and the
century.
closest that we get to the church fathers.
The 4th century.
The church fathers goes back to the 1st century, specifically between 80 and 90 AD.
Okay, and in which text is that? Go ahead and ask the AI real fast.
Yeah, ask the AI what text that is that goes to the 1st century.
I mean, we already know the answer.
Well, actually, that I don't need to do anything more than look at my...
The Google summary?
No, I actually have the paper.
Oh my
Well,
God. This guy just
probably-
slathered himself in A1 sauce and jumped into a lion's den.
Yeah, so first off, your point about the carbon dating
So
and Paul
this
going
is
to the
talking about the argument of Passover in the 1st century to the Roman bishop Victor between 195 AD.
195.
What century do you think 195 is?
195, 90. Hold on. 92 AD. My bad. This is right after the death of the apostles, and they're discussing fasting and whether or not fasting needs to be done during this time.
But Pope
this
Victor
is talking
was-
about evidence within the 1st century, linguistical evidence talking about this in the 1st century, written on papyrus by people who lived with people such as
Pope Victor dies in 199.
I think you may be misunderstanding what centuries we're talking about. 1st century does not mean 1 in front of it. It's going to be before the year 100.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the 1st century is between 33 AD, or sorry, no, my bad, between 0 AD
Yes.
and between
99.
No, 100 actually, technically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
sure.
1
All
to
right, let's do
100. Yeah, so
you realize
so
Pope Victor, that you just cited,
yeah,
it was Pope from 189 to 199.
So is that the 1st century or the 2nd century?
This is before this is within the 2nd century then.
Okay. So
Nonetheless,
so nothing
this
to
is
do
still
with
2nd
Paul's
century.
time.
We agree that
what?
there's 2nd century stuff because that's when it's all
3 to
invented.
500 years before we have evidence for people such as what's it, Alexander the Great, which is 500 years after the fact.
I mean,
Okay.
there's like a sarcophagus like a year or two after that.
Yeah, there's
So
the
it's not
Babylonian Astronomical Diary was written while he was alive, and it mentions his death. So no,
You know that Babylon was gone before Rome came about, right?
I don't. Oh my God.
Well, yes.
I'm just trying to make sure
He's
you understand the
100% serious
historical-
too. Like
It's hard sometimes. I mean, anyways, okay. Let's move on from Alexander because
Alexander the Great, the closest that we have to his life is 500 years after his
no,
death.
No.
Yes.
no. The Babylonian
No.
Astronomical Diary.
Even
is
the
during
Old
his
Testament
time.
talks about Alexander the Great. So
Yeah,
like,
so that would
Where?
still be wrong.
Where?
There's
there's a
actually a
passage in-
Jewish apocrypha that talks about Alexander the Great as well. I think
Yeah,
in
But
the
no, you
Maccabean
said the
books.
Old Testament. Where?
yeah, there's a passage in Genesis. I had pulled it. Jeremy, pull it up real fast. I think
Yeah,
you
I
got on the
might be
computer. I'm
able
on the
In
phone.
Genesis. Oh, I would love to see that.
Well,
Yeah, just a minute.
Talking about Alexander the Great.
Yeah, it's like a prophecy talking about how they're gonna come from across the sea, and it's the house of whatever the made up. You know all those made up houses that they have, like in people.
are you talking about Genesis 11?
It's not in that one, I don't think.
No,
Hey,
that's the
you
one
look
with
up look
roads.
up in the draft.
You're not going
Look
to be
up
able
in
to find it because it's not
the, we're
there.
writing a book on
We're
it. Chill
currently
out.
writing about it right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go ahead. What did you say?
Look in the book. Is
Oh,
what I was saying. Look in the draft. Just search for
we're actually
Alexander.
going to go into our. This is. Oh, we are getting into the new book here.
Okay. Maccabees and OT mentions Alexander. Yeah, so technically the Maccabees are in the Old Testament. In
No,
many
it's
versions.
not. The Maccabees are written within the 300 time period between
The 300
Micah.
time period.
300 years after Micah.
Yeah, well,
and before
okay,
the
but
So
New
that would
Testament.
be
a
that would be
Protestant,
less than
but that's not
500
the only
years
Bible.
after Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
And
You said that we don't have anything about him until 500 years later.
we don't.
But
The
you just
closest
said that the
manuscript that we have
Maccabees
about
would be.
Alexander the
But you
Great-
said the Maccabees would come within 500 years of Alexander the Great. Uh-oh. That didn't go the way that you thought it would, did it? No, it did not.
Alexander the Great, the writings that we have for Alexander the Great were written between 140 and 150 CE.
And when does he die?
This is so he would have actually had his between the
When
9th
that-
century.
When did he die?
This isn't even fair. Like it's not it's not fair. we have bamboozled you into thinking that there is a glimmer of hope for your argument. I apologize.
Alexander the Great died around 223 AD. However,
What? Wait. What? Alexander the Great did not.
Alexander the Great died
Where did you get
on
this? Real
June
fast.
10th of 223 BCE.
Okay, BC. Okay.
Oh, okay. So now subtract that 150 date from that and tell us how many years apart that is. We're just gonna go with your numbers.
So that's
The latest
150 and
surviving
230
text that we
put
have
together.
of Alexander the Great is 600 to 700 years old, years past his death in the 3rd century.
No.
You use your date.
We're gonna use your date, and we're gonna look at the Maccabees.
Most
because-
reliable surviving text was between 140 and 145 CE, around
Okay.
460 to 465 years after his death. Whereas
which
the
first off
closest
isn't
surviving that
500.
we
That's
have,
not 500.
And then second, you granted the
okay,
150
so
BC
hold on.
number.
It's
and
not
let's subtract
500 by what? 20 years, maybe.
140
so
versus
let's subtract-
when does he die?
So hold on. So we're saying though that
Did he
his
say
death-
223? I mean, that's not.
It's not accurate,
It's
but
not
we're gonna go with
accurate,
it.
but we'll go with it. That would mean that the
323
first time.
BCE is
Okay,
when he died.
223 BCE to
No,
140 CE.
323.
Oh, 320. Okay, so
323.
he's fixing it. Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm telling you what I said. 323 BCE.
You
can look
also
back on the
said
stream
like
if you would like.
250 like CE. So
AD. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm not really sure what you're saying, but that's going to be within 500 years, man.
Yes, within 500 years, but 500 years after his death
Within.
is the oldest and most reliable manuscripts that we have. Whereas the oldest and most reliable manuscripts that we have of Jesus and the oldest and most reliable text that we have about Jesus' death comes within 30 years of his actual crucifixion.
Man, I've got a manuscript of Lord of the Rings within like 100 years of Tolkien. Does that make Frodo real?
Okay, but you're the one saying that you want evidence. What you want is to mock God. You want nothing
No,
else.
this also has nothing to do with it.
cool.
It has-
Hey,
You
sweet.
want to
Hey,
mock the
listen. Follower of Yeshua. When would you date First Maccabees? When did you date
First
the Book of the
Maccabees
Maccabees?
First Maccabees doesn't have anything about what we're talking about.
Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great.
Here, let's go to the first verse of First Maccabees 1. After Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, it's literally the second word. The fuck are you talking about?
So, anyways, let's get back to Jesus because that was pretty fun.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a fun detour.
Well, I mean, yeah. If you want to do what Jesus said and turn the other cheek so we can get the other side of your ass, feel free. But
this
Alexander
is
the
my
Great.
last guess, so I'm willing to drag it on a little bit.
Alexander the Great is absolutely mentioned in First Maccabees by name, actually,
And his dad's mentioned.
and his dad. So, I mean, that's
See, Land of
not
Kittim-
really going to work, is it? All right. So, First Maccabees was written around 100 BCE. So that would be about 200 years after Alexander. Isn't that how math works?
Man, I don't know. I just, do math.
So Codex Alexandrinus, which is the Greek
Oh, boy.
codex, was written 525 to 575 years.
Listen.
After.
Listen. I understand that you have no clue what you're talking about. So let me explain to you. You are looking for biographies of Alexander. We don't have biographies of Alexander until hundreds of years prior, or hundreds of years later. I get that. I don't think it's 500, but sure. Even if it was, it doesn't matter. We are talking about whether or not this guy existed.
Yes, but we're talking about the biographies, 'cause the biographies of Jesus
listen,
is
you
what-
dumb piece of shit. Just listen for like 30 goddamn seconds. We did not say the biographies of Alexander. We're not really talking about biographies of Jesus. We're talking about the mention of Jesus. Stay quiet. If you unmute, I will disconnect you. I want to have this conversation, but you're going to have to listen. We have mentions of Alexander well before the biographies come out. Multiple times by literal contemporaries of Alexander. What you're talking about is something that is so off the wall bizarre that it has nothing to really even do with the story of Jesus. If you were just trying to compare biographies, sure, we have a closer biography to Alexander.
The mentioning of
All right,
Alexander.
you're gone. Jesus Christ, dude. The Maccabees, the Jewish people literally mention him by name about 200 years after his death. So now, that's so
That was
dumb.
a fun one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so
Oh, go ahead. What?
yeah, I found them. It's Numbers 24, roughly 24, and then Genesis 9 somewhere in there. Let me check.
Numbers 24?
Numbers 24 and Genesis 9:27.
Numbers 24.
Numbers
what?
24, 24.
24.
Yep. So about the people coming off the coast of Cyprus, blah blah blah.
Yeah, ships. There we go. Ships will come from the shores of Cyprus. They will subdue Ashur and Eber, but they too will come to ruin.
And then Genesis 9:20.
Genesis 9 what?
27. And this gets into the part where it's like into the houses of this person and that person.
Genesis
But
9
basically-
what? 20?
27.
27. Let's see. May God make space for Japheth and let him live in the tents of Shem and let Canaan be his slave.
Yeah. And so Japheth is the like predecessor of the Greeks. And, you know, they conquer. And then there's like there's like a passage in Ezekiel and there's some others, but I don't have the book in front of me. I'm on my phone. So
It's magic. I ain't got to explain shit.
yeah, it's true.
So yes, let's see here, real quick before you hop off. We got some super chats really fast.
Super fabs.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Okay, it's
All
already
right.
started now. I said it. It's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
know.
a thing.
It's out in the ether. Okay. So Lone Reverend with $5 super chat says to clarify, a Christian's identity / worth is completely externalized. Okay. They collectively outsource their egos and call it God. If they believe you, they die. Okay, I see what they're saying. I see what you're saying. Like I get it. I get what you're saying now. It's like a theological kind of thing for them. Yeah. But yeah. And then the Lone Reverend actually became a member. They actually subscribed over on, or not subscribed, but like became a member there on YouTube. So thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Big shout out there. That's the first person to become a member. So welcome to the 35-second gang over there on YouTube. Thank you very much. And then we have a $4.99 super chat from Hoflation that says, there's more proof Jesus existed than Julius Caesar did, yet somehow people don't question Julius Caesar existed. Actually, no, there's much less evidence for Jesus than Julius Caesar, because 0 is actually less than just about any number that you can think of. Other than 0.
-1. Take that, atheist.
Anyways, the point is, we don't need manuscript evidence, which is maybe what you're trying to look at, but we don't need the number of manuscripts or anything like that to establish that somebody existed. We just need the quality of the content. And we have coins and statues and busts that he posed for, which is how we know exactly what he looked like, that Julius Caesar actually posed for, that prove that he actually existed, and they date to his lifetime. Unfortunately, we do not have that for Jesus. So while we might have more manuscripts later on, which are just copies of a story, that is not how we determine whether or not someone existed. And we don't need that for Julius Caesar because we have so much better evidence for him. And then, Zerko Effect. Yes, the second member of the 35-second gang. Yes, they're on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. All right. Elizabeth Heritage says it actually costs less than the super chat. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to clarify, those verses were Numbers 24:24, Genesis 9:27, 1 Maccabees 1:1, and then also Ezekiel 26 talks about the fall of, was it Tyre?
Tyre, yeah.
Tyre, which it's talking about, I don't remember who it says it is doing it, but that guy never conquers it. But you know who conquers it? Alexander. And I mean, unless you actually think the Bible's making predictions, that would mean all these texts have to post-date Alexander's conquest of that region.
There you go. And if you're like, wow, I don't remember what those verses were, don't worry about it. This live is going up on YouTube immediately after it ends.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so yeah, much to our chagrin. But anyways, thank you very much to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I know that there were some people who were wanting to come up. I will get to you, I promise. If you request up tomorrow, go ahead and make sure that you're following us so that we can see you tomorrow. If you come up tomorrow, I'm going to be live from about 9 a.m. to about 2 or so. That's Central Time. Matthew, are you able to join us tomorrow?
I'm not sure. This was just a lucky afternoon.
Lucky afternoon, everybody. Lucky afternoon. We also have Devil Doc Mejia over there on YouTube. Just joined the 35-second game. Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, is there anything else that you had there, Matthew, before we hop off?
No, that was fun.
And Friday, this Friday, I believe it is. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this Friday on TikTok we are going to be doing. Yeah, this Friday at 6 p.m. Central, we are doing a fundraiser, and it is for a good friend of the show. It is going to be Kahoot. It is a game night. We're going to be playing Kahoot. And hopefully Matthew can join because it is the CBJ version of Kahoot. I have not seen the questions, and I am worried about them.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I know. So if anybody else has some CBJ Kahoots that they can come up with, we'll do it.
I'll try.
Well, maybe Matthew will be here. You never can tell. But my lovely wife will be here as well. So we'll have some fun. We'll have some people that are hanging out.
I thought you said I might not be here. Oh, I see. Okay. You're talking about Miss CBJ, not...
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
All right, well, I gotta go. This has been fun.
Anyways, we do have one more super chat from Hoflation. $4.99 said, coins were minted for Caesar because he was the leader of Rome. Every leader of Rome had coins and statues. Jesus and his followers were persecuted. Yeah, but you didn't say we have more evidence for him given that he's like small or something. Like what? No, you just said there's more proof of Jesus than Julius Caesar, and then I showed you that there's more proof of Julius Caesar, and then you tried to say that that's because he was big. I don't care why. You just said that we had more proof for Jesus than Julius Caesar. You were just wrong. Like, you don't have to go through and like explain why. Like, that's bizarre. You're the one who brought up if you can't compare them, you're the one who brought up the comparison. I hate it when they do that. They're like, yeah, we have more evidence for Jesus than Julius Caesar. And then as soon as I show them that they're wrong, they just go, well, that's because Julius Caesar was famous. It's like...
Yeah, but the manuscripts, man.
Look at the manuscripts. Look at them bones. Matt's the work wife is what Elizabeth Heretic said. Oh, my God.
I don't know who's just said so true in the chat.
Jesus Christ, Matthew. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyways, I will see you guys later. You guys have been awesome.
When's the book releasing? I gotta go. Bye. When is the book releasing?
Well, it's that's on progress, Matthew. That's on Matthew. Everybody, point and laugh at the.
Oh, we're making progress.
Other guy, yeah.
And I did just drop some useful tidbits from it, so like that hopefully proves that it exists in some form.
Yeah, there's some useful tidbits. Now stop asking questions. That's funny. Anyways, thank you to everybody. We love all you guys. Yeah, and with your spirit, I will see Adios, peace.
Bye.
But yeah. Thank you very much. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. I will see you guys later. Tomorrow at 9:30 or about 9 a.m. Central is when I'm going live. So see you guys later. And to the people over on YouTube, thank you so much for joining the 35-second gang there on YouTube. That is awesome to see that. And thank you so much for the super chats as well. Hopefully we were able to get to all of them. Yeah, we were able to get to all of them. I know that. And again, if you don't want to hop onto TikTok in order to have the conversation, if you send a super chat, I promise you I will read your super chat and most likely read it out loud. Unless it says something, I don't know, offensive or something. But like, yeah, I'll read it out loud and address it. Definitely. Because I understand that some people might not have TikTok or something like that, or it might not be available. So I definitely want to make sure to get to that. Definitely. So anytime that we get a super chat, I definitely will be responding to that. I don't typically respond to like stuff in like general chat or on YouTube or TikTok. But if you send a super chat, because you spent money, so I'm definitely going to appreciate that and respect that. So thank you very much for coming up. See you guys. See you tomorrow.